Listen up. Give me a go, no go for launch.
It is a go here at TopstepTV.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch.
And here we go. Let's launch this thing. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day, good whatever. Want to make it good today. We got a great week behind us, and we've got 2 great days ahead of us. So glad you could make it here. We've saved you a seat, front row seat. Everybody gets a front row seat. General admission. No, wait, there's no admission. Come on in and grab a seat. Yes, welcome to Topstep TV. This is opening call, and he's Captain Caveman, and I am Hong Kong Fooey, and we'd like to welcome you here to a wonderful day here of knowledge, tradertainment, market talk, camaraderie, and just a good old time here for learning to make yourself a better trader. So let's say hello to our good friend, yes, with the rally sweater. John K. the Hoagland. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. Happy Thursday, everybody. October 17th, 2 days from October 19th, that fateful day in October of 87. That was Black Monday, Black Friday into Black Monday. I don't think that's going to happen this time. No, looking like we are, really at all-time highs in the S&Ps. Is that true? It looks like it is. But as always, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and patience here this morning. Good morning to everybody. Top of the chat, I see Man Caves, Anastasios, all the way from Athens, Greece. Chris Flores, Command, good to see you. Nick Nichols, my friend. Ezra, JT, Dan Trader, Yabbersmack Holdings, Rick, One Lead Trades. Wow, is that a Led Zeppelin reference, I'm hoping? Frizu.
Maybe.
Blue Ken, Shabam, good morning, and great to see everybody. Welcome to all of you. Great to have you here.
Hey, we got Coach Hoop and Marie in the chat. Who else is in the chat here? All right. Everybody's important here, but hey, let's get ready for the news here. I've got some news for us here today. 30 stock Dow Jones notched its 3rd record close in 4 sessions yesterday, while the benchmark S&P 500 tech-heavy NASDAQ composite also gained. The Russell, I've been watching the Russell. I've got it on my charts now, keeping an eye on that. A lot of talk about Russell from a lot of our traders here. And the small cap 600 both logged the highest finishing levels since, can you guess? Way back when? 2021. What were you doing in 2021? And a sign that some investors may be rotating out of pricier tech names into less expensive segments. So keep an eye on that. Across the globe here, China's Shanghai, the Shanghai Composite, both slipped today earlier after a brief or more support for the country's property market dragging its feet. Now, China Housing Ministry said it will roll out increased aid for the real estate market, including a much bigger list of property developers with easy access to government funding. It was the latest of a series of high-profile announcements from the Chinese government, which began late September as Beijing pushes to provide enough support for the economy to hit its annual growth. Facebook owner Meta Platforms has begun laying off employees in several departments, most notably WhatsApp, Instagram, and Reality Labs. This is a report from Verge yesterday, while some employees also said they have been axed. Cuts also appear to be part of the internal, what they're calling a reorganization of teams and not a company-wide headcount reduction, report said, after Meta eliminated over 20,000 roles. I like to put that, roles in the past 2 years. Johnny, that's what I've got right now, but I'm going to pass the microphone over to you, and what do you got for us?
All right, as far as economic numbers, today is the busiest day for economic numbers. At 7:30 this morning, we had the jobless claims come out. Initial jobless claims were expected to remain at 258,000. They came out lower than that at 241,000, continuing jobless claims pretty much right where they expected. Retail sales also out. Both of those numbers, well, all 3 of them really, came out higher than expected. Month over month, they were looking for an increase of 0.3%. They came out at an increase. The core retail sales, they were looking for it to remain at an additional 0.1%. That came out at 0.5%. A little hotter than expected. Markets responding to that information already this morning positively. We have 8:15 industrial production due out. We'll of course keep an eye on that for one's out during the during the opening call here this morning. The capacity utilization also due to come out at the same time. 9 o'clock, we've got business inventories, the housing market index. 9:30, the nat gas numbers due out. 10 o'clock, the EIA petroleum status due out a day late because of the half holiday on Monday. And we also have Goolsby due to speak here at 10 o'clock. As far as the earnings are concerned, Blackstone beating on both. Elevate Health missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. Nothing major coming out early today, but we do have Netflix coming out after the close. VIX down a little bit this morning, 19.29. It was 20.63 at this time yesterday. Dollar index up slightly at 103.64. It was 103.26 yesterday at this time. And the yield on the 10-year holding above 4% at 4.07, a little bit higher than it was yesterday at this time. That's what we've got for eco numbers. Eddie, dude, where's your crude?
Right over there. Actually, we've got a number coming up here in about 6 minutes. Industrial production, year over year, September. I got one eye on that, and I got one eye on that, and I got the other eye on you. Bank of America forecasting more downside risk than upside with the oil prices, talking about oil settling around $70 a barrel. Now, in a note today, the bank's commodity team shared a cautious view on oil due to several factors, including the market, including OPEC supply dynamics and non-OPEC production growth. One of the key drivers, the risk was potential for OPEC to bring back an additional 2 million barrels per day on top of the expected non-OPEC supply growth of 1.6 million barrels per day. So you can use your fingers and toes to add that one up. Oil prices pretty much right. We're taking a look here right now. We are looking once again. WTI did not break the 70s. We had that yesterday, but it did have it's really tight here today. Now, this is probably because developments in the Middle East, release of the official U.S. inventory data, and of course, details on the Chinese stimulus plan. They're all sort of bunching together, and this is what we're seeing here in our oil. West Texas Intermediate, our WTI, what we trade, 70.64 a barrel, up about 25 cents. Now, both benchmarks settled down yesterday, closing at their lowest levels since October 2nd for the second day in a row. It was after OPEC and the IEA cut demand forecast for 2024 and 2025. So prices have fallen. It appears that a retaliatory attack by Israel on Iran for the latter's October 1st missile strike could disrupt supplies. That's what I've got for crude. Remember, crude, be very careful here. It's very fragile. Market's very tight here today. So I think that we're going to see some action across the board. So pay attention, keep focused, and stay positive. James is running the ship today. He's like our Chekhov. Who used to run the Star Trek Enterprise? Was it Sulu or Chekhov? Anyway, James, what do you got for us here today? And who's got performance? Yes, mistakes, errors, foo-bars, fat fingers, f-ups, and stupidity. It's inevitable in trading. Do it all the time. But the key is to learn from these things. By reviewing performance, traders can identify where they went wrong. All right. That's where the journal comes in. When you're journaling your day, you can go back and see where you foobarred. Okay. So keep this in mind. Poor entries, bad timing, ignoring stop losses, letting emotions dictate trades. We can learn from these mistakes and prevent the same errors from being repeated time and time again. Another thing too, folks, slow down. Right? Slow things down. Take your time with moving forward. All right. That's the best. All right. Eliminate FOMO. Stop chasing markets. Wait for the best entries. Wait for your best exit. And remember, small profits do add up. Slow things down. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, why wouldn't you review your performance? It can't hurt. Even professional traders, professional athletes, lawyers, doctors, they're always reviewing their performance to try and get a little bit better every day. So take their advice, if not ours, and take a look at what you do every day. Think about what you've done. Think about how it felt. Think about how the performance was and what you can do to improve that performance the next day. Very important. At least it can't hurt. It cannot hurt to review your performance.
Give it a try. Give it a try. All right. I know we're all waiting for Johnny's charts because those are so badass cool. Coming up, fast markets. We got Anne Marie Band, and she's let's see if she can recover from a $680 loss trading combine yesterday. But anyway, Johnny, what do you got for our traders today?
All right. Welcome to this episode of As the Market Turns.
Bum, bum, bum.
Well, yesterday, a little bit of recovery. That's how short the memories of traders and investors are, and how how resilient these markets are. We always have to remember how resilient they are. Buyers came back into the market yesterday, increasing open interest by about 17,000 contracts. So the buyers came back in yesterday. It looks like they're coming back in today. We're trading right now at all-time highs in the E-mini S&Ps. Today is, of course, that economically rich day, economic data coming out. We do have the industrial production coming out here in just a couple of minutes. Make sure
inside a
Eddie,
minute
you
here,
let us
Johnny.
know how that comes out.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We got a couple
And
seconds here.
okay. So, well, I mean, what can you say about the S&Ps? Resilience? Yes. New highs? Yes. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. All right. So, day or two in balance here, balanced day yesterday. The move to the move for the day was to the upside. Increasing open interest on an up move indicates new longs. We did see some iceberging on the lows here. We saw a little bit of iceberging continuing at the highs late in the session yesterday. Very narrow little range at the end of the session there yesterday, but we did see some pretty decent buying coming in. Overnight inventory is obviously long. We are working with a session gap here. Session gap rules. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we look to go in the direction of that gap. Go ahead, Eddie. What did the
Hey,
industrial?
Jenny, we got industrial production month over month. They were looking at negative 0.1% prior, positive 0.3, coming in at negative 0.3%. Right now, I don't have the year over year, but the capacity rate coming in at 77.5%, and manufacturing production coming in at a negative 0.4%. Back to you, John.
All right. Thanks, Eddie. Thank you very much. All right. So, yes, opening with a session gap at all-time highs. What are we expecting? Well, if we do see that buying continuing to come in as it did yesterday, we can see this market continue to push to the upside. Of course, these, as Eddie mentioned, he was talking about the crude, but I think all of these markets are really kind of working on a hair trigger. If any news comes out that could scare things or create uncertainties, as if there aren't enough in the world right now, that could certainly change things in a heartbeat. So opening it at new all-time highs, I think it kind of complicates things. We don't really have that much to look for as far as reference for previous areas of supply and demand, support, resistance, anything like that. I'm going to try and stay patient today. The profile yesterday was basically a kind of a narrow but a trending day to the upside as far as the range is concerned. Double distribution trend day higher. Double distribution trend day higher. We're above weekly kickoff high. We've got nothing but space above us. Space the final frontier, and the market has given it all she's got. So we'll see how this plays out today. Thank you, Eddie. I love the sound effects. All right. Yesterday in the NASDAQ, we traded down 2 and found support down at the weekly kickoff low, 20,225. We have already rotated to and through the weekly kickoff high here, which is 20,530. We did look above it earlier this week and saw a degree of rejection up there. Are we going to continue to see possible acceptance of higher pricing above that level today? Is the question. Yesterday, we added 2,400 in open interest on a very kind of a indecisive day, let's say. I'm pretty much a doji yesterday on the daily chart here, but again, we're seeing buyers continuing to come into this market. That weekly kickoff high 20,530 I think is going to be somewhat pivotal today. We're looking for continuation to the upside above it. If we fail above it, we may see another rotation back towards the weekly kickoff low. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, overall, we had the drive lower early in this session, taking us to a naked point of control from the past here. That found buyers down there. Overall, the movement of the market yesterday, the grind, you could say, was to the upside. So I'm saying that's probably new longs coming in according to the open interest increase. Overnight inventory, we are very long. We are back in an unclosed previous gap that goes back to July. There's a lot more reference, if you will, in the NASDAQ where it is today than the S&Ps. We don't really have any reference, and we're at all-time highs. Overnight inventory long, session gap rules apply. If the short time frame longs that are in this market continue to see price action move to the upside, they're going to hold on to those longs. If they don't get what they're looking for, which is continuation to the upside after the regular trading hour open, it could give us a pullback and an opportunity to look for a potential long at a better trade location. All of these things are, of course, possible. We don't know what's going to happen at ACH. Anything can happen. So we'll be watching for these things as the day goes on. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral to extreme day. I think it was more of a neutral day. It had a really weak high by the end of the day yesterday. In other words, there was a no excess high, which would indicate potential continuation of an upside move, which we're already seeing here today. Again, I'm really kind of looking at this 20,530 weekly kickoff high as a good area to limit risk. When we look at where the market traded, how it traded around it today, this was that move on, what was that, Tuesday, when there was some murmurings about Israel and that they had their plan to attack Iran. So this was news driven, and when that happens, most levels are just pretty much ignored. Well, we're back at that level, and initially overnight it was resistance. It's broken out above it. It comes back down to it. Does it become support? Simple technical analysis. Overnight inventory is long. If the market does pull back to that level, at the very least, it gives you the opportunity to limit risk. And again, the profile yesterday, normal variation neutral, which kind of indicates a normal variation neutral day indicates that the market used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade, which is its job in the session yesterday. Price may go looking for other areas or other levels to facilitate trade. The market's job is always to find the levels where trade can happen freely, if you will, and it happened a lot freely yesterday. It's looking for new levels to facilitate that trade as we speak. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude oil. All right. So yesterday was a good day for our rollover traders, for our hedgers, the hedgers and traders that are trying to roll positions out of the November contract into future months. It was a narrow range. It wasn't real volatile as far as, big volatility. And tomorrow we will most assuredly be trading the December contract. I looked at it this morning. The November and December contracts are trading at pretty much the same amount of volume. By tomorrow, the volume will be greater in December, and we'll be starting our December views on these charts tomorrow. Volume relatively even overall. Of course, we're starting to see the volume start to crumble here in the November contract as the volume moves into the December contract. Open interest is going to be very blurry today. This is the day that it's the most blurry, but we did add 7,400 in open interest yesterday, but on an inside day. So a lot of rolling over is going on. A lot of legging of trades of rollovers is going on right now. Best thing that could happen for our hedgers is a very, very narrow range today, which I think they pretty much did a good job of accomplishing yesterday. Let's take a look at the session yesterday, and then we'll see what we're looking at today. So for 3 days during the regular trading hours session, 1, 2, 3, very narrow ranges. That is something that the hedgers and the rollover people are excited about. They probably got a lot done on Tuesday. They got a lot done as far as roll yesterday, and we're still in that area today. We don't really have any overnight inventory. We're still in what we would call this day 3 of a potential range. Work the extremes of the range. Range to breakout rules. We fade the extremes of the ranges until there's a substantial breakout, and then we go with that breakout. We're right in the middle of the current 3-day range. We can call this a 3-day range. Inside regular trading hours, inside range at settlement. Be patient today. What I'm thinking if I'm trading crude oil is I really want to focus on the upper extremes of this area of balance up around $71 and the lower extreme of this area of balance down around 69.80. Those would probably be better trade levels than right in the middle of a range. So try and stay patient today. Remember, it is rollover. Markets act a little bit weird during rollover. Think about looking at another market today, perhaps. Keep an eye on it. Of course, this is a sore toe market, right? As Eddie said, it's a hair trigger. If something comes out about it, it can really change the context and the day type in an instant. So keep your eyes on the news, of course, if you're trading crude oil. But again, because it's rollover, it's going to be a little bit tough to trade. Gold here this morning. Buyers returned yesterday. Decent volume. We saw open interest jump by about 14,000 contracts, and that's a lot for the amount of overall open interest that is in gold. So we've got the weekly kickoff high yesterday was it closed really just 3 ticks above it in regular trading hours. So with the up move, the increase in open interest, okay volume. Now it looks like we're ready to use that weekly kickoff level as an area of support. Them 26.91 is the weekly kickoff high. As long as we hold above that, we may be showing signs of acceptance of higher highs. And I think that our all-time high up here, 27.0870, might be in a little bit of trouble today if we do see these buyers continue. I know I've been of the opinion that there's a lot more upside left in gold. I know that there's a lot of folks out there that have been agreeing, but again, opinion is just that. Everybody has one. None of them mean anything until it actually happens. But what we're seeing, open interest increasing at higher levels, potential breakout above weekly kickoff high today, potential breakout above the all-time high. Is this going to happen? We're just talking about context here. No predictions here, just context. Yesterday, opening above range and value, we saw a market kind of pull us back to close the gap from yesterday. The gap actually ended up being supportive by the end of the day, and the market did close again 3 ticks above the weekly kickoff high. We're seeing continued higher lows. We're seeing continued higher highs. We're holding above that weekly kickoff level since, about 8 o'clock last night. Probably during slow markets, we saw the market pull above it, and that level has been supportive ever since. looking for monitoring for potential continuation of an upside move and using that 2691 weekly kickoff high here as a pivotal level. Profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Normal variation, neutral day. It used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade, making it more likely for price to go seeking new levels to facilitate that trade. Will it be a move higher above the weekly kickoff high, or will there be some sort of a deeper pullback to perhaps naked point of control from the day before, 2678? Stay tuned to as the market turns, and as always, take a deep breath before you start trading. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading, and pray for peace every day. Let's have a great trading day.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Coming up right now, Fast Markets. We're going to take a little time out. Henry's coming up, and remember,
live long and prosper.
We'll be right back.
We are open. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Boy, Henry in the house, Hoag in the house, Mr. Mike in the house as well. Let's go, MP. Hey, Hoag, what do we see here on this open in the ES and the NQ?
Well, I've got the ES 30-minute chart up here. We're opening with a session gap. It looks like a lot of our overnight longs are starting to get a little bit nervous. I'm looking for some sort of a pullback to look for an opportunity for a long. Myself, looks like though that overnight inventory might give us that opportunity for a potential better trade location for longs. It's a very large opening range, Andre. 7.5 points in the S&Ps. Let's see what it looks like in the NASDAQ. It's about 34 point range in opening range in the NASDAQ. It did take a look below it. The S&Ps are still inside the opening range. There's that opening range, that gold bar right here, 59.25 down to 59.17.5. Again, 7.5 point opening range. We are opening out of range and out of balance from yesterday's session, and a little bit of freezing going on here. My internet's been a little bit wonky today.
Uh-oh.
So Really kind of looking for a pullback to see if we can get maybe a little bit of a gap close on that, maybe a test down to value high from yesterday, which would put us all down at 58.81 as far as TPO value high, and see if we can find some buyers down there. But the S&Ps just broke the opening range to the downside. NASDAQ is kind of holding below the opening range. I'm looking for a pullback with which to buy this market. I've got the rally sweater on. We're putting in higher highs, higher lows. All-time highs in the S&P. Somebody get the air horn out.
It is? Wow.
Yeah.
All-time highs in the Dow also.
The Dow as
Yes.
well.
So we need a double air horn there,
Yeah.
man.
Double air horn, one in each hand.
Double cowbell. You know what? I'm gonna get a cowbell. Yeah, we got that. I'm gonna do a cowbell over here.
Wear around your neck.
Well, here we
there you go.
You want a cowbell? I got a cow sitting right next to me here. Come here.
Prescription.
Come here, honey. Come on. Come here.
Oh my
There-
God.
oh. That's
There you
the
go.
There it is.
Charlie.
There it is.
Yeah,
What'd you want
listen,
to
relax.
What is it? All right, good stuff. Hoag. All right, we're looking for probably the dips here this morning. Emery, welcome. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm very
Where
well.
are you on
Thank
this
you
plant?
for
Where are you
asking.
on this plant? Where are you on
Where
this
are you
plant?
now, Ian?
I'm in a little town called Sinajoki
I
in
think you're gonna say
Finland.
Bethlehem.
And it's really quite warm. Everybody's wondering how long it's going to stay warm because they should have already had snow, but it was like 38 degrees, 40 degrees, so it's nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
He's in
we are
Finland,
the
I do
exact
believe.
opposite here. We're very cold, and we got a good dusting on the top of the mountain at about
No,
Nice.
already, huh?
Really? There you go.
Oh, dude, it's beautiful. I did a FaceTime with Dre this morning on my way, and I go, check this out. I go, we got snow.
Snowing.
And then it starts on the top. We'll get back in the markets. It starts on the top. It sits, and then it stays, and then it starts creeping down the mountain by December, and then it goes, boom, everything goes white.
It's coming.
Yeah, the season starts day after Thanksgiving, doesn't it, Michael?
Yes,
It does.
Game on.
It does. Yeah. Sometimes before. All right, guys. I'm looking right now. I'm not sharing my screen. Oh, okay, cool. James, I'll help you out here.
MP. All right, MP last trade in the NQ 20,328. Last trade in ES 58.83. If you see pinned to the top of the chat, you got Topstep daily levels up. I always have those up and refreshed. There's some real estate of my screen. Anne-Marie, John's looking long, looking to buy the dips. Any levels of interest you're looking for in either the ES or the NQ, Anne-Marie, or the YM? I know you've been trading the YM a lot lately.
Yeah. And 70% short. 70% short NASDAQ.
There's a lot short. It's coming into the VWAP, and I actually thought it would hold last week's high just for the first pass bounce, but it's already in the London Open candlestick coming down into the VWAP. So I'm guessing maybe 20,438. Let's see if we see. Yeah, we have a gamma level there at 20,440. And what is this yellow line here that just popped up? Yesterday's value area high.
Hi. All right. MP, what was that tilt reading?
He said
Wow.
70% short
70% sure. Ooh, they got paid.
for sure. Come to the bottom of the 4 a.m. candlestick, 4 a.m. Eastern.
Opening ranges remain the dead high.
Wow,
high
ripped
hope.
through that
All
VWAP.
three
Yeah,
of them.
did. Just ripping through
And
it.
then
We had 3,000 on the offer at 59.05 even in the S&Ps.
Oh, hold on. Let
59.05.
me put it.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Nice catch,
Yo,
Hoag.
I'm leaning on it,
they had
Hoagland.
that, hey Johnny,
Yeah,
wasn't that size yesterday also?
Well,
59.05.
we
59.05.
weren't up at this level
Look at that,
yesterday,
baby.
Eddie.
Oh, so it might be the same 3,000 lot. Okay.
27 off for 27. Wow, he just ran away from it.
Holy smokes.
Just
I got
ran
30
away
on
from
it.
Come here to
Yeah.
play.
I put 30 on a lean on it.
Just in front?
It's what's that? You can see it on my ladder. My Topstep X ladder. Told you guys
The
it's
ladder,
called
yes.
Yeah. Climb to the top.
The whole world knows
Right.
about futures now, and Robinhood comes out saying it's the Robinhood ladder. We've been saying ladder forever, and everyone's correct. No, it's the dome. No, it's not.
On the floor, yeah, it was always a ladder.
There's the ladder.
Ladder. So we're not calling it the dome. If you hear dome, you're only going to hear it from somebody else. You're not going to hear it here. Ladder. We're convicted. You were nervous there for a while. We were saying the right words. It's like going to school for the first day. You're like, I don't know how I should talk. But no, it's ladder.
2,700. 2,800 offered. 59.05. Nice catch, Hoag. It is staying right there. Hoag, what about a play? I mean, there's a probability 9 out of 10 times that order will get filled, right? Something like that.
And this is kind of what I was looking for. This morning was an overnight inventory adjustment to pull price to a lower level to look for a potential long. Now, we haven't been able to close the gap yet, which, the lack of the gap close indicates acceptance of higher pricing. It's very early yet. However, that dip down there, relatively close to the gap close. How close do we get?
Watch this. We're closing in on it right now.
Yeah, 92.75. It's about a $3 gap that remains unfilled now.
Closing in on it.
We cannot catch a bid there
Yeah.
at
Went over
all.
the wire here. Channel 12 quoting the Israel minister. It appears that Sinwar has been eliminated. This is one of the high-ranking officers. I'm going to be looking into this a little bit more.
Thank you, Eddie.
So there's maybe a little bit of news behind this.
Yeah, the Hamas leader has been killed. Yeah, I'm getting some verification here.
How long ago did that come out, Eddie?
A couple minutes ago.
A couple minutes. All right.
3 minutes, 4 minutes ago, 5.
Uncertainties.
Yeah, Hoag.
Yep.
Uncertainty indeed. Market does not like uncertainty.
Seeing some sell ice orders down here. 5,950. There's 1,300 taken on the offer. So that's an iceberg sell.
Boy, oh boy.
We're seeing some down here as well. 97 quarter iceberg seller. 95.75 iceberg sellers.
905, 3,000, huh?
Is that what it is now?
905, 3,000 on the
Yeah.
offer.
Oh, yeah.
We're leaning on that one.
I bet it will. I was talking to a trader friend yesterday. He said, I haven't seen any big orders in the S&P ladder lately. I go,
There you go.
I swear this is literally 12 hours ago I was having this conversation. Oh, Matt
Your
James,
phone
if
is
you're out
listening
there.
to you.
Matt James, if you're watching, there's your 2,700 on the offer, 59.05.
His phone was listening to him.
Give you a little boom shakalaka.
That's right. All right, last trade, 59.01.
Dang it.
What's the lean on, Hoagland?
Michael.
You're going to lean on Dre? Actually, no, I'm going to ask Dre because this is what Dre did in his career. He's cheated. Cheated, and he's leaned
this
on
comes from a
trade.
pit trader. What? This is coming from a pit trader. I love that.
He just leaned on the
lean on
page.
it.
Turn to my screen. Go 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 to my screen.
Here it is.
He'll lean on it right now.
Go to my screen.
Right up to it.
There it is. There's the lean. So it's just a test. You're leaning on this order.
Build.
And we got stopped out. Cost us $2,000 to try that out. What it does basically do here is a 50 lot that could have been filled right here. And you always want to be careful if you want to hold those and they rip through. I lean on them, and it's just a play. You usually play for a tick. We got, what was it? It was a three ticks that we got stopped out on. We sold it at what, 475. So it had a 1 tick slippage. 1, 2. No, it didn't. It had a,
Shaken out.
that's what it was. 50 lots. So that's exactly what it was. But the point of the story is you lean on big orders, and it's an opportunity because there's a big order in there. They should hold the price. Typically, will hold the price around wherever it is, and then you can lean on it. And Dre did that all the time with the prop firm he was at. You would lean on size. You lean on size, then you get your 100 lot, you get your 50 lot, you get your 200 lot, and there's 10,000 right behind you. So you always have an out. And as you guys saw with mine, the house account, not mine. 59. Well, that probably was mine because it was my idea on that one. But
They all get filled.
usually the house account. Yeah, 0475, 490475. So we would have been getting crushed right now if you hold it. It's just a touch and go play. Touch and go play. 0475. And we got stopped out at 5.5. So 75. It was sitting at 06 even. So we would have been stopped out. We had our stop at 06 quarter. So yeah, it had one tick slippage. That's a $2,000 look on a 50 lot to be in a 50 lot, Johnny. That's leaning on that then keeps selling off. I mean, that's
we used to do that in the pit. You know, if there's 500 on the offer, broker behind you's got an offer of 500 at even, and 90. And if the market, goes 85 offer, 80 offer, 75 offer, 70 offer, you're making big money. But if the market turns, you can just go back to the broker and say, buy 50, and you lose one tick on 50.
You lose one tick. It's limiting your risk. You can put on big size to limit your risk. So guys, if you want to try that in the trading combine, you see a big size on there and you got 150K and you always typically trade 2 lots, 3 lots, which sounds like you're an awesome trader because you trade in small size on, but you have a 15 lot clip. You can lean on 15, all 15 of them on a 3,000 lot, and then get that feel of a lean, maybe add it to your strategy or not. That's what the combine's about. Create, hone, develop your strategy. Yeah.
Real live trading. That's
a lean.
So how do you cover it? You cover it with a limit order just behind it so that you can get in and out? Or do you go market in, market out?
It's a limit in front. So if it's say this is the price of 80. Well, let's just go on here. It's the price of 08, 59.08 evens. And there's 3,000 on the offer there. Because right in front of it, you just put whatever your size is at 0775s. And then when you put that all in there working, because the market's typically lower than that, it's going to come up to it. Or if it comes up to it. Then if you get filled and it starts to chew on those 08s that I was talking about, and then gets weak, then you're looking really good. You're filled. It didn't stop you out because your stop was at 08 quarter. So you just put an order on a tick above it for a stop and a tick below it for a limit order to enter.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And just play if it trades out, then you're stopped out. If it doesn't trade out because it's the Great Wall of China holding the market right there, then you're looking pretty good.
Yeah, you did that one day and it was highly successful. I think we took like 10 points in the S&Ps in a matter of a minute.
Yeah, we were in Snowmass when we did that trade.
Well, if they pop back in, we'll see. That was a lot of size. It was a 50 lot.
Didn't budge. That 27 lot did not budge.
No,
James Hansen. How's the house account down already? Well, James Hansen, we did a lean, and we just talked about the lean in here, and it was definitely worth it. It was risking about 2,000 to make about 30 because you're leaning on size. There's a 3,000 lot in here, James Hansen. 3,000 lot.
59.05. All right. Keep an eye on that order. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the day. Typically, those size orders going to be nice trades looking back on it. So last trade, 59.
I told you guys way back when, Dre. Told you guys. If you're not trading on a ladder, then you're missing the whole picture. Futures.
Anne Marie. We're calling it the ladder.
Robin Hood comes out, all of a sudden has a ladder. Like I told you, if you trade futures, you trade on a ladder. So everybody who just has charts only, start thinking about maybe these ladders. You would not have been able to see this 2,000 lot, 3,000 lot. You would not have been able to see them on a chart only guy.
Fired up, man. Fired up, MP. I love it. All right, Dave. I did see we have retail sales. We did have initial job list. What else, Eddie? What else we got on the calendar today?
We got a lot of goodies still in the kitchen, ready to come out to put on the table. In about 9 minutes, I'm going to give you a 15-minute warning. We got business inventories month over month. It's in about. We also do have another thing we should probably be watching is ECB President Lagarde. She's been speaking a lot this morning. In about 43 minutes, we got our natural gas. 10 o'clock, crude oil inventories, and 10:30 here we've got our 4-week, 8-week bill auction. We'll be seeing a Fed balance budget at 1 o'clock, and Woods will be speaking. The Bank of England. So a lot of stuff going on across the pond. A little later on here today, we do have our foreign buying T-bonds. That's going to be after we call it a day. But that's what I've got. Back to you, Andre.
Wow. Even after that, I think after the bell, we got Netflix earnings too. Just to put a cherry on top today. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Big day today, yes.
Big day. Last trade in the NQ 20,460. Anne Marie. He was posted. I know you've been carving up the Dow lately, Anne Marie. Are you still? What are your thoughts on the Dow? New
Yeah,
all-time highs
I have
every
all
time we look.
3 of them up here, and I try to get in front of a couple of these because I felt like it would bounce off those edges, but I got in a little early, and so it clipped me. And so now I'm looking for the next thing to do. I've got the Topstep daily levels posted up there on the Topstep X platform, and then what I really love doing is looking at how these respond during the Europe Open. And so I've got a box around the NQ, and you'll notice that it fell through the box, but as soon as it came inside it, it's starting to run. And so my guess is that it's going to go right up through that first hour of trading. But we've got a little bit of dissonance there. So
yes.
I don't know if it'll continue to run or roll right over. I know a couple of folks in the daily levels are hoping to see 20,700 today. So
20,700. Okay.
Yeah.
20,700. Henry, I got to ask, how come wherever you go on this planet, you always seem to find good, stable internet connection and you're able to do trading?
Can I tell you, listen.
Tell me, how are you doing?
Can I tell you the internet here in these Scandinavian countries it's blazing.
Is it really?
Absolutely blazing. And so I've been super fortunate. But yeah.
Everywhere.
It's
you're in a
blazing
bunker
here.
You're in a bank vault 1 week. You're in a bank vault 1 week. Now you're chasing the Northern Lights the next week, and you always have an amazing, stable internet connection. Everyone take notes from Anne Marie, how she finds a good internet. She's trading, she's streaming, no matter where she is on this planet.
All right, so we've seen our overnight inventory adjustment here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what's going on there? Tell us that.
Neither of them have been able to close the gap to yesterday's range. The inability to close the gap relatively early usually is a nuance that says the market is attempting to continue to accept higher pricing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So, we're trying to stay patient, looking for good trade location. If we can get good trade location, I think we're looking for longs at some point here, even though we did see a whole bunch of icebergs selling in the S&Ps. It's the one thing that makes me nervous. We're lower on the day, Andre. We got positive delta of about 6,100 in the S&Ps now. Negative in the NASDAQ. No iceberging in the NASDAQ. We're negative about 1,600 in delta in the NASDAQ. So we're pretty close to the center of the current regular trading hour range. I don't really want to do anything down here. I'd like to get a look near the lows, see if we can't take out the current day session low and look for longs down there.
I love it, Hoag.
I mean, that's just me,
Love it. No, we got a game plan. Yeah. Hey, Hoag, one thing, though, the opening range is a dead-ass high, though. So is that playing into your thought, your consideration?
100%.
Getting long?
It always does. It always does. It's one of the most important nuances of the day time frame until it gets taken out. But there is another nuance, market-generated information nuance that says if we can't close the gap relatively early, the market is holding up well. So we just got to weigh those nuances. Let's take a look at the Dow here.
It's rallied quite a bit, and it's only still trading about two handles, 2 points above. Yeah, it's only about 2 points.
What's the tilt saying?
Whoa, 78% long. I would sell the farm right now if it was my personal brokerage account.
Looking for.
So last week's high from our Topstep levels in the NQ is 20,508.
Yep.
So it might be Might be a nice short right there.
20,508.
Which one?
508.
Yeah,
NQ.
20,508 is last week's high from the Topstep daily levels.
530 is weekly kickoff high.
Yes.
Johnny, help me out.
Also, Mark.
House account navigation.
Yep. So,
08?
what Anne Marie, what?
No,
What Anne Marie is.
And the risk.
I don't think we do anything right here.
Yeah.
I would look at as close to that 20,530 weekly kickoff high as I could for shorts, because we've rejected the gap that's above there twice. And if you were looking for longs, anywhere between the current low or around the current low in the NASDAQ down to the gap close is pretty decent area. I would call the gap close, let's call it 20,372. But I'm not looking to do anything here. If we do get a short up around 20,530, let me take a look-see.
Ian, are you and Hoag feeling the same jive right here?
I think so. You know,
We were just talking about the eights, the 508s. What were we talking about? The
well,
508
he
and
said 530s. And here's the thing that's concerning me. All of my trend indicators are pointing up. My momentum, because the selling was so fast, it's pointing down. But when trend is pointing up and you get that shallow fade, that really deep fade, the price action is likely to have a lot of shorts running in that get flat-footed and have to come right back out. And if the long action resumes in the direction of trend, we're just going to get run over by a steamroller
and
at
that
20,000. Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, it feels a little scalpy. Now, you might notice this 4 a.m. box that I drew, 4 a.m. Eastern to 5 a.m. Eastern. As soon as we come into it, we have a tendency to go to the top of it. And that's exactly what we did here. And now, you know, we stalled right at that weekly high. A long might be if we come back and sort of carve out a base. That might be good for the NQs if we just sort of come back in and carve it out, because our first thought was, hey, we buy longs on the dip, right? And so if we still stay with that, knowing that we had our opening range at the high, then our target maybe is not the high, but a lower high. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. MP,
yeah, that makes sense.
Still back to 63%. What did we see peak at 74?
Yeah.
20 points.
78. 78 was micro. 78 was micro. That was trading 04s. 504s. 20,504s.
20-point rip. Look at gold here. We are in the 2,700 handle now. 2,703 last trade in gold. Crude just chopped around the $70 level last trade, $70.80. High of the day, $70.88.
In my time frame, I can't do anything right here. We're right in the middle of the range.
Yeah, it's a wait state trade for sure. Yeah, wait state for sure.
What do we got? Okay. How's the levels team looking? How's the coaches out there in the that are tuning in? What are you guys looking at?
Where are the coaches? Levels, we're looking for those 530s, MP, upside 530s.
Yeah.
Take a look at the YM here. Nothing going on tilt just yet.
What is that?
The upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets or hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Give us a follow on X at TopstepTV. Share your memes, trader wins, trader certificates. Like good stuff. Again, wow, look at that sell-off. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV. MP.
Coulda.
We got Coach Paul chiming in here saying heavy selling in the treasuries. This could bring equities down here.
See ya.
See ya is right. See ya. See ya
Jeez,
is
he's not
right.
kidding.
Our good friend Carlos talking about the NASDAQ point of control 2450 currently bounced off it. If we break 2480, we can retrace it to the full downside move.
See ya.
I
Our
mean,
last trade,
it was
20,000.
pretty heavy. It was pretty heavy. When it gets that heavy in the mornings, it seems to just face them.
Although,
Look at that.
Yeah.
Later in the day, sometimes it seems to pay them. You notice that, Ann? The majority until
yeah,
when it's
I
pretty
do,
heavy later in
actually.
the day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think maybe
we
people just
still
have
gotta get-
like weaker hands. I don't know.
We still got to get that tilt indicator created.
Yeah, you know what?
For the chart.
How about this? 71% short now. 71% short in the NQ. Average price of 20,452. You're in the money.
$1 says new lows.
Why you think so? You
Usual
think this
amount,
till we
huh?
get paid? You think they're
We
getting
should
paid?
start doing the gentleman's, the usual amount, the Duke brothers.
Well, you know, I think the treasuries are selling off. The dollar has been bouncing, and I'm super grateful because everything in Finland is so ridiculously expensive.
Really?
It's so crazy. It's really crazy. I mean, Switzerland's supposed to be expensive, but I
yes,
don't,
but it's
I don't
worth
know. It's pretty expensive
Best
here.
country.
So,
One day.
It's worth
yeah,
it,
so I've
Ann.
been super happy. The dollar's been bouncing all week. When I got here, it was 118. Today it's like 106. So
I love it.
pretty happy about that.
Hey, just a heads up, we got numbers coming out here in about a minute.
That's my man,
Thank you,
Eddie. What
Eddie.
do we got, Eddie?
Business inventories, housing market, and retail inventories regarding the auto.
Right.
And who's playing tonight? Thursday night football.
Who is playing tonight? Thursday night
Who is
football.
playing? I don't
Throw
know
those
who's
in there.
playing
Sprinkle those.
What do you have this-
Why not? You got my attention on what's happening today.
I agree.
You keep going to
Ladder.
7:30.
It's all about the ladder, Michael. It's all about the new shift coming.
I mean, kudos to Robin Hood for
Being late to the game.
setting the tone. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Playing
It's kinda
tonight.
scary.
8:15 Eastern time. We've got the Denver Broncos and the
Central
Northern-
time, Eddie. Central time. Central time. We go Central time. All of our times.
7:15. We got the Denver Broncos and the New Orleans Saints. This is week 7, and they are at New Orleans.
You're a Broncos fan these days, right, Michael?
What's the record? No, I'm not.
No idea.
The Donks? No.
Ah.
All right, we got the number coming out in right here, right now.
Yep.
What do we got?
We got the Broncos 3-3 and the Saints 2-4.
There you go. 3-3, 2-4.
How are the Bears doing?
Not bad,
4-2, and
Not
with an
bad,
off week.
Emery. Not bad.
Yeah.
Emery.
4-2 with an off
Ooh, so far, so
Nice.
good.
I love it.
Caleb.
Nice.
We got a
We might have a quarterback, Emery. We might have a quarterback.
Let's
Stay
watch
healthy.
gold here. 2705. Got the number coming
There
up
it
here
is.
right now.
When's this number
Coming in
coming
here,
out?
business inventory is coming in at 0.3%, and that's what they forecasted. That was the previous. So yawn.
Right.
Housing markets, forecast was a Richard Petty 43 coming in at 43, and retail inventories, they were looking at a 0.4 coming in at 0.5%. That's what I got. In about half an hour here, we've got our natural gas storage number coming up. Back to you, Andre.
Richard.
Don't we
Petty.
also have the EIA report because of Monday's holiday?
Right.
Yes.
I thought
That'll
so.
be in about I believe about 20.
Yeah,
All right,
that's
sellers coming in here. Sellers coming in.
10 Central.
MP bet $1 on new lows. We get there about 10 points off. Last trade in the NQ, 20,415.
Right back to the
Well, day
low
21.
here. See if we can close this gap. See what happens there.
All right. Any perhaps
Start up.
a long down here, Hoag. I think we're coming into this. Obviously, everything's changed with the market, generate information, but perhaps a low or perhaps a long at some point.
Well,
down
a
here.
little bit of uncertainty came in with that news about
Oh yeah.
Hamas. And so I need to see some sort of a base before I'm willing to buy it now. We've got the opening ranges at the dead high of the day. We're unable to close the gap relatively early, which we're trying to do right now.
Oh, there you go, Michael. There's your dollar.
Oh, I told you.
Yep.
I told you if I had a
Yep.
personal
Gap
comment there
closed.
too. I love when somebody says, I told you. Okay.
I,
did. You
hindsight,
did tell-
hindsight. You
Exactly,
did.
you
You
did.
did.
Told me.
You did.
What'd you do?
Question line there. 20,000.
Yeah. You told me, but what'd you do?
Settlement. Coming into settlement, 20,340. And then as
349 half.
man,
75% short, 72% short, micro, 75% short, minis, NASDAQ, 70% short, S&P.
Take a look at
Just
Topstep
gonna
daily
average
levels
out.
here.
73% short, both.
3,382, 377s now. In zone. Ooh, it'd be in between zone.
Now
Lower end of zone 2. Lower end of zone 2 right now. Yesterday's high, 398s.
they're doing a tilty action today too. So it was just 70% long, whatever. Plus,
yeah, it's weird. It's
now
going
70
back and
they're
forth
back and
Big
whips
swings.
on
really
right now.
fast,
So interesting.
for sure.
Hey guys, guys that are trading. Last night I was up at 3 a.m. and
Yeah, you
Topstep,
were. Yeah, you were. That's like
lots of
Twitter.
folks
Oh,
talking.
Jesus.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't sleep. Actually, I got enough sleep, Andre. And I was ready to get after it. Sun wasn't out.
Yes.
So I was before it. There's a lot of folks on there just taking blood baths and they're talking about it. But also awesome about it, there's a silver lining here, was a lot of support that other people were saying in it. But here's the themes that I got. Slow down. Everybody's just moving so fast. I just lost 5 accounts. I'm gonna get 5 more. Don't do that. Get one, or take a break. Take a break. Get one. Try it. Just try it. If you're not finding success, if you've never been funded, if you never passed a trading combine, you have no business trading more than one account. You just don't. Like, you're giving money away to people. Even if you were in a personal brokerage account, you'd be giving money to the markets. If you're with us, you're just like $49. Thank you, but we don't want it. We want you to be disciplined and slow down, because longevity wins the race. And the top pinnacle here is the top step of the trading pit where the best traders stand, and that's live trading. We want you to get there, but get there in a nice, patient way. The markets have been here forever. They're an opportunity-making machine. They're making opportunities right now. Some people see it, some people don't. Don't rush to it. Sometimes you don't see it. Don't bury your XFAs. Slow down. Don't have 5 XFAs. Have 1. Trade 1 lots. Well, how do I get to making a lot of money? Well, you get there by doing that.
You know what, Michael?
live,
I've been
man.
talking about this for years, telling people slow it down. You know what? Don't
Yeah.
keep buying. Don't keep resetting. You're not learning anything.
You're not learning anything. And I said the same thing when I first did put money into brokers, because I'm like, I didn't learn anything, but I kept putting money, depositing, and I didn't learn anything. And it wasn't until I went to Chicago, got with a prop firm, they said, hey, it's great you traded all that size and you had $5,000 swings and all that, but you're going to be on one lot. And you're going to trade the Dow Mini. And you have a $300 daily loss limit. And you're going to prove us to that. And I looked at him, I'm like, that's small. Why would I trade so small? He's like, there's a reason why you're sitting here. Basically saying, yo, you're not good enough at this game to think you can play in the pros at the size and the swings and all that. Psychologically, it takes a long time to develop that muscle. Just conditionally speaking, to your day-to-day routines, you got to get there. You got to get the foundation, the fundamentals, the discipline. All that kind of stuff has to be built, but it takes time. That's where you get in the gym. The gym is the trading combine. For $49, come to the gym. Get with a coach in Discord for free. Or get your name on the VIP invite list and get 3 months for free with a coach in a private room. So all that, it's a jab type of mentality. You have to have it. If you're a shortcut person, you're just going to find yourself handing people money the rest of your life, handing people money.
If I can add regarding the VIP, this is something that's growing and growing. If you have not been picked or chosen or wondering, we're going to be having a lot of opportunities for you to join the VIP. So
yes.
Don't panic.
It's a huge investment. Cost us thousands per person. Cost us, literally, we did like thousands of dollars per person to put a person in there for 3 months for free resets, free activation fees, and then having a coach that we pay, chat room that we pay, and a whole VIP team. We have a team, marketing or whatever, design assets. The VIP. See a coach comes out, Pit Raiders, Coach Hoop. That gets designed. They make good money. We pay people well here at Topstep because we care about people and all that. There's an investment that we're kicking back. We got to be with Topstep, trading with Topstep. If you're floating around and you're doing all that kind of stuff, like it's not, we can see your activity, all that kind of stuff. So I would slow down. The slow down folks are kind of going to get the knock on the door a little bit quicker than the ones that are just ripping through. You get a different knock on the door because we're working on that one of slow down. It's to your best interest.
Love it.
Yeah, it's the resets day after day, or more than one reset a day. I mean, if things don't go well, try and dig your way out of it. You're going to learn so much more as a trader by digging your way out of a hole, taking it slow. Just get better at trading.
Yeah. Hoagland, to the reset idea. Somebody posted yesterday. Somebody posted on Twitter. I reset 16 times yesterday.
Oh my goodness!
You're wrong. You're wrong 14 times ago. 2 in a day, fine. I got it wrong. Blah blah blah. And then some people are like, and there's all supportive. They're all supportive, and it's very candid and open. It was a good conversation. It was just like that's not the. But at the same time, like, how do I slow you down, but also give you an opportunity to keep. There's people that come in here and just blow it because it's like you got to create, you got to test, and you got to hone your strategy. Those need to be taken in a learn by doing environment that's safe. So yeah, there's that environment. We got it, but like, don't treat it in that way. I have to now work with my team because it's best for the industry if I work with my team to say, hey, how do we tamp down that? I sent it to him last night at 3 a.m. I go, how do we tamp that? How do we help this guy? I put in my reply in the Twitter, how do I help you? So maybe someone's gonna be like, oh, give me, I don't know. What I always hear is like, we need more room. No, it's like more room to hang yourself. No, you need room so you can get a little burn, but not to hurt yourself. So that I saw that one and I didn't like that one, but the community around it, there's like 100 comments and they're all supportive. I've been burning through too. This market's got me. So the market's getting people in tailspins right now. I don't know if it's got you in one or not. That's kind of why.
That's why you were up. That's why you were up last night. Your mind was racing, thinking about the industry. He was working.
Yep.
He was working.
Hey, we got the crude 71% long here. I'm watching it 66% in the money, which is pretty big. $73.83 last trade in crude, 10 cents off the highs there. Trying to see if this NQ wants to bottom out, perhaps consolidate, build a base.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for myself.
Okay, Anne-Marie, talk to us. All right, guys. Anne-Marie, talk to us.
They've closed the gap, S&P and the NASDAQ, not the Dow yet. Let me double check. No, Dow hasn't closed the gap. But now that we've closed the gap, now it's all a game of, are we going to accept inside yesterday's range and value and pull lower? Or are we going to reject yesterday's range and value and pull higher? What we're looking for is some kind of a base here. We're going to get the extremes of the initial balance here in about 20 minutes. If we can leave a failed downside auction below the initial balance, that's when we're looking for the long.
Okay. So about 20 minutes. Anne-Marie, if you do see a level or a price that you like for the long, please do let us know, as I know you will. Last trade, 20,378, 377 in the NQ. Gold on the move higher here. Eddie's got an eye on that crude. Still creeping lower. Still peaking lower here.
And those 08s up there, those 08s up there you were saying was the top step level. It did only traded 04, but like
04's got you up.
That still would have been
a couple points between your friends, Michael.
What's a couple?
Oh, that tilt though was a 78% long, and they just got faced. Crude moving higher here. Our buck, about 40 cents off the high of the day. What's up, Eddie? We got keep an eye on that crude. I mean gold. Moving higher here. New highs just put in gold, 2706.30.
Heading for an all-time high.
What's all-time high in gold, Eddie? Hoag? Weights? 18?
708.70.
70. All those gold bars you're scoring, Michael. Yeah, all that gold you wear, Anne-Marie. Just going up in value.
Oh, yeah.
All those gold
Helping
necklaces
out.
and the earrings and the watches just going up in value right now.
Helping out all those longs, and
Yep.
Time to sell the grill, Ann.
Grill. Grill. We got.
It figures we were talking about buying gold from Costco yesterday. We're going to be paying all-time high.
that is their
Until
prices
it's
are
higher.
all-time highs, aren't they?
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I just read
Well,
that they have sold more gold and silver in the last 3
And hot dogs.
months. Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
No, they've had like millions and
Fairway dog.
millions of dollars sold in the Costco. It's
Making
it's
a
Well,
crazy.
they were selling
should start,
platinum lately. They were selling platinum.
Platinum, yes, platinum also for sure. Okay, so what do we think about a floor? Oh, I'm seeing a value area low being built for today's profile right here in the NQ at 370. You know, it's already bounced 20 something points.
Yeah, I've got
But if it
a
pulls
TPO.
back again,
370s.
385 is TPO value low for the session today.
Yeah, if we can buy 85s.
okay.
We went down to. We go
I
MP.
just
You guys like
see
the
that
385?
it might go back to settlement. If it goes back to settlement, that'll be, I don't know.
All right, last trade 387s. Look for a bounce off those 385s. We do want to pull the trigger, holler it out. We have a quick Coach Ray VIP drop in right around the corner. Hey, Ray. Yeah, raising the roof in the green room. What's up, Ray?
Coach Ray's in there.
Yeah, he's got a VIP drop in.
Coach, yeah, is that prof? No, stop
Phil
hunters?
Jackson. Stop Hunters, but he wanted to change it to the Zen Masters or something like that because he is the Phil Jackson. He's the Phil Jackson of coaching.
Well, he is the Phil Jackson of coaching. We got to get Coach Ray, have some of those ideas ready on. We can change the name. I don't want a coach to be, because if a coach is going to sit with the same team, you want to kind of be like, I'm on the, I'm not going to go, whatever. That name that I'm not liking, I'm coaching them every day. They're on my jersey. So we're going to be eventually having that as we move
Mindset
into Top Step
Hunters.
Trading.
That's what Mindset Hunters. All right, well, let's bring Ray in. We can bring Ray in. JD, if JD and Ray are ready to go, let's do this. Last trade 20,415. Ooh, those 85s, nice. All right, bring them in,
guys. Yeah,
there we go.
I got to tell you, I really enjoyed that conversation about the ladder earlier this morning. It really brought me back a flood of memories. Those tablets on the trading floor, those very first front-end trading platforms, didn't come with chart packages. You were required to learn how to read the tape and just staring at the ladder all day long. If you wanted an edge at all, you had to be able to read the ladder and listen to what was happening in the pit at the same time. So, interesting conversation, and it's a good skill to have, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Coach Ray.
Yes, sir.
Stop Hunters.
Yes.
Let's bring up the top 5 stop hunters.
AKA Mindset Hunters.
We're going to change
Okay,
it
so
for you, Ray. We're going to change
really
it
quickly. Coach Ray, you're with me right now. Name.
I am.
I approve your recommendation, young sir.
Thank you so much.
And let's push
Thank
that
you
one
so
through.
much. Thank you so much.
Mindset Hunters. You like Mindset Hunters?
Yes, sir.
Got it. Let's do it. 100,000%. We'll change it. All the designs and all that kind of stuff. That's your team. Is Mindset Hunters. Fits you.
Thank you.
And that's what we wanted to do with team names. Yep. It'll be happening. I don't know how soon, but we'll make it happen.
Notes.
There you go. Thanks, JD.
Got it. Take care of that today. All right. Let's take a look at the top 5 Mindset Hunters. Not a whole lot of change on the list. Jeremy and Ashley switch positions. Monique is still on top. Trading a little. The balance is a little lower than it was last week when we talked. About $1,000 lower. But she's still hanging in there. And she's leading the team in payouts, too. Winning trade percentage dropped a little bit. Jeremy moved up a notch. He went from negative to positive. Ashley took another hit. Raffle, we're going to talk about him in just, or Rafal, I should say. We're going to talk about him in just a minute. And Calderon, trading combine trader, moving up a little bit on the list. We lost a couple traders to resets and whatnot. But Calderon slowly making his way up to the top.
Yes.
Anything you want to say
Monique
overall?
Yeah, no, I think Monique is just kind of killing it. I mean, she's been consistent. I mean, she's represented the mindset hunters very well. She's always on the top of the board here, so I'm really impressed with Monique.
Excellent. Yeah, she's been at the top of the board for a while. She's in the top of the overall leaderboard, or has been for quite a few weeks now. I think she's number 2 now.
Who's the most
Overall
active in here as far as in your room, in your mindset hunter room?
Yeah, I would
Is
say
his own team
Ashley
room, and VIP coaches all have their own team
Yeah,
rooms.
I think Ashley is very much active. I mean, I get I mean these guys find posts about mindset before I even think about them. So, you know, they're always posting me little psychology videos about different aspects of how to get yourself out of ruts and things of that nature. So
Yeah,
the group is super supportive of each other. You know, shout out to Jim A. I know who's kind of running through a rut as well, and we're kind of helping trying to get him out of his situation as well. So yeah, no, very supportive group. I'm very privileged to work with these guys.
That makes even more sense for the name change, because it's so fitting to your entire, not only you but your team. The dynamic of your team is happening in that way. So hopefully they're stoked about the change. Or is anybody here on Coach Ray's team? Mindset Hunters. The new, what do they call it? Now known as new management.
Change the names. Yeah, I mean, you see that in sports. Well,
here's something you might want to think about.
Bolts to the Wizards.
SWFL was talking about, do you trade players based on style? That might be something.
Yeah.
Can you trade players, Michael?
I think there's an opportunity.
We talked about it last week.
Coach Jay, Jay brought it up. Jay and Ray, I think, wanted
we're
to
trying
make
to build a foundation here before we start throwing all these new variables with parts. But I definitely think there's a talent. You'll be able to opt in. Topstep X will have this eventually. You have it in the corner where you see Topstep TV, all the stuff in the menu. Will be probably most likely it's going to be the Topstep Trading League Shield. Click in there. I want to opt into the league. You opt into the league. You'll be able to see the teams in the league, the coaches pass rates of their team players, so you know the coaches and how they work with their teams. The mindset hunters would have probably something around the style of which Coach Ray works with, and the team mission statement of sorts. Mm-hmm. And then you'll see the breakdown of the teams and the players, and just like we're doing right now. That's the concept. It's going to take a little bit. That's the vision we're trying to go in 2025. This is just a dress rehearsal, Topstep VIP. For what's going to be eventually a league. So that's your little sneak peek.
I thought that fantasy football was only in football, not in trading. That's awesome.
Yeah, right. I know. So then eventually we'll be able to manage that we're very manual, doing everything manual. So then we'll be able to automate everything, see who wants to like opt into a team or something like that. So a coach could say, hey, I got this person showed up on my waiver or wire. I don't know, however we call it. And then you could see them, maybe you make trades or, one person's not even tuning in. They're not really, showing up to practice. You can drop them.
Right.
All stuff. So it's going to be coachable down people only, down to the minors, and then they can slum through however that is. But you're going to have a coach if you work with a coach. You're going to have practice if you go to practice. You're going to have a team room if you go to the team room and engage. And that's all really just the folks that you lead to water and see if they start drinking. And those are the ones that we want to work with.
Excellent.
Well, good to hear. Good to hear your team is similar to your style. That's definitely what we want.
Yeah. No, it's very easy to work with these guys because they have the same kind of thought process as I do, and we're challenging ourselves and also working in bettering ourselves around the thing that I think that's probably underrepresented in the market is our mindset. So good stuff.
Mm-hmm. Are you really quickly before we move on? Are you a Steenbarger fan, Dr. Steenbarger?
Yeah, I am. I think I was part of one episode with him, which I really enjoyed.
Oh.
Yeah. I like I said, there's anything that's related to mindset, psychology. I'm picking it up and I'm reading it. So Yeah, Steinbacher,
very cool.
definitely a fan of his.
Very cool. JD, we got anything more? We got 80%, 77% long right now in NASDAQ, 60% long in S&P. Tilt.
We got a couple traders to talk about if you're up for it. I know we're kind of pushing time here, and the markets are moving.
Yeah, and if you see anything, or Hoagland, or even Coach Ray, if you see anything that you're liking, are you seeing anything that you're liking in the markets right now?
Well, I was looking at gold here. Initially had this little push outside, but it's not really reacting further to the upside. So I'm wondering maybe there might be an opportunity maybe to go take it the other direction. So, but I'm waiting for that to come into the initial balance range a little bit, close inside initial balance, and maybe it makes a rotation through initial balance. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm talking to you guys.
That's okay. Cool.
Yeah. Looks like we're rejecting yesterday's ranges.
2,700 is one of those levels, right?
Yeah.
So,
2,700.
Yep.
Yeah. So long above, short below, kind of thing. I would say.
Well, we go gold, right? 2691 is weekly
gold.
kickoff high.
Yeah.
Anything above that, we're long.
Yeah. Long above 2,700, short below 2,700. That's kind of what I'm thinking about right now.
100%. It's going to make a new all-time high today, Ray.
It is?
Yeah.
Gold.
$1.
I mean, it's not that far off.
Just at the price.
Put a $10. Let's put a 10 one on.
2708.70. 2706 half is the current high. So I mean, we're looking at $2.
Yeah.
Would not surprise me a bit.
Yeah, I don't predict, but it just looks like they've got their eyeballs on it. They're going to look for it.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely looks poised for it. All right, guys. Thanks, Ray. Let's get back to the markets.
You guys.
Thanks, guys.
Blessings, Ray.
Later.
Thank you.
You guys. Have a good day.
See you guys.
20,460 last trade in the NQ. We're keeping an eye on gold out of one corner of our eye, looking for new all-time highs. A couple bucks away from that.
Get the air horn ready.
You just mentioned gold there, Andre. Boy, that just took a 180 in a blink of an eye.
Wow, look at that. You could just bought a fours.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like you ever get into a space sometimes you look at the market and you feel like you're running in slow motion? Where you go,
Yes.
You know what I need to be looking for? And there it was. It's just the whole morning this morning has felt like that because I wanted to short 20,600 and it didn't test it because I had 20,612 as the edge up there, and then coming right down to this space here, I'm just slowpoke right now.
It happens.
Slowpoke.
It happens.
Yeah.
We looked at that rejection of the ranges from yesterday. If we were really on our game, we would have just taken it.
Yep. You could see it now. I didn't have enough of my chart opening up, but if it comes back, I'll try it again. But
yeah, well, let's look for some sort of a pullback, see if we get another opportunity down there.
Yes.
And Q 70% long.
Natural gas traders, in about 4 minutes, your number will be coming up. Forecast 80 billion cubic feet. Previous 82 feet.
Their number is up.
Marcus Stalker D, gold air horns at the ready. We are closing in.
Go.
2708.
Good morning, D.
70 cents. Ray came in here, so I do like longs above 2,700. Lo and behold, we're trading 2706 now. I keep an eye on this tilt. Tilt is whipsawing around MP. Go from plus 70 to minus 70, plus 70, minus
forth.
70.
It's huge. The swings there today are huge.
Thousands of open positions that are swinging different ways. I mean, it's kind of shown in the charts anyway, if you want to look at it. I mean, this is a 5 minute.
Truly.
Look at that.
Truly it is.
This just moves both ways.
Yeah.
Now, if you're new here, the tilt displays the aggregated trader sentiment analysis for all Topstep sim traders. lion trainers, runway models. And a disclaimer here, the data for the entertainment purposes only should not be used for buy or sell indicators, spice in your chili, or grandpa's back scratcher.
Oof, grandpa's back scratcher. Yikes. What's this say?
Oh, I
Do
like
not
this.
copy any trades we see on Topstep TV. Do not fade any trades you see on Topstep TV. Remember, you are a human being, not a.
Love it.
Wow.
You're the
Bravo.
CEO of your account.
You are.
Big
Eddie,
Reese
you've been
said.
saying that since 2010 when we worked together.
Yes.
This
Kid
is your
comedy.
business.
You're the
Yeah.
boss.
Kid-
You're the one behind the
boss.
register. You're the one sweeping the floor. You're the one making the burgers. It's all
All
about
of it.
you. You're pushing the buttons, pulling the strings.
Mhm.
You're the boss.
If you want to follow somebody and have them tell you what to do, go back to your 9 to 5 W-2. You're a contract worker here, independent contract worker. You chose this profession because you wanted to go make your own decisions. If you chose it to follow somebody else, then I'll tell you right now that's a short lived and you're handing that person money. Whoever you're paying to follow.
Hey, you're fired up because you saw the first snow of the season.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I've been sleeping with that CPAP. The CPAP, I wake up so refreshed. It shoves
Really?
air in your face the whole night. It's like the whole
Oh,
night.
wow. It's like you're a fighter jet pilot.
Oh yeah, my wife totally thinks I look like a fighter jet pilot. That's why
Tom
she sleeps
Cruise.
in the other bed when I wear it.
Maverick. You look like Maverick.
Michael, do you wake up with the marks on your face?
I don't. No, it's soft enough.
Yeah,
You
he's
can get
got one of the
different ones.
fancy ones. Just,
Well, it
like,
does
I have an
cover.
old
'cause-
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you find out that you should go get that study and
'Cause I keep
did your
my
wife
cell
tell you
phone,
to stop
like-
breathing?
No, I roll over, and then I look at my phone. It's like, oh, it's 1:15. Okay, I'll look, roll over again. I'm like, damn, I just woke up again. What time is it? Oh, it's 1:38. Boom, did it again. And then I told my doctor about it. He's like, well, let me send you a sleep study pack thing. And I had put wires all together, put my finger on this thing, and then 3 days of that data comes back. And he's like, hey, can you come to the office? We got your data. And he's like, you wake up 110 times an hour on average, little wake ups. And you stop breathing for 22 seconds. He's like, you have bad case of sleep apnea. He's like, you could either do nothing and increase your chance of sudden death syndrome or whatever at night, like heart attacks, 3x and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, and I'm always waking up like short of breath, and I'm always waking up tired. I've been doing it for years. And got on this, and man, it changed. I feel great. Now it is every night you got to put water in there.
Fantastic.
I feel like
there's a hose connection.
I feel like that,
you feel
but I
like
thought it
you're
was just because of age.
I did it to my bong every night.
Hey,
Gosh.
there's other ways
Anne-Marie.
to cope, I guess.
Anne-Marie, what is going
Makes it much better.
on? These guys.
Eddie, Eddie.
We get there?
oh,
No.
Almost.
But yeah, I just had to hit that button.
Okay, let's get back into these markets. My gosh, we're talking about. All right,
Well,
last
that
year,
just
50
sold off.
It did sell off.
was, and then it came right back. That was a snap. It sold off what?
Yeah.
6?
Yeah, S&P
sold off
traded
60
right
points?
to low value.
Yeah.
yeah.
Man, that tilt is getting
There.
whipsawed. Tilt's a play today. The fading the tilt. When I say fade the tilt, actually go with the small minority of folks instead of the majority of folks that are leaning one direction. The tough trade is working today.
And we got
That's all.
Nathaniel Jones in the chat. Done for the day. Nathaniel, on the positive or negative? Done for the day? Let us
There you
know.
go.
See Jack there in the green room. Jack, come on in. What do you got? Markets are moving a little bit. If we take a trade, we'll jump in. But Jack, I got to
Yeah, remember, got some options expirations monthly at the end of the tomorrow.
That's
Right
right,
now,
tomorrow.
the SPX is at 58.57, so the closest big strike prices would be about 7 points lower here in the ES, or if it makes a run towards 900, we'll keep an eye on that. Some other news. NVIDIA, the stock that can't go down. Corporate insider sales have risen more than 5x year over year to $1.8 billion in 2024. This might look scary. 1.8 billion is not very much to a company that has 3.3 trillion in market value. Also, with this rapid growth, they got a lot more people vesting shares, and I don't know if it's 5 years, 3 years, whatever it is, but nothing out of the ordinary there. Housing, this shocked me. It makes me feel better. I had the furnace guys here the other day.
Yes,
I have the
you
roof
did.
people coming in an hour to fix my leaky roof. But I looked here and saw that the major metros with the largest year-over-year price gains were Miami, Chicago. What?
How about
Las
that?
Vegas.
How about that, Michael? Look at him taking a closer look. Look at him taking a closer look. You can't believe it.
I've never made money selling real estate in Chicago. I had a place for
Look at
15 years, and I made
Yeah, you can't believe what he just saw.
$15,000 off of it.
Thank you, Jack.
You should have waited one more year, I guess.
Yeah, right.
All right.
I know.
This is awesome. Somebody has filed a prospectus for battle share ETFs. So these are ETFs that are a battle, basically leverage long one of these stocks and short the other. And some of these matchups are flat out hilarious. I don't know if you noticed
Yum?
there, LLY versus Yum, which is Eli Lilly versus Yum Food Brands.
Oh my goodness!
Fast food, right?
What?
Yeah, Yum
Google-
owns Jack in the Box and stuff like that.
Taco
Bells
So
and all that, right?
that's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness!
there's some interesting things going on there. It'll be the top if these are approved. I'll tell you that. Eddie, you're in
Who's
the
Amazon?
autographs.
Jack, can you go
Amazon
back real quick?
Yeah.
Who's
Amazon was
Tesla versus
versus
Ford? Okay.
Amazon versus M off the top of my head. That is Macy's.
Yep.
Huh.
Who's
And
JP
seems
Morgan
like
up against?
That's
That
the
makes sense.
Bitcoin holding. What are they called?
Netflix, Comcast, Netflix,
Oh,
Comcast.
That's
Delivery.
MicroStrategy.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, and then Eddie, in that autograph news, this is awesome. Going for sale.
What? Whoa.
Okay, that's
Mickey Mantle had a friend
Whoa.
who was doing signed trophies that he had to sign a bunch of these things for. But this sheet of Mickey Mantle, like 100 Mickey Mantle signatures with one that says, "These pens suck."
Wow.
By
That's
Mickey
funny.
Mantle.
That's incredible.
Now
That's
the thing
cool.
is, you got the Mickey Mantle autographs, but these pens suck. Could have been him writing it. There's no proof that that's Mickey's, unless they analyze it. But
Well, you got
the
this
thing
proof
is-
everything else around it is, right?
well, the thing is, yes. I mean, if you look at it, I mean, I got my
Yeah,
Mickey Mantle autograph sitting on the wall here, and that can go for about maybe $150, $200. But those probably, I'm going to say a card company is going to buy those and put those in inserts where they got the card,
bizarre.
and because it's a perfect size for that, or somebody that's making like a big frame with a picture of Mickey, and then they're going to have that autograph by
I
itself.
like
But
that. That's a cool
I-
idea.
yeah,
I
that's
hope-
pretty cool.
I hope they don't break this up. The whole sheet,
Me
I think,
too.
is starting at $10,000. We should put in
That's
a bid.
it?
Well,
That's
you know,
it?
what, here's the
Who
thing.
knows?
Here's the thing. I mean,
Michael, buy
people
it.
buy like Babe Ruth's uniform.
I don't want to spend my money. Why
Michael,
do
buy
you
it.
buy it?
Tom, buy it, Tom, buy it.
They are going to break these up. There's more money to it that way. It's like they take
Oh my
Babe Ruth's
gosh, that's
bat
hilarious.
and they cut it up and put pieces into these cards. I mean, they destroy the
You can't
bat.
let this
but
happen.
Everybody's got
Can't
a
let this
piece.
happen.
Yeah, I know, Jack.
Everybody's got a piece of Babe Ruth's bat. You know, so
Eddie, so
I mean,
what would
it's
you
all
do with
about
this?
money.
Extra.
Eddie, what would you do? You take this right here, keep it together, right, and put Babe Ruth picture or something next to it, and frame it.
I mean, I would probably. I mean, money. I mean, share. I mean, this is something that somebody found that's pretty cool. You know, if you got all these autographs, there's probably a ton of people out there that would love to have one of these, and that's how I feel about it. Share it around. I mean, these are going to be broken up, guaranteed.
Oh,
Not if I have a
Baseball
say.
might buy it. Bowman might buy
Well, I
it.
want the one that
Fleer.
says these pens suck. I want that one.
These pens suck.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
It looks like
All
he
right,
started to
don't
write
worry,
his
I'll-
name.
Mick had enough.
And he
The
said,
Mick
you know,
had
these
enough.
pens
Of this.
suck.
So
All right, hey, closing on all-time highs. Get that air horn. We are 70 cents away from those all-time highs. Thank you, Jack.
Oh my.
Well, we do have one more thing from a famous athlete. I'll come back. You guys check in the markets for like 5 minutes. I'll be back. It's someone who I thought is pretty busy, but they sent us something. So I'll be back in 5 minutes with that. You guys check the markets.
Thank you. These celebrities just keep knocking the
tilts like 60-40, nothing. 50-50 S&P, 60-40 NASDAQ to the little heavier to the long side. Now it's calm.
Henry, we're back to low value in the S&Ps. Do you think this is a base enough to look for a long down here?
I like it. S&Ps.
It doesn't appear that way without a bigger risk event. So my thought is it's going to collapse into settlement. And that's at 87. Now, why? So, because we have a series of lower highs. And although the buyers are trying to come up, when they come up, they always hit a lower high. And so that is a warning sign to me. The second thing is, we're under the VWAP. We have very negative momentum that's not showing any kind of lift. So, my suspicion is that we head back to settlement. Now, here's the question. Is it worthwhile to put maybe a 2-lot at this? What is this number right here? This level here.
50-50 tilt.
Yesterday's value area high. Because we do see wicks coming in there, and if it flushes, we give ourselves enough room to add at settlement. But negative momentum, to me, the negative momentum is saying, we're just going to come back in and just when everybody thinks it's holding, it's going to roll right over.
What do you see as value area high from yesterday?
Pardon?
58.81. Is that where you see value area high from yesterday?
Value area high from yesterday, based on my Topstep level numbers, are 58.92.
Okay, that's volume value high. We've tested that earlier.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. No, I was just checking. Yeah, so we tested that and rejected it earlier. There it is.
We did it.
Yep.
Sorry, John, I had to wait for a gap there.
That's cool.
Amazing.
Very nice.
Don't need to wait, Eddie. Hit it right when it happens. All-time highs right here.
27.10. $2,710.70.
So, Anne-Marie, what you're saying here is if we can leave a failed downside auction below the initial balance low, we like that.
Yes. Absolutely. I think that's much more reasonable. I mean, we could easily have said, hey, listen, we can nibble in a couple of contracts at 58.92, but clearly we would have to scalp it and get out at 02 or 03 because it simply is not giving us these higher numbers.
Can we put really quick on all-time highs? Can we put a poll in there? When you hear all-time highs, no matter if it's some stock or if it's this right here, right now with gold, do you think, man, I want to be long right now? Or do you think I want to short it?
I know what you think.
What's your... I know what I think.
It ain't get long. It ain't get long, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking.
I'm such a contrarian. I'm always
so is he, Anne-Marie. Both of you two. we can't go higher than the highs. Yep. All right, 27.11, 30 cents. New all-time high. Here we got to pull up in the chat. When you hear all-time highs, do you think long or short? Interested to see how this poll comes back. Yeah, there you go.
I'm also a contrarian trader, so I think short.
All right, pumping here. Hoag, what was that? All right, Eddie, if you want to come on and get that camera on, we'll do some announcements here. We are keeping an eye on these markets. Anne-Marie, our Hoag was looking for a long, I do believe.
Mhm.
Okay,
Same.
Eddie, hit us with some announcements. Then I know Jack got a video from a very special athlete, I believe. So, Eddie, what's up?
Well, you know what? Hey, we've got, remember this week we had Dr. Brett with us. Now, if you missed it, go back, watch it again, even if you saw it live. I'm going to put the link here. We got it up and ready to go. We've edited it, and it is on YouTube. Dr. Steenbarger provided amazing insights that day, and I'd like to thank Hoag and Anne-Marie for joining that. And remember, this is about trading and psychology. If this is something that you need a little help on, hey, you know what? Take a look at it. I'm going to put that link in here just a second. But first, we've got somebody special coming up here. We've got Aaron Ellis. Aaron Ellis, if you heard that name on TV, Canadian actor, going to be joining Topstep TV next Thursday, October 24th at 11 a.m. Central Time. And traders, you heard that. Make sure you set your alarm so you don't miss it. And we're going to be reminding you throughout this week and next week. Aaron Ellis, October 24th, 11 a.m. Central. And that's what I've got. Andre, I'm going to pass it back to you, and I'm going to drop the link in the chat. Check that Dr. Brett vid out. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Coach Paul in the chat. I think I should take profit. Coach Paul, I didn't see your trade. I think I should take profit. That's always a good question to be asking yourself. Didn't see what if you're long or short, but
No, I think the answer to when you hear all-time highs, maybe that's what he was answering.
I
think maybe that's what he was answering.
Oh,
I don't know. I'm supposing.
Gotcha. That's a good answer, actually. All right. Still no trade just yet. Oh, coming up on 17 minutes till the top of the hour. Then we can evaluate upside, downside auction, but we are not quite there just yet. Look at the polls, 50 or tilt 50-50 across the board. Crude's got about 68% long right now. Quick recap of that poll. When you hear all-time highs, do you think long or short? 500 votes, just a minute or two. 52% think short. Anne-Marie, Michael, and Hoag.
Interesting. I thought it would be a lot more to the long side. It's long side. Typically, newbie traders, and not newbie traders, but people that have traded probably less than 2 years, still in my history, have always just like long only. And then you get this industry for a long time. And you're like, God, just sell it. Just always
you want to short everything.
Short everything. Yeah, I'm sick of it. Just short it all.
Seriously.
How are we so high? Why are we here?
Can't go higher than that. Can't go higher.
Oh my gosh, it's so true.
Yeah, sigh of frustration. Just short it.
All right, let's see if we lose this level.
All right, what level are we looking at here? In the S&Ps, look at 58.95 last trade. Anne-Marie, what level were you looking at to keep an eye on?
I was looking at that Topstep level at 58.92. We've been coming in there and holding it. And John was saying, hey, do you think it's basing here? Do you think it's worth looking at? And so I said, yeah, we could take a 2-3 lot and add if it really starts bouncing, or
do we like that?
we add as it comes back to settlement. But I don't know. I've got a two-way thought there. I don't like 92. How momentum looks, so I would be willing to wait and watch it fall into settlement and then sort of stabilize.
58.92 value area high. Ray. Maybe 92's MP here in S&Ps.
To the long side?
Yeah.
What's the risk on that?
Stand by.
Well, we'd need to let it fall all the way into settlement where we could add. And so that's at 86, 87. So we'd need at least 7 or 8 points. My thought is, anyway.
Okay. I like it.
So you're looking from the 90 the 90 area, getting long,
Yeah.
risking a stop around the what area?
Down below
I'd
87.
say
Yeah, there's Hoag. There he is.
I say
I mean,
80,
if you're long, if you're
86, 85.
like a 10 handle stop.
Not even.
Around
Not
the
even.
90s. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Hoag, what we got? Trade working a bid for 92s. Stop 85, 86. Hoag, confirm.
Yeah. I like
No,
it.
Sound
go
really
ahead.
good.
It's kind of iffy,
I don't
right?
think we're going to get
It's
it.
like you don't think we're going
We
to
just
get it.
came.
You don't think we're going to get it? You think it's going to bounce?
I think we've been very patient looking for longs because we had the opening range, the high of the session.
Uh-huh.
What I'd really like to do is to wait and see if we get a failed downside auction below the ID low, which is 91 quarter, which is the current session low. Like to see it, go down, look a little bit deeper into that range from yesterday, and then see a sign of rejection, and then go long.
Yep. All right.
Because we got settlement is 87.
I'd step back
even.
and say that. Yep.
All right, settles 87.
So if we were to like say get in long now, the risk would be on a range extension. We could get down. You could probably get out at 90.
Yeah.
And then if we hit 87, and if we come back into the initial balance, that could be a failed downside auction, and we try another long.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk me into why a short's a good trade.
Opening range, the high of the session.
Yep. Trend and momentum in your favor, sitting underneath VWAP.
If we do spend time inside the value area from yesterday, that creates a value area special situation play, and could drive us. Platform freezes on me all the time here. It could take us all the way down to 58 half.
All right, summarize all that. So I just started trading yesterday. You guys just rattled off kind of a long look, challenge you on the short. What would either one of those look like? If this is just to talk out, a long trade, or we're consolidating here as we've seen all the 5 minutes, or Hoag has his charts up. So I'll let him go.
Right. So here's the opening range all the way up here, that gold bar. That's the first minute of the regular trading hour session, which remains the dead ass high of the day. Right. We've had some iceberging selling throughout this range today. We have negative 2,700 in delta. That's not all that deep for kind of longer time frame iceberg selling. But what we've done is we've closed the gap to yesterday. The gap close came in at 58.9275. We rejected the range from yesterday. Initially, we rejected the range from yesterday. If we do extend the range down below, and we get down to, let's just say, settlement, which is 87 even, right there, we get down to 87 even, and we see buyers come in and bring price back inside the initial balance. That could be a preempting of a failed downside auction, or if it actually we get a 30-minute bar, the next 30-minute bar after the range extension opens back inside the initial balance, which the initial balance low is 58.91 quarter, then we have a confirmed failed downside auction, which it has to work. Nothing works, but at least it gives us that opportunity to take a look below the balance, see rejection of below the initial balance, see rejection of value from yesterday. That's your thought for the longs. The thought for the shorts, Michael. We opened outside of range and outside of value. Price comes back inside value and reaccepts value. That's the value special situation play, or the value acceptance play. And that means that price is likely to go to the low of value, which could take us the volume value low, 58.6575, or maybe even point of control, TPO value low, which is all the way down at 58 quarter. So there's reason for both trades to occur in this area.
Yeah.
This area is being the 400
right
level.
about where we are right now.
Yeah.
58.93 half, 58.94.
58.92. Yep.
And then, if we do extend and we don't come back into the initial balance, that is a signal of possible value acceptance where we would look to go short. So it's a lot
All
of.
right. Anybody in chat, ask your questions. If this was over your head, ask your questions. It helps us understand how to communicate with you better of all types.
I like it.
I think we just made two cases for longs and shorts. I think we just talked ourselves into a no trade. It does look like NQ.
No trade. No, I don't think that's the goal here isn't to talk yourself into a trade. I think it's to talk out what could happen if it, if we're looking for a long, let's always challenge that and say, hey, Ann, all right, tell me why. And I think that's fair because then you can get that, concrete bias and get one directional. And I don't know. I think it's always good.
Yeah. And you know what will happen if you're wrong because you've looked at the other side.
You know what will happen if you're wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, it did look like the NQ wanted to take a peek. NQ wanted to take a peek lower here. It is creeping lower. Basically the question is, will the ES keep up with it?
It's heading to settlement, I think. The NQ is.
If you're not familiar with market profile, I just put a link in the chat, which is the market profile masterclass. It's about an hour long. It is a good overall view of what the market profile or TPO charts look like, how they're constructed, and some of the nuances that they create for you to create that context over the marketplace. I'm going to put it in another time here. Just take a look at it and, just kind of watch through it, and you'll get a basic idea, again, of what TPO or market profile charts are, and again, how they're constructed and some of the nuances that they help create.
Today, if you look at
Go ahead, Emery.
If you take a look at a volume profile picture, if you've got them up on your charts, the prettiest formations, they look like lovely bell curves. They're the most awful ones to trade because it's candlestick moving back and forth in the same range. And that's really, we've got a lot of that, particularly in the YM.
Those day types are the days you only trade at the extremes. You buy the low, you sell the high. You buy the low, you sell the high until proven wrong.
Yeah, for sure. And I've missed both of those.
So we double bottom out here. Anyways, let's bring Jack in. We're keeping on the stream. We have about 7 minutes until the top of the hour. Then Hoag, we can figure out if we have a failed downside auction or not at this level. Damn, they just bounced right off there in the smooth. Hey, Jack, you said we have a phone call? Who do we have here?
It sounds like we've talked ourselves out of a position for now, but as you know, I monitor religiously the Topstep inbox for voicemails. There's not a lot of people that leave voicemails in 2024, but when they are, they're usually pretty good. We've heard from some very powerful people, and today is no exception here. So, we have someone who wants to talk to us. So let's see what he has to say.
Hey, TopstepTV, it's me, renowned pan-intellectual thinker, Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, most of you know me for my groundbreaking work in the fields of philosophy, natural science, medicine, politics, business administration, and rhetoric. But by day, I am also the greatest futures trader ever to live. Make no mistake, I've read literally dozens of Instagram reels on the topic. Take this week, for example. On Monday, I lost $12 million executing a beautifully clicked NQ short. Unfortunately, as the charts show, the market mistakenly ran a deep long. The important part is that I was right. On Tuesday, I lost $8 million and fired my risk manager because he was a distraction. The next day, I ruptured my Achilles tendon while short 2,000 NQ contracts. With me away from the computer, the position rapidly deteriorated, losing $30 million, and once again demonstrating the incredible value I bring to the markets. So there you have it. 3 days of perfect trading on my part, with $50 million in losses due to the incompetence of others. I'm calling for a free reset, by the way. Seize the day.
Seize the day.
Yeah,
that perfectly sums him up. That sums him up, Jack. That perfectly sums him up. Not his fault, it's your fault.
That brought tears to my eyes. That's so funny.
So good.
Got his coach fired.
Was he on Xanax or something? He sounded very calm losing $30 million.
Have you heard him talk before?
Steady hand. Steady hand, Eddie.
He's like,
Steady hand.
I know. It's like he takes a lot of Adderall and he actually needs it, or, something else. He's something.
He's very impressed with
Did he get his
himself.
broker
Henry.
fired?
Very.
I'll
He really is.
put a little behind the scene. I mean, that voice, it is Aaron Rodgers. It is from, I'll make the disclaimer here, it is from his voice. So, yeah, that's how he talks at press conferences, at least.
Yeah.
Well,
Good luck, Aaron.
Good job, Aaron.
Good one, Jack.
See who else we got back there.
Yeah, that's funny.
Got his new toy back, Devontae Adams.
Jack, what is your backdrop? Please.
What is it? Where are you today, Jack?
It looks like
Oh,
it
the
looks
old
like you're in
floor.
a shoe warehouse. What is
Can
that?
we put me on the one up real quick?
Oh, look at you. Wow.
What this is I believe the New York stock trading floor, and now my camera's falling off my computer as I adjust it. And the reason I use it, it's a very special photo for me in that it is on Wikipedia, so it's royalty free. So that is the main reason for it, and
There
a little
you
bit
go.
of history.
Gotcha.
So that's
If
what the background is.
Gotcha.
If we didn't have Jack here, we would be like, oh, just put on, I know,
we would have gotten pulled. They pulled the plug on us a long
Cease
time
and
ago.
desist. Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of cease and desist.
Yes. I didn't know.
Oh,
I didn't
Aaron
know.
Rodgers, man, losing a cool 50 mil in 3 days, but it wasn't his fault. He was right. The market was wrong.
Never is.
Thank you, Sticks. Yes.
Never is.
We got natural gas coming up here in a deuce. No pun intended.
Jack, I've got some old pictures of the Board of Trade floor if you want to see them. Here's a picture. The guy that's just about to place a bid. There's my dad.
Which one?
Wow.
This guy right here.
How cool.
So
this
They're
is
fighting or something.
Super cool.
Early 60s.
I was just about to say that looks like a clip from It's a Wonderful Life when they've got to run on the bank.
This is before they
Yeah,
had
right?
the
No, it's
electric
not.
price boards. You see all the chalking, all the chalkboards up there. That's how they quoted prices.
Oh my goodness. Was there some guy up there just writing them all day? And
Yeah. They'd call up and say, no beans trade, 6 3/4. You'd write it up there.
Wow.
So then the wall
That's
boards
Top
came
Step
out,
right there.
and then they took their jobs.
There it is.
Their jobs.
There's with people
Crude
on
oil
it.
coming up here. Heads up. They're looking at 1.5.
Oh my gosh.
Prior
There they
5.8.
are.
Crude
Yeah,
oil
you see 'em up there
inventories trading crude.
by the chalkboard.
Check your position.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, 58.94 last trade in the ES, 20,400 NQ.
Oh my gosh.
All right, Hoag, we're coming up. We got 30 seconds, 15 seconds till the top of the hour. Hoag, what kind of information can we gather if when we hit 10 o'clock Central and the markets?
Well, there's, on the hour and the half hour, there's usually some sort of liquidity injection. If that liquidity injection, which just happened.
Hey, coming out here, we got the crude oil inventories coming in at 2.19 million. They were looking at 1.5, 2.19. Gasoline inventories, 2.2. They were looking at -2. Back to you, Johnny
Thanks,
Hoag.
Eddie. Thanks, Eddie. Gold still going higher here. We just moved the points of control, the point of control, PPO point of control lower in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. The point of control is the widest line of TPOs horizontally. It was up here. It just moved down here, which is another strike against us for longs. If point of control moves lower, it's indicating that sellers are in control, at least for now.
I see that
At
too,
least
Hoag.
for now. This is such a
Trying to-
cheap long. I almost feel like we should take it just for the hell of it. But I
Really?
don't like
Okay,
taking
'cause it
trades just for the
Looks
hell
like the
of it.
longs are hanging on by a thread. Looks like they're hanging
Yes,
on by a
yes,
thread.
it does. Yes, it
Yeah, it
does.
does. So
Smell salt in this thing. Sorry.
I was just thinking that too, Dry.
Face these.
NASDAQ's holding up a lot better.
Is it tightening up right now? Pull a head fake. Pull a head fake either way, and then get right back in the same price point.
It'll be a stop
after
run
doing
like
both of
this.
those.
All right, now we're gonna looks like we're gonna start extending the range to the downside here in the S&Ps. We want this.
Same for the YM.
NASDAQ's still holding in there.
Yep.
You see a bunch of stops down here.
There's a little bit of push in the ES.
Still haven't taken out the IB low.
Johnny, you need to go single charts. Hard to follow.
There you go.
Let's see what
S&P here. I know most people read NASDAQ, but I can't. It gives me heart palpitations.
The what and the ladder?
The ladder. It's like they invented a word yesterday.
Right,
there you go.
There it goes.
Running all the stops.
Yep.
Now what are we looking for?
NASDAQ's still holding up, though. You guys are watching Hoag S&P. That my chart has NASDAQ. Hoag's S&P. Yeah.
There's the NASDAQ still holding up.
Yep.
Still holding up.
I think it'll break.
Try short.
Short on the
NASDAQ.
Maybe on the bounce.
Where would?
We've got about 1,000 contracts sitting around 58.85.
Hold it, guys. Let's have some fun. Let the chat come in here. Chat, what do you think? Viewers, what do you think? No trade. Get long.
Momentum
going up 30 points. On a 30-point move in the NASDAQ. How about that? We just call it a 30-point move. I don't know. Like, if you're looking for a 30-point move right now, are you long,
JD,
short, or not?
Come your way next, JD. All right, let's keep an eye on these markets. If we do want to take a trade, of course, jump on in at any time. We just see the stops get run in the S&P's last trade, 58.90. We bottomed out at,
YM
under
too.
90. Some 87.50.
In the range right at the beginning of the half hour here.
Yep. Well, we'll be decisive. When the trade comes, we're being patient around. We will take that trade. But JD, come on in. What kind of stats we got for this first stat pack on this Thursday?
What's up? We're going to switch it up a little bit today. We're going to do hot streaks and payouts right now. We're going to save P&Ls for the next segment just because we're running a little late.
Nice.
So let's take a look at hot streaks from yesterday. Once again,
you know who it is.
No movement from our guy, but I'm keeping him on the list.
Oh my goodness!
2-day break.
Typically, if you don't trade the day before, your name is not on the board, and I take you off the list for the day. You have to be active in the markets the day before to be on this list. But Delesh is an exception. He's a fan favorite. I personally like the guy too, so I'm going to keep him on there until he actually breaks the streak. So with that, Delesh is still at 70 days, $834. Next up, we got Mina continuing her streak. Another $202 for Mina. When I say our model of consistency, I'm telling you, that's what it is. Only, I'm looking at her trade reports right now. Only 3 days out of 32 did she not make $202 exactly. So, big shout out to Mina there.
Wow.
Then we've got Joseph. Unfortunately, we're going to be losing Joseph to the hot streaks board because he has been called up to the live funded account.
Oh, well done.
Joseph,
gotta go live. Gotta go live,
right,
Michael.
Just check settlements in the S&Ps.
Just
like
a long here. The S&P.
We like a long here, Hoag.
You got to see if it gets back inside the initial balance.
Yeah.
Bring that back again, hot streaks, guys.
Ready for it?
Yeah, really quick, just bring that one back. It brought up live. It still continues your win streak.
Well, it'll be a few days before we could track it, and it's a different way to track it. So we will be keeping up on them. We'll see how it goes.
It's a very easy way to, live folks have hyper-focused. We're hyper-focused on live funded traders. It's the top. It's a top step of Topstep is to become a live funded trader. It's a very top step. We're the best traders.
Topstep.
So there you go. Hoagland has it. He was the first one before Topstep existed that had a Topstep. So if you're ever at a prop firm, it's not a prop firm if they don't take you live. It's a woozy woo. The whole point is to go to a live funded account to be with a prop firm. It's the benefit of you because you're now a professional. It's the benefit of the prop firm because they're now putting a Michael Jordan of trading on their, on their prop account. And it's the best interest of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. It's the best interest of the liquidity pool, the liquid market. It's the best interest of the industry. It's a win-win-win for everybody. You will hear us do that more, and you'll hear us probably start to say and change and adjust some things to say if you get called up to a live account, put all your funded
back
stuff on
inside the
pause.
initial balance here.
Because you only have one live account that we want you focusing on because you're pro ball stuff. You're top step of the top step.
Yep.
You're a top stepper. Maybe you're a top stepper.
On this,
I like that.
on this particular account, so we see $11,214 total profit. Took a total payout of $7,211 in payouts on this account, transferring $4,000 over. That's just in this single account. He's got multiple XFAs that he's moving over to the live account. So big shout out to Joseph. We'll be keeping an eye on you for sure. Then we got Thayer, $292 trading the NASDAQ. Now at 30 days, we're at $7,479. And Vaishnav made $4 yesterday, but he's eligible for a payout, and he's at 30 days on his hot streak, worth just about $6,000. Real close call for Vaishnav yesterday.
Took it upon myself to take a couple of longs here in the S&Ps. We're long 58.82.5. 2 contracts.
2 what?
82.5?
92.5. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't that good.
Oh, okay.
92.5. We're long 2 S&Ps at 92.5 right now. Risk is $650 if we take out the low of the session so far, but I'm preempting a failed downside auction here.
Yeah.
Preempted a failed downside. Okay, got it. Thank you, Hoag.
I love the bounce off that settlement. It's such a pretty trade. So if we could just get the 59.02, what's your target? 59. Yeah. What's your target? What do you think?
59.07.
Aha. Okay.
Value high.
Okay.
All right, long from 92s. Hoag in the house. Emory flat house account.
Look at the bounce in the NQs.
Yes.
Mercy.
What did trade down to 65?
92 is
69.
We never took out the IB low in the NASDAQ.
Oh, you're long the NASDAQ, Hoag?
No, we're long the S&Ps.
No.
We never took out the IB low in the NASDAQ, though.
Did a little head fake to the downside, rip into
What
the
happens?
upside. We'll continue. The continuation is the key here, or we'll just fall right back into.
For sure.
Yes.
Up higher.
And that's
100%.
TBD right now.
TBD.
Great discipline. Great discipline. Great patience.
Nice way to stay patient on that one, Hoagland.
Oh, man. Just talking it out.
That's what we were looking for, right? So we saw it, we took it. If it doesn't work, oh well.
Yeah.
Delta on the S&Ps, negative 5,100.
All right, how's the count long?
All right, JD, what we have what now?
Oh, you want to see some payouts?
Yeah, he's going live.
Just hanging around.
If you get called up, you're still on the hot streaks. We got to figure out how to do that because there's not fair to get called up and then to be off the board. So we are 1,000%.
We've tracked them before. Yeah, we've done it.
Okay, perfect.
So don't worry about it. All right. Next up, what's your over under on payouts? Someone take a guess.
Whew. $1 million. Everything's $1 million now.
Everything's $1 million.
2. 1 2.
$1.4 million.
1 4. I hear 1 5. I hear 1 5. One. Yeah. 1 2. Michael, you saw the numbers.
I did not. No, I don't look at them.
Well, there they are.
Look at this.
$1.34
Wow.
million.
It's the
580.
new normal.
It is a new
Biggest
normal.
funding company.
Yeah,
Biggest funding
Every
company
day
in the
this week.
space.
This could possibly be the
amazing.
first week. We're on track to we're on track to be the first week of $1 million plus payouts every day this week.
Every day?
For the first time. Every day.
Biggest in the space.
And it's
Real
only
trades.
going to get bigger. When I say it's only going to get, the industry, the futures industry
Let's talk
has
about
just
that.
now had 11 million retail newbies, memer stalkers that showed up in 2020 at Robinhood. Just hear about the word futures. What is it? This is interesting. It's a ladder. Oh, this is cool. All that kind of stuff. They will make their way over to the prop firm world. 100%. Not 100% of them, but
Yep.
What are your thoughts,
NASDAQ,
MP?
74% long here, 63 in the money, 63% in the money, 66% in the money.
66% of the money. What's their average price?
71% money, 417.50. That's very big. That's very high.
I think I can trim risk on this to just below the initial balance low. I don't want it to go back down below the initial balance. So our risk is now $175.
All right.
You are
We
the
got
space.
15 minutes to confirm the failed downside auction.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hey, MP, what are your thoughts on Robinhood coming into the space, futures trading?
I think it's beautiful. I think the coolest asset class, period, is futures. Because there's serious folks over there that will, because you start, typically the path that somebody starts with, the Jordans are coming out. I'm gonna buy Nike. So they go, I'm gonna get a stock account. Blah blah blah. So that's already introduced. That likes the top. If you want to go the funnel or the path, that's the top. I started that way. Everybody kind of starts in equities first, typically. Big number percentage wise starts there, and then they go to options because they lose their money and they want more leverage. And they go to options and they blow out. And then eventually, those ones that are serious make their way to futures. We've talked to multiple people and they're like, yeah, we understand that's the path that people take too. Equities, options, futures. Now, the Forex world is just now starting to introduce, but that's a big world over there. I don't ever see, I don't typically hear people go equities, Forex. But futures typically is where the person that's really looking to professionalize or really passionate about trading ends up.
Yeah.
They end up here. So the fact that they added that to the last asset class that they wanted to offer means all those crypto folks that are over there that are just the Wild West, and all those equity folks that are brand new, and all those options folks that are that have already taken it on the chin, but now are in more sophisticated asset class are like, 11 million of us. What's this new futures asset class? And then they get introduced to it. And Robinhood does a great job of education. It's so simple. And they'll be like, yeah, this is nice, but I want to take it to more of a fighter jet pilot kind of platform, not this little in my hand, whatever, pea shooter. And they'll come over to prop firm, the prop firm world, and they'll play with a little more professional level experience. That's my take, I think.
Do you know what their margins are going to be?
I don't know, actually.
50 cents a card, Michael.
I know they're 50 cents a contract, aside if you're a gold member. Gold members pay $50 a month. I know you don't have to pay anything on Topstep X right now with us.
Gold member.
When you're funded. So there's already a benefit here. You can pay $50 a month at Topstep and get a 5-lot max buying power, not have to put any money into be margined or put your kid's college fund at risk. Prove yourself. And if you fail that one, you lost $50. It wasn't a loss.
And that's why they're coming over.
So you're going to find out there's a better on-ramp into live trading than going into, risking your kid's college fund in a personal brokerage. There needs to be. Without the prop firm world, you are putting hell amount of people at risk of just going straight in the markets. I know nothing, and I got 10 grand. You'll have 1,000. You'll blow it out in a day. If somebody's resetting 16 times a day, that same individual has that same fight back revenge type of whether it's swiping their card to go get 16 revenues or 16 resets, or if it's I got 10 grand, now I got 5 grand, now I got 3 grand, now I'm out in a day of 10,000 at least you get a bite at the bullet and find out, hey, it's not working for me 16 times. You shouldn't do that anyway. But there are people smoking through a $10,000 account like that. And they'll go a lot quicker too, losing money now that you have highly leveraged products like futures over there in the retail community. So it's just going to be a lot of, I woke up this morning and Drake called me last night and said, you see the hood thing? And I'm like, oh, that's cool, blah, blah, blah. And we knew it was coming. And it's just going to introduce people to it. And our community is going to grow. There's going to be people that are brand new, that are green, that are going to want to learn. There's going to be the gamblers that are coming in here trying to get rich quick, which doesn't happen in this space. You end up giving somebody else rich quick because you're giving them money. All that stuff. It's good. I think.
Not to interrupt,
nice trade, John.
I just got out of one at VWAP, the anchored VWAP from the opening, and the overnight VWAP on this 5-minute chart. So
it was the quickest 10 handles in a while, Johnny.
It's been a while, right? So we're just going to let this other one run for a little while to see if we can take out VWAP. Then I can certainly see value high, which is right around 507, being a reasonable target. I've got this target set up a little high here, but I just want to watch and see what happens if we do get the value high.
Love it.
What do you think about
gold?
What do you think about
trimming
moving
risk?
Your moving your stop to break even, or adding, or do you have one or two contracts on there?
We have one on now. I got out of one at 02 where you suggested.
Gotcha.
Hey, Hoagland.
So the only place I can see really to trim risk is below these lows right here.
Yeah, I'll give it a watch.
Why don't we do that and we'll see what happens? 94. Yeah.
Hey, Hoagland. George says great house count. Great house count. Hoagland, call on that one. All roads lead, brother.
Absolutely.
George
created
the VWAP abides.
5902. 5902 is VWAP. We got about 40 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Eddie, I see you there. 12 minutes till Euro close. I want to beat you to the punch. But Eddie, what do we got for announcements today, man?
Hey, you know what? I'm going to tell you what we've got here right now, and we're talking about the VIP.
I never knew that this is what the VIP was going to be like.
Well, you know what? If you were one of the 50 bell-to-bellers that was drafted by Coach Hoop's Pit Raiders, you got that email, and there's read it, because there's next steps that are going to tell you what to do. We are also adding one more team, Coach Paul's Profiteers, and by the end of this week, we'll have 5, count it, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 VIP teams with 50 traders in each team. So stay tuned for Topstep TV for your chance to get into the VIP. We'll be dropping check-in forms periodically over the next month. Now, I know that we're going to be filling a team here this week, but we're going to keep adding, all right? When somebody either drops out or passes through, there's going to be room for another. So we're going to be doing this. Just keep your eyes open. So remember, those that check in the most have the highest chances of getting a VIP spot. Also, if you like what we're doing here at Topstep TV, we've got this thing called Trustpilot. We would really appreciate it. Just take a minute of your time to click the link. I'm going to post it in the chat. Drop us a link. Let us know how you feel. No pressure, but if you could, leave us a review. And that's what I've got so far. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
Right.
Oui. All right, got the house count long from 92, long one time. Took some profit up right there in 5902. Let's trade in the NASDAQ, 20,420. Hoag, where do we trim the order that shall not be named? Where has that been placed or moved?
The order that shall not be named is up at 94.5. That would be $100 profit on the last contract.
Righty.
Yeah, we could always add back if it, double bottoms and has different looking momentum, or more comes in. You can just take another trade.
Yeah,
that's coming right back to the
confirmation of the failed downside auction. We can add to it.
I mean, we could go double barrel action. Yeah, we can go one NASI,
rotating.
We got some NASI.
That's
we
all
got some
from the
ES.
4-hour and the VWAP. Rejected the VWAP just like the ES did. Sorry, Andre.
No, Anne-Marie, by all means, you are the
One
expert
J.
here. Stop. Les.
All right.
Stop, please.
One J.
Let's see if we can find some buyers here. I was thinking
Gold
maybe we
sellers
go.
up above the all-time high are sitting pretty now.
Yes, gold is about $8 lower. Put in new all-time highs, 27.12. Last trade, 27.04. And we do have one house account long the ES, possibly the house account, another house account getting long the NASDAQ.
It all leads to the main house.
It does lead to the main house.
Headquarters, some would say.
HQ.
HQ.
The Bat Cave.
The Bat Cave.
Yeah, gold still seeing some sellers. Cruise seeing some sellers too. $70.29.
Hope that doesn't make me Alfred.
Oh,
Speaking of shows, does anybody have any great really quickly in chat? Anybody have any great shows that they're watching? I always like to ask.
Horizon.
I just finished it.
Did you watch The Bear?
Oh, yes.
No, I have to watch that one. That's the one. I don't know where's it on.
Yeah.
It's not on Netflix.
FX, man. Yeah, it's on
Hulu.
Hulu.
So on Hulu, there's one called A Murder at the End of the World.
Murder at the End of the World.
It's a limited series. It's good. I liked it.
Anne-Marie, do you like those whodunit shows? Is that your cup of tea? Yes.
I like all kinds of films except Pulp Fiction. The film Pulp Fiction's great, but the genre of Pulp Fiction I don't love. So
Tarantino?
but that's
Gotcha.
probably the only thing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like horror. I
Same.
don't like scary movies.
I don't either.
Went to a haunted house last week.
No, you did.
Yeah,
you did.
Malik was there with Malik too. Yeah.
You did not.
Great production.
For real?
Great production. Not scary.
Wow.
Anyways, let's see if we can put.
Get life insurance before you go.
There's a show called Bluey.
Yeah,
Oh
but my
gosh,
kids watch
that's-
that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been watching. Yeah.
You're talking about the kids
Aussie-
show?
Yeah, I love it. It's great. It's drama, car stunts. Boom. About that Aussie cattle dog, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Courtney,
my
I just started the
gosh.
Penguin. I just started that one. I'm writing some of these down. These are good. Good to give you guys insights. And those that are
Oh, I
writing
wanna see
Topstep
the
TV, I'm watching Topstep TV. I love it. But I'm going to correct you. Topstep has a lowercase s, and you'll be hearing us shout this from the rooftops a bit more because the Cowboys, spelled with a space between them and a capital C and a capital B, is not the same Cowboys that the NFL team is. And you would know that right away with them right next to each other. Could be a certain type of bar that certain type of people would want to go to that has certain type of
Very good
people on stage.
analogy.
I don't know.
You know, chat, you guys, chat responds to memes pretty well. So we have some of these to help you remember.
There you go. Let him tell him, James.
Go ahead. Spell Facebook with a capital B. It's not the same.
Oh
Spell
my
Facebook
gosh.
Yes.
with a space in between. So Microsoft doesn't have a capital S. Topstep is one word with a lowercase s.
Well,
We will keep this going until the cows come home, as we say in my neighborhood.
Michael, this has been
Access
going on for
easier
years.
Topstep, or we lose our health insurance.
You know why, Eddie? I'm here they're like my autocorrect when I do this on Twitter.
We'll
thing too.
reprogram your autocorrect.
I know.
It'll
I gotta do
reprogram. Mine's
Yeah.
reprogrammed.
Uh-huh.
Hey, London
And yet
closing
it-
5 minutes, boys and girls.
Thank you, Eddie.
Coop. I like it. It's a good, funny joke, but I like John Miller's better.
Now they're gonna come get you here.
I know. I knew. Well,
This
Did
is
you
what I was
there?
afraid would happen.
Yeah, you know they're gonna come.
no, we're gonna keep doing it every single day until it gets down.
Until
where-
morale improves.
Until
And more and more, just like the cowbell.
What about all caps, Michael? Are all caps cool?
all caps is the other way to do it. And we had a branding agency work with us too, but I always said from the very beginning because we used to be Topstep Trader, and people would go top, and then S capital T, and it was TST. I'm like, no, it's Topstep lowercase or S is lowercase, then it's trader. Topstep, like the very top step. It's not, but we're combining a word more of a brand rather than actually like being at the top step. We're separate.
Top step for hoop. All caps for hoop. Yes, for hoop.
Yes, yeah,
all
all caps.
all caps.
That is what we use.
If you type it wrong in chat, we're going to time you out for 5 minutes and put you in the corner.
Oh,
put you in the corner.
5-minute minor. All right, last trade in the ES. Hoag, we are still long from 92s, correct?
Yep, 92 half. Yep.
92 hook. Last trade 59 even, 5900 even, 5900 half. Keep butting up against VWAP here. 5902 is VWAP. Like Eddie said, we got London closing in about 3 minutes. Dow trying to take a peek higher here. Will the Dow take the NQ and the ES with it? Dow's been putting in new all-time highs this week. So did the ES, I guess. New all-time highs, 59.27 earlier today. Nasdaq's been lagging a little bit, putting in new highs. I do believe Nick for a tick said, I'm calling it, we're not putting in new highs. No air horn for NQ for the rest of this year.
For the rest of the year?
That's what he said, Anne-Marie said. No more air horn for NQ for the rest of the year. That was his call.
Mm-hmm. It is a ways away.
It is a ways away. All right, here we go. Let's see if, all right, it looks like the Dow's going first here. And then see if it wants to take the ES with it. I know they're different components. That's your jalopy.
Let's do that one for when it makes new lows.
New lows. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
All right, here goes ES.
There's a couple
here
more
goes
pictures
NQ,
from the old trading floor. There's some guys working hard.
Yeah.
Like, what do they do?
You don't always need to be
that.
trading. That's kind of it's kind of the play. The thing we used to do.
They used to smoke right in the trading pit. Look at that guy
Uh-huh.
standing in the trading pit smoking. The guy behind him. This guy. Is a friend of my dad's. I think that's Freddie Brzezowski. It's 65 million trading soybean meal.
65 million trading soybean meal.
That must
a nice habit.
That's nice. Yeah.
Bet you he never asked for a reset.
No.
65 million is pretty good.
The shoes. He had the shoes that he wore in the pit. Bronzed.
Bronze.
Wouldn't those be uncomfortable?
Bronzed his shoes.
Oh, he bronzed them after he wore them and stopped wearing them.
But he never asked for a reset. Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
He was wearing them.
Such a dummy.
Oh, my God. Coach Jay, you caught that?
Boy, did that hurt.
70% long in the NASDAQ. 71% in the money.
Money. Hey, I haven't asked yet today. We are very, very close to 125,000 subscribers in the Topstep TVs. Click like, click subscribe. Give us a follow at Topstep TV. But yes, a couple hundred away from 125,000 subscribers. I see this 500 lot. We got a 500 lot here. Said 5902 quarter. 500 lot on the bid in the S&Ps.
02s.
Gone.
What are you long from, Johnny? 92s? 5892?
92 halves.
Halves.
Yep.
Nice trade. Nice way to get that house
I think they're going to get shoved out of the way.
Yeah. Well, when it goes your way, you never have enough on.
Oh, old dad saying, I love it. Guys, I've learned so much from Hoag, who's learned so much from his dad. He gives dad wisdoms, and he shared pictures of his dad on the floor. The pay it forward or pass it on education has been incredible. Thank you, Hoag, for that one. And then you always have too many on when it goes against you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if you have a one lot on, you still have too many on.
That's
All
right.
Here we go.
That's when you get that horn.
my goodness.
Wah, wah, wah.
We're pushing.
That's fantastic.
You have too many on.
There you go.
Almost 80% long NASDAQ, 74% long S&P.
Oh. Ooh.
This is, we were getting heavy long when we were back at these levels in the NASDAQ.
Yes, we were.
Yes, we were. Mm-hmm. So, guys, annotate it. Last time we were up here.
Maybe a tester in the NQMP?
Euro is closed. Thanks, unknown.
Yeah, there is that. If you were looking for a short, Ann, where would you think that the entry in the NAS, the entry, if you're looking for one?
507 494.
Okay.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, you could get it here, but everything, the momentum has just started running in your favor. So,
and this could be the time
makes
you have tilt getting very tilty long to the 80%, but we talked about later in the day, sometimes the majority, if they got whacked a lot, end up back and forth, end up getting paid. Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Flyer Jim 57. Made my 250 today plus 450 overnight, so I'm locking it up. Getting to the remodel. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
Good job, Flyer Jim.
Getting to the remodel. Remodel in your place? What remodel?
The place. I think there's some storms came through.
905 is where that big offer was right here, guys. We just traded right to it.
2,700 times. Eddie, keep us posted on that tilt, but we do have some heavy tilts in ES and NQ.
Let's put a pull on here. I want to see who has
it for.
Yes,
who's an open position? In which direction? Because I know House Account has a long from 92, 5892 S&P, runner, whatever you want to call it. I know thousands of people have open positions right now looking at tilt because 78% of them are long in the micros from an average price of. Get this data. Nobody shares it.
Look at the micros lately. I've noticed.
430.
Why micros? Why do you keep it on the micros?
A lot more people over there.
A lot of people trading it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, and Q minis, which my boys over there and girls, I like the mini traders. I like them because I like to trade minis. I don't like to get in the micro world. But if you're a scale in, scale out, micros all day long.
Yeah.
I'm just not I don't like scaling.
Dakota dropping a nice one in the chat. I'm long 15 from 20,422 in the NASDAQ, looking for 20,500 to the upside.
Oh, yeah, Dakota.
Beautiful. All right, we'll keep an eye on that.
Dakota, is that your live account?
This is a live account because he's been trading size.
Dakota's seeing the same upside target that we were talking about just a second ago?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, let's bring in JD. JD, we got one of the most important things we have here at Topstep, the leaderboard.
For sure, we didn't show live P&Ls from yesterday. We're going to do it in the next segment. But Dakota was right at the top of the list there. I think he made 20 grand yesterday. Anyway, Eddie,
are we Rockstar? I hear we're renaming it. Big board.
Big board. So you don't have a combine. Well, get one and stop mooching our education.
There it is. All right.
There we go.
We got some updates on the top 10 here. Rafa's still in the lead. Jason moved up a couple spots. Scott K was leader. He was on our XFA P&L leaderboard today. Made about $16,000 in his lead account. He was trading on a couple XFAs though. Coach Dakota moved up a spot, now in 4th place. Alexandros, story of the day. He moved up from 9th place to 5th place today. And today he's currently up close to $41,000 in his live funded account. He's scheduled. We got an update from Ben on the wrist team. He's going to give Alexandros a nice shout out during the shoulder tap today. And he's also been scheduled to appear on the show on Monday. So Alexandros is making some moves in the live funded account. A couple other names to note. Guillaume, he had that nice $52,000 day on Monday to get a boost on the list. He's moved up a few more notches throughout the week. He's now sitting in 9th place, up from 11th yesterday. And Ho there in 10th place. Ho moved up from 17th place after a nice $17,000 winning day across 4 XFAs. Ho actually activated a 5th XFA today, if I'm reading this correctly. So trade well, Ho. And lastly, the last trader I want to mention, take a look down there at the bottom. Kevin T down in 25th place. We're going to do P&Ls in the next segment, like I said, but Kevin T is on our XFA P&L leaderboard today. He was trading in 5 XFAs. His lead account made $12,216 in profits. Total profits for the day across all 5 XFAs was $60,855.
Oh my goodness!
Call it 61 grand, yeah. Life-changing money. That's right there.
Incredible.
He catapulted from 380th place all the way up to 25th place, and I think that's
Yo,
the biggest move.
Good
I think that's
on
the
ya.
biggest move we've seen in the top 25 rank change since we started, since we changed the format of this. So impressive day
That's
for Kevin.
incredible.
Trade well, everyone
Leapfrog.
else. Get your cameras ready. Take your
Kevin.
screenshots because we're taking it down.
Kevin T.
That's impressive. Especially with today's motion. Or was that yesterday's? That was yesterday's.
That was from yesterday. Yeah, everyone on the
Yes,
leaderboard now.
yes.
It's
Just
based off
from
of
Risk
yesterday's
here a
trading
little bit.
action.
We might get stopped out here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Was you get stopped out plus 437 on this contract if we do.
Okay.
Would you start with that with a 2-lot, 3-lot?
There was just a 2-lot. Never have enough on. Ain't that right?
MP, what have you thought about the trade so far today? Fast, slow, just right, choppy?
Who, me?
How would you
Who,
summarize
me?
it? Yeah, you.
I like it. You got movement.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 5-minute bar, if you're looking for 30-point moves, you're getting them
I know. They've been all over there. Yep.
all over the place. 30-point moves are $600 on a 1-lot mini.
Yep.
30-point move.
$600 is a good amount of money.
1,500. Takes a lot longer though.
Keep it on that Dakota trade. Getting Dakota long 15 from 20,000,
I know.
422.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Targeting 500s. We're about 40 points away there.
Yeah, I
Look at
love that
70%
that breakout area that he came in and went long through. That's beautiful.
That's a Dakota
Absolutely
trade right there.
beautiful.
Textbook
Yeah.
Dakota trade, Emery. Yeah, and just, I don't know if you weren't here yesterday. We did break the news that Coach Dakota is going to be coming up. Well, Dakota's going to go back to being a coach, going back to being a coach, having his own VIP team. We're not going to say when, but let's just say it's in the works and it's going to happen. Michael, please don't spill the beans. Michael, please don't spill the beans.
No, I don't know. I didn't even know he was a coach. I would have liked to jump in because I was kind of waiting for him to be a coach a little bit later. But if he has time and he wanted to do it, which apparently he did. Apparently he talked to you guys and all that kind of stuff, which is totally awesome.
That's fantastic.
You now get, whoever gets selected on
Look at this
invitation.
trade, Hoag.
Just working.
Good trade, man. Check it
Yeah,
out.
working nicely. Of course, again, never have enough on when it's going your way.
Hey, green is green.
Marbob 6. Any chance of leaving positions open overnight? So you're going to hear us talk more and more about live funded trading. And you're going to hear us talk about that's the end of the rainbow, so to speak. That is why the industry is created. And we created the industry, and many people came into the industry, and they created different things in the industry. But the premise of evaluating is to put somebody on a live account. That's the premise, because that's benefiting the entire community, industry, community, exchange, liquidity pool, liquidity. If everybody goes to sim only, you're going to have thinner markets, less people participating and creating liquidity. That will not fly. That will not fly, because the whole point of a speculator is to provide liquidity to them. That's why you're okay being a speculator, and you can open up accounts and speculate, because you provide liquidity. So real institutions or farmers that have real product, like cash crop and like that, can get in and out with ease because they have a 2-lot, 3-lot, 4-lot sitting there, and that's 20,000 bushels of corn, and they have a 20,000 bushels that they harvest on their 600-acre property. All that stuff so it has to all work together. If you don't take people live, you're not helping the industry, and you're kind of creating a stupid game that nobody ever can tell their significant other that they're professional at, because they're not even in the markets, because you're not a professional trader unless you actually trade live. So all that being said, you're here to talk about that more. But back to the point of, you said trading, holding overnight. Our traders in Dakota's talked to me, and we're about opening up different things that he wants to do. Well, there's options, futures on options. It's a prop firm. We have access to all that. We can increase your size, bigger than you could ever go on your personal brokerage account. And we can open it up to different products, like futures on or options on futures, or get into whatever or hold overnight, or hold over the weekend, or things like that. This is where professional alignment happens. Professional prop firm, a real prop firm, helps a trader on their way to becoming a true professional. That's the premise of the entire funding model. So yes, exciting. The option is you will be able to do that.
Combined to funded. Evaluation to funded. Mm-hmm. Oh, and the props, when we started with props, was one lot. So we even do sim. We were just trading one lots.
Mm-hmm. I started on sim. You started on one. You didn't get to keep your money though, remember?
No, did not.
Dre did a little bit differently. His prop firm started him on one lots, and if he did well on one lots, they go, congratulations. Okay. You would have a contract signing party that we would all meet at like whatever restaurant or bar, and they'd cheer on the person, and he just got signed on the prop firm, like legitimately, like signing a contract for a professional athlete. But that firm kept all. Of course, they were evaluating you on a one lot live.
Like, man, that's real money. You guys just took it from me. Yeah,
and then you have to start over. Yeah, mine. They started us on one. They started everybody off on sim one lots, so then they'd have a kind of a lower risk look, and they filtered in a lot more people through the door. But yours had a little bit more hands on. If I'm going to help you out, this is our program. So 75-80% long right now.
Still.
NASDAQ.
Seriously.
Creeping higher here. Oh, and got left.
And here's you getting paid. Here's you getting paid towards the tilt, getting paid the majority later in the day.
We just talked about yes. Great call. All right, 59.05 last trade. This is where that 2,700 lot was. 2,700. Remember, right off the open, we saw 2,700 sold at 59.05. 59.05.
Yeah.
Well, 2,700 times. So we're keeping an eye on that. We do want to keep a roof or a ceiling on this price action here, as it has slowed down, like MP is saying. These longs in the NASDAQ and ES are going to try to bust through this and push it to the upside here. Obviously, we got Hoag and
value
Hoag.
High 907. It was my original target.
Mm-hmm.
Do we take it? Fish
your question.
Or cut bait?
Put it on the poll.
Fish
Put it on the
cut
poll.
bait?
Put it on the
Put it on the
poll.
poll. Let the poll decide.
Put a poll. Fish or cut
Yeah,
bait?
I like it. I like it.
We got some jab coming up after that, and appreciations right thereafter.
Yeah, buddy.
Jab,
80% long micros. Average price of the longs. Let's check this out. 20,422. No, 442. 20,442 is the average price of the micros long. The average price of the minis long is 20,452.
Mm-hmm. Right now. Oh, in the poll right now. Quick. We got to be quick, guys. Quick. Fish or cut bait right here, right now. First 200 votes will call.
It's going to be 50-50, I'll bet you.
I know, Hoag. Of course it's going to be 50 right now. That's like, now what? Now what? Look at this. Ay. Back to the pond, Michael. That was it. Yeah, quick. That was a flash poll. Wow, 380. All right, says Fish.
Fish means stay in the trade. Cut bait means cut.
I like that. That flash poll stuff is sweet. That was nice and quick. 380 votes in less than 60 seconds.
You can let the chat, John, ride this one out.
Well, I mean, we're sitting. Our stop is in a nice profit.
Yeah.
I mean, if our stop gets hit, we're basically up 900 on the trade.
Where are you looking? Where would be the outs, Ann? Where would be the outs, Hoagland, on the profit target?
We looked at 07, which is value high. But if we take that out, this thing could really rotate back to the IB high, back to the opening range.
Yeah.
Which is?
Yeah, it's all the way
27?
up here.
Yeah.
59.23.
Right around more cowbell.
A lot more cowbell.
Like cowbell.
A lot more cowbell.
You like that one, Andre?
Charlie. I miss Charlie. That was a very nice cow.
Charlie. Ended up
with Charlie.
We used a little more cowbell.
All right. Well, it's that time of day. I want to becoming one of my favorite segments within the segment. Is the jab, jab, jab. Like to talk about comeback stories, building things brick by brick. Eddie, what we got? You been catching any things in the chat here about with jab, jab, jab? Eddie, what do we got?
Oh, we got lots. We got lots.
Oh,
Let's do it. All right. In this corner, wearing the Top Step swag, the trader who does the work and strives to be successful. Yes, this can be you. And in the other corner, thinks Top Step is 2 words, sporting an overly bushy braided unibrow, trading without a game plan like a damn fool. So dumb, he thinks menopause is a button on a TV remote. Dirk Beefcakes McGurk. All right, let's see. Our Top Step traders, who is making those jabs, okay? Shield Kumar, today I passed second combine. Way to go. Smart Trading, passed another combine today. Tom, ICT 2.2K in less than an hour and a half. I'm done for the day. Good, lock it up. Go enjoy. Isabel made 4.5. What? Made 4.5 today. I'm done for today. There you go, Isabel. Lock it up. Go have fun. Scott passed another combine. Way to go, Scott. Jay Void, 1 day away from another $200 and my first payout. John Hoagland, thank you for all your amazing advice. Yes, Johnny, we love you, and you are solid gold, my friend. Average August. All right, 5.5 up today. I think I'll call it a day. Good day and good luck all. Way to go, nice. Average August. Flyer Jim, I think Andre mentioned it just a little earlier. Andre made $250 today, plus $450 overnight dancing at Chippendale. No, wait, that doesn't say that. No,
wait a
he
minute.
made $450 overnight.
Wait a minute.
So I'm locking. I thought that's what it said. I'm locking up and getting the remodel. Thanks, guys. Flyer Jim, you might know him because he's been on here on Topstep TV. Yeah, we love Friar Jim.
Yes.
Friar Jim. Michelle Ryan locking up green on my 2 XFAs. I even requested my first payout on exiting XFA. Way to go there, girl.
Yeah.
Just $200. Awesome. But it's taken plenty of practice to get here. See what it is? It's taken plenty of practice to get here. Jab, jab, jab. Keep moving forward. Stay positive. This has been Jab, Jab, Jab. I'm going to pass it back to Andre for the day. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. That was great.
It was wonderful.
Eddie.
Jab.
Nice.
Gotta go 10 rounds in the ring. 10 rounds in the ring with this market sometimes.
Yep.
Going Top Steppers. Nice jab. Dead Cat Bounce says, way to go, all jab, jab, jabbers from Christy. Absolutely. Right, let's do a quick recap of the markets here. We did put in new all-time highs. Air horn in the gold. Last trade, 27.10. About $2 off those all-time highs. Looking at crude's been well behaved today. Crude in a bit of a range, about 90-cent range today. Last trade, 20.
I'm blowing it up.
Oh, there it is. That's one more shot. That's for gold.
Got to do that.
Last trade in the oil, $70.37. Right about in the middle of the range there. Take a look at the ES again. House account long from 58.92. Last trade 59.03. Can we push higher? Rest of the day. High of the day 59.27. 59.27. I do believe those are all-time highs as well. And Q last trade 20,465. About 100 points off the lows there. We got some more room to the upside. High of the day in the NQ 20,594. And Marie, what are your thoughts? What are you looking forward to? And first of all, what time is it there where you're at? What time is it by you?
It is 10 minutes before 7. Yeah.
10 minutes before 7. Very good. How's the food in Finland? How's the cuisine? Uh-oh, that says it all.
Next question.
Next question. Excellent. We are going to be asking, what are you appreciative for? I know one thing that Anne-Marie will not be appreciative for, but we will move that on. Not appreciative for that. Anyways, 59.05's last trade in the ES, but their internet is blazing fast. So we've got that going for us. Take a look at the total. So 71% long in the NQ. Average price there. I'm sorry, NQ.
Grinding
20,452.
Wait a minute. I'm looking up food in Finland. They got fish pie.
Yum.
Yes.
Yup.
Fish
no,
pie.
listen. They
But they
do
have blueberry pie.
buffets in the middle of the day. They don't. It's very, very hard to get a la carte food. It's all
So
buffet.
bougie. Emery, you're
And
so
then-
bougie. You're just bougie. That's what this is. Let's call a spade, Anne-Marie. That's what this is.
That's good. I like it.
It's bougie.
I mean, it's a compliment. That's a compliment.
It's 100% a compliment.
I feel shame.
I wouldn't.
Uh-huh.
You have a particular taste.
No.
Oh,
You have a great taste.
Yes, I love it. So go on.
Do
Yes,
they have
buffets,
McDonald's in Finland?
They do, and it's really incredible because I ended up having to go there to eat because
McDonald's. It's come to that, Anne-Marie.
What do they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Finland?
They call it a quarter pounder with cheese. It's
Really?
but they have all kinds of other things. They have like a cilantro lime double decker, whatever, and they have all kinds of cool renditions of so very very cool, and the beef was very good quality.
Nice.
Anne-Marie's just grasping for straws right now.
And they have a Burger King. I saw Burger King, but no Starbucks. And
Anne-Marie's struggling, man. We all everyone thoughts out for Anne-Marie. That tuna tartare is not being served in Finland. And beluga caviar is not in Finland. That she so.
We do have the McFish pie.
Yes, absolutely, Anne-Marie.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us. Oh, question: will you see the Northern
Always
Lights
my
when you're out
pleasure.
there? Will you be able to see the Aurora Borealis out there?
We hope to be able to. My son has an app that we look and it'll tell us within 3 or 4 days, but we haven't seen anything because the cloud cover's been so bad. So it's been very cloudy.
All right. Well, we hope.
Well, we'll order you some
save
clear
money.
days.
Pardon?
We'll order you some clear days.
Yes, please. Well, the days are clear, the nights are not. And it rains at night and it's nice during the day, and so I can live with that. I'm happy.
Before we get to
On Amazon
appreciations,
Prime,
Anne-Marie,
you could see those tomorrow.
hey, before we get to appreciations, Anne-Marie, what's sunrise and sunset there at this time of the year? You gotta be short,
Okay,
getting shorter, right?
I mentioned the other day that we lose 4 minutes of daylight every day. And so it looks like the sun went down maybe 15 minutes ago. So it's still up late, but the sun doesn't come out of the sky until 8, maybe 8:15 so far.
Well, Anne-Marie, no matter where you are on this planet, you always make time for Topstep TV, joining us on Fast Markets. Everyone show some love to Anne-Marie. Anywhere on the planet, whether she's in Europe, she's in Finland, no matter where she is, in a bunker, somewhere on the East Coast, in a bank vault, she will still join us come hell or high water. Anne-Marie will be here. With that being said, let's throw it to the chat. Let's do our appreciations of Fast Markets. Chat, we always throw it to you. What are you appreciative for? What are you thankful for today? Let us know in the chat. We'll let that marinate for a couple seconds. And then I'll throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Thursday? How's Thursday?
On this Thursday, yesterday I attended the company meeting towards the end, as you guys know, towards the end of the day. I appreciate our support team. I'm so proud how they pick things up, turn things around. I mean, chat used to be loaded with questions and so forth. They are doing the job. They are getting it done. Props to them. Love them. And that's who I appreciate today. And everybody behind that, too. All the brass, all the managers, and all our support team. Great job. Fantastic job.
You're here.
Andre, can I follow?
Of course.
Okay, cool. Eddie, 1000%. Yeah, because that meeting was, you guys remember when we were like deep in, 8 days, this is unacceptable. And I was like, yeah, you're right. It is unacceptable. We're working our ass off. We need a new tech stack, all that kind of stuff. Well, we don't even have a new tech stack yet. It comes out in like few weeks, you're going to start hearing about it more. And that's where you're going to do all this cool stuff like bank resets and things like that if you're on that new tech stack. But we've done this without that. And the team has crushed it. Eddie, I'm glad you brought that up because this is also Trader Support Week in the world. Of whatever I think is to call it Customer Support Week, and it's actually really a week of customer support. But nobody here is a customer. Zero. None of you are customers. You're in Topstep's program. You're working to become a trader at Topstep. So you're a trader here. You're a trainee. You come up there, and then you become a professional trader. So they have done an exceptional job of trader support to get us to the point where it's minutes. They'll pick up the phone. We have our phones working, guys. 1-888-60. 1-888-601. Oh God, I don't know. I just forgot. We've had it forever. We have a phone. You can call right away. We're gonna make that announcement. So I just gave you guys an insider thing that actually we have a phone that's working that people call. It's like easily a couple hundred calls a day. Thousands of support tickets a day. Thousands. And they get to them in a day, empty box, inbox, kind of like managing your email. They've been crushing it. And we've been under the water, so to speak, of delays since One Step One Rule came out over a year ago. So kudos, Eddie. Glad he brought this up. Totally appreciative of all their hard work and everybody that went heads down and the team members that came on the team to put it about 110 people deep on the support team.
Nice, well said. All right, Hoag, what are you appreciative for?
Oh, as always, my God, my family, my country. And today I appreciate everybody in chat, the communication, the participation. You guys still have me long in this trade because you chose to fish instead of cut bait. Just I just love everybody that in the communication and the participation in chat. And I could go on for days with the things that I appreciate. I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well said, Hoag. All right, we'll see more Hoag later today. Hey, and Marie, what are you appreciative for?
You know what? Particularly lately, I'm appreciative that I have a Lord that I can lean on, and because I've needed to lean on him quite a bit.
That's your lean. That's your lean. I like it.
Yeah, is.
That's a real lean.
It is my
that's
lean.
A real lean right
That's
there.
a real lean right there.
Lean in. Yeah, and so I'm also really appreciative for family that's always supportive. I've got a husband that is just a champion cheerleader for me. He's always sticking beside me, always lifting me up when I'm down, and I'm grateful that God gave him to me.
Oh man, that's awesome. How do you follow that up? Shout out to Mr. Anne Marie. Shout out to Mr. Anne Marie, the real one. That's awesome.
I'll tell him you called him Mr. Anne Marie.
Mr. Anne Marie,
Get that clip and send it to my wife. I love that.
Yeah, I'm thankful for this day. I had a lot of fun today. This Fast Markets, man. We got some good stories. We got some takes on the new space, how the space is changing, how we're focusing on live. This space is changing very, very quickly. So I'm just thankful that we're all part of it here together. 5,000 people watching us day in and day out to see what we do, what us knuckleheads do here on TV, whether it's taking trades, having laughs, picking each other up, hell, we even fight sometimes. Also, for those Series 3 junkies, don't worry, we got Series 3 questions coming up later after this, but not coming up next. We got James Eden in the house joining us on Power Players from Maryland. Making his very first appearance at Topstep TV. I see you in the green room, James. Stay tuned. We got him coming up on the other side of this break. Let's go.
I like the idea, and I'm biased because this is how I did it myself. I like the idea of having a full-time job and a full-time career while I'm learning trading and while I'm developing my trading skills. It takes so much pressure off. It also gives you a fallback, if the trading doesn't work out. And it takes the pressure off if you go through a period where you're not making money in trading. It's not all of a sudden like your family doesn't have money. So I think there is some wisdom in what the questioner is asking to have a secure base and then use that secure base to work on the trading over time.
Yeah, Power Players time. You know what it is. Making his very first appearance on Power Players. We got James N in the house. James, you are now a Power Player. Welcome to TopstepTV.
Thank you, sir. It's good to be on here.
Like that. JD's in the house. JD's got the keys to the house account, and another account, all under the same master account, if you will. JD, I believe we're long from, what do we have, 58.92
We are long
half?
from 58.92 half. Profit target of 59.19 quarter. The orders, 59.19, the orders. Hoag is working that. That's not stopping us from putting another trade on, though. Don't worry. We got the NQ just bounced off weekly kickoff high at 25.30. We're trading back below last week's high, which is 25.08. If you're looking at your Topstep daily levels indicator on TopstepX, you can see the same thing that I'm looking at right now. But a little bit of a temporary down move in the NQ. Looking for higher prices in the NASDAQ. NQ's seeing some sellers step in at the moment.
Love it, JD. Absolutely love it, man. Comes out of the gate swinging. All right, we do have a 900 lot sitting here offered at 59.10 in the S&Ps. We're going to keep an eye on that. Again, 900 offered at 59.10. Let's get to know James a little bit. James, first question I asked when someone's making their first appearance on TopstepTV, how did you find Topstep and how did Topstep find you?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I started out my trading career in like 2011, around that time frame in crypto. Did pretty well, and then I went to options, and it just popped up into my YouTube feed, TopstepTV, and I clicked on it because I'm watching all trading content on YouTube, and I caught the futures bug through you guys. So started out my first live account with CQG and AMP, and then
CQG,
I kept watching you guys, and I was like, well, why don't I try one of these combines? So I did. I got hooked. So I haven't looked back. I don't even trade options that much anymore, just primarily futures. So I watch your content almost every day, and you guys do a great job. I love the content, especially in the morning and the afternoon.
Appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Well, welcome aboard to TopstepTV. You're on here, James. How about it? First, you're watching the content. First, you're watching our videos. Now you're making them with us. Life comes at you fast, James. Let's get right into it. What do you trade primarily? What are your instruments? What are your indicators? How do you attack the trades?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I primarily trade the NQ. I dabble in the ES here and there, but primarily the NQ. I started out in the minis, blew out 3 25K accounts, probably like everyone else's story. And then recently switched over to micros. I had a horrible September, and I started trading micros just to get the leverage a little bit down. So I've been doing fairly well on micros. I tend to trade back in the minis because I like the action. I like the PNLs potentially with the minis, but micros I get to hold a little longer and get my true trade setups going.
All right.
In terms of like indicators,
what do you got?
Yeah. I mean, I used to use a lot of indicators. Now I'm really just using cumulative delta. I trade based on order flow. I've got a VWAP on my chart just to basically for reference. I don't really try to trade off of it unless it coincides with some order flow that I'm seeing on the charts. But other than that, try to keep it simple. Sometimes I'll throw in an RSI just to see where the momentum is, but that's about it.
Okay, cool. All right, so we're keeping an eye on the NQ, 20,495 last trade. JD, you said weekly kickoff high. Was it the 500s? Was that correct?
20,530 bounced off that. We're trading back inside of last week's range. Last week's high was 20,508. Trading 492 last. Heading back towards VWAP, as our old buddy George says. All roads lead to VWAP. I've got that at 20. Let's call it 450. 450 VWAP. So looking at a possible 40-point move lower, maybe a bounce from there. But I'm telling you, I don't hate the short side right now. I do not hate the short side right now. Temporarily.
You guys see the order sitting? You guys see the order sitting on the NQ? Or is that just me?
NQ. Let me switch over to NQ. What do you got?
What are you looking at?
Do you see that?
2450.
450, 450, 450.
No, my level 2.
No, what do you got
at,
down there?
You looking at Bookmap?
No. Let me see.
I see a 50 lot in the 490s. All right. Well, hey, James, we'll get right back on this, or we'll get right back to that. But JD's looking to take perhaps a peek to the downside. James, what are you seeing here in this action? We are getting some movement. We're getting some action, even though it is 11:14 Central Time. What are you seeing here, James, in the NQ?
Yeah, I think it. You know, it came off of that 530, just like JD just mentioned. I think I'm looking at lower at this point. I mean, a natural spot is VWAP, of course, but I think we might be getting a pullback here, maybe to the 75s in the short term, possibly down to that 460 area. I'm not looking for any longs there. Just thinking that we're gonna have a temporary pullback here.
What do you like for an entry area? If you're playing from the short side, what kind of entry area are you looking at?
Let me see. Yeah, I would be looking at somewhere in the 510 to 514 range.
I like it.
Yeah,
Okay, JD, if you want to work it, we can. How do we enter this thing, JD? We got a 510 to 514. How do you, JD, talk to us about your entry style when executing?
Personally, I like to find a zone and scale through that zone so I get an average price around the area, right? Initially wanted the position to start at. Not so much a fan of going all in, all out. I don't mind not having a full position going into a trade if it means mitigating risk a little bit. I hope that makes sense. So I would scale in some offers just above last week's high. Let's call it 25.09.5. Another one above the this 11.05 candle. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart here. Another offer around 520 with a stop above 530.
All right, so we're starting at 509.5. All right, starting at 509.5. Are we working them actively?
Yeah. Offers at 1020, stop at 30. Does that make sense? Working nothing yet. I'll put them in now.
1020, stop at 30. Got you. Roger that. All right, James. So if we get hit on that, we'll
call it 10 quarter.
Really quick.
20 quarter.
20 quarter.
And 30 quarter stop.
30 quarter stop. I like that.
All right,
James, have you... Oh, hey, really quick, I do want to give a shout-out, one big, massive shout-out to Ashley Bedford. Man, this makes my heart so happy. I passed my first combine. Took me 6 months of training. I'm so happy. Thank you, Topstep. No, Ashley, thank you. 6 months of just busting your hump and getting to finally pass your first combine. Ashley, that's what this is all about. We see you in the chat day in, day out. So congratulations, Ashley. Everyone show Ashley some love in the chat. 6 months of grinding. Finally passed.
It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Good for you, Ashley. We're proud of you.
Awesome.
Congrats.
All right, see if we can get up here. 20,497. Yeah, I'm working. Well, I mean, we work in JD at 10 quarter.
One each. We'll have a pair on.
All right, cool. James, how's the trading gone for you so far today and just over the last couple of weeks? I think you said September was brutal for you. How's October been?
October's been really good.
Good.
Yeah, so I've been trading my XFA daily. I try to keep it turtle slow, right? So I want to make at least 300 to 400 a day on average, and then I'll just lock myself out. So I'm running into the combine today just because I've qualified for a payout on the XFA. So I wanted to get another one in the books. So, but October's been really good. I think the price movement has been really advantageous. September was brutal. It was just like inside day, just chopping around and killing me.
So just you're in a single XFA. You running any combines right now? Are you trying to get into more XFAs?
Yeah, so I've got one combine that I just started today. So I'm up on that combine. about $900 today. So we'll see. I'll be trading the combine here. Hopefully we can hit our target.
Right, taking a look at till day. We have kept one eye on gold today. Again, new all-time highs in the gold. That price being 27.12, 70 cents. Last trade 27.04. Also had new all-time highs in the ES. That price of 59.27. Last trade 59.07. Currently, we do have a house account trade on in the ES, long from 92.5, targeting 59.19 in the orders to the upside. But we're also got a couple offers in the NQ. The last trade in the NQ for 20,492. See if we can get filled on those 10 quarters. Why did we go 10 quarters, JD, not 10 round number?
Just above the previous candle.
Love
above
it.
the previous two candles are our entries, and then above weekly kickoff high is our stop.
Awesome.
James, your payout process. How do you do it? You take out half the account, certain percentage, dollar amount.
I usually take a third out. Yeah,
Take a third out?
that's a good question. Yeah, I usually take a third out. Whenever I've taken a half out, what has happened in the past to me is I'll get to, like, let's say $3,000 on a 50K account. I'll take half out, and then that other half that's remaining, it doesn't give me enough room to play with sometimes. If you have a couple days back to back of losers, it
Yeah,
kinda
for
gets
sure.
tough. So I usually take a third out. So if I get to a $3,000 profit in the account, I'll take 1,000 out, and I'll try to take about every 10 days or so, if I can build that account. As I build it more, it gives me a little bit more buffer.
Excellent. Good
Beautiful.
process.
Yes, absolutely. JD, when you ask them, what are people's typical like payout process? A third, half? What do you typically see? Just out of curiosity.
It's
I'm
impossible.
unfamiliar.
It's impossible to actually tell how people do it. When they reach that max in the XFA, so you can only hit $50,000 in an XFA is the max, and then they'll either call you up to live or they'll close the account and transfer it, and you have to take a payout at that point. A lot of people will take half and then transfer half to a live account if they're offered a live account, or they'll just take the whole thing and restart from the beginning, But as far as live account payouts go, don't have the statistics on how people do that. The only information I really get is, what are the biggest payouts from the previous day kind of thing. But I mean, it's so subjective. Thousands and thousands of traders taking payouts a week. It's almost impossible to track what each individual's process is for it. Some people just going for a quick scalp, want to take it all and move on somewhere else. Some people are playing long ball.
Like that.
They take a certain percentage, leave themselves a cushion for the next payout, try to slowly build their accounts. So it's different for everybody. It really is.
How about these payout numbers lately, JD?
Unbelievable. We are on track to do over 1 million every day this week for the first time ever.
It's incredible.
Which
Good
is
stuff. James, part of that.
Really incredible.
I've got a question about I've got a question about the live accounts. I'm assuming that the profit is not the only condition or parameter to be chosen for live, correct? Like, you get to 15,000, it's not like an automatic, hey, we're going to move you to live. Like, there's other parameters, right?
Solely at the discretion of the risk management team. They will take a close look at your trading history, whether or not they think you're responsible enough to manage firm capital in a live trading environment. So there's a lot of factors involved in it, but is solely at the discretion of the risk management team who gets transferred into a live funded account.
Do they interview the trader, ask any questions?
Oh yeah, they will.
Oh, they'll get on the phone, James.
Ooh.
Do you want to get on the phone with them? Do you want to get on the phone with them, James?
Yeah, I don't
They
mind.
locked out a funded.
Yeah, I don't mind.
The live funded.
Go ahead. Sorry.
We had a live funded trader get locked out of their account yesterday. Do you remember listening to the shoulder tap yesterday?
Yes.
Andre?
Yes.
The trader, who we're not going to call out right now, took a lot of heat yesterday from us during shoulder tap. And Yeah, I guess the day before that, this trader was on the phone with the risk management team, up a big chunk of money. So they called this trader and said, "Listen, we want you to lock in some profits. Whatever you do, do not go club DLL on this trade. You know, you're up tens of thousands of dollars. You're going home in profit today." And they said, "Fine, I'm putting a stop in. This is the maximum amount of risk I'm going to take for the rest of the day, and I'll lock it out." And then the next day they came back, checked the trade report, boom, DLL. Up 5 figures to DLL.
Big 5 figures.
In a day.
Big 5 figures.
So they pulled the stop order?
Yeah.
They let it run?
No. The trader did.
Yeah,
but
trader,
then the issue became that the risk team was talking to this trader on the phone and did not follow through with their promise, so they locked that trader's account. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You don't play games. Risk does not play games.
You don't lie to the risk team. Do not lie to the risk team.
You're not. Well, I do have some. Well, we do have a poll up really quick. Have you ever passed a Topstep trading combine? Three options are: yes, I've passed and feel great. No, I haven't. Working hard, and I don't have a Topstep account. Over 400 votes in just 2 minutes. Man, you guys have been active in the polls today. 67% saying yes, I have passed and feels great. Ashley Bedford, you are one of those 67%. Congratulations. Also, I'm being told we are less than 100 subscribers, less than 100 subscribers from 125,000. Please click like, please click subscribe. James N., have you clicked like and subscribe on our YouTube channel?
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Okay, good. Good man. Good man.
Of course.
Good man. All right, click like, click subscribe. Let's see if we can get to 125,000 subscribers during this Power Players right here, right now. We are working the 20,000 510s, 510 quarter, I should say, offer in the NQ.
Man, Andre, chat does not miss a thing. They latched on to that little story I just told. And
what'd they say?
They were on it. They knew.
Yeah, from yesterday.
Dolby just shared an update on Delesh, by the way.
Yeah, you want to read that?
Traded in a couple days, yeah. Nice email from Delesh to Dolby Time. Just want to give you folks a heads up. I'm busy the next few days for a family wedding. Should be back to my normal trading on Monday. Keeping an eye on the price action. Just not trading, as I don't like trading much on the mobile. Hopefully I can continue my streak next week and make more than my daily $2. Have a great week. Regards, Delesh. What a guy. Checking in with us.
Yes. Him and JD have a budding friendship, just blossoming. Who knew? All right, we're starting to see some sellers here.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, there they are. Yeah.
Sellers coming in here.
Didn't quite hit our entry. No FOMO. I don't like this trade so much anymore on the short side. I'm going to cancel these orders. If it gets back up there, I know I'm not going to like it as much as I do, or as I did. Canceling orders. We'll move on to the next trade.
Completely agree. If it goes back up there.
Go.
Yeah, I made a request to.
Go ahead, JD.
I made a request to Delesh to start treating this hot streak like a 9-to-5 job. And if you're going to be late, you're going to take a day off, give us a heads up.
Let us know.
So we're not worried.
No show, no calls from Delesh have us concerned. But luckily, he did check in from this wedding. If this wedding jinxes it, man, I swear to God, if this wedding jinxes this streak, man, I swear. Anyways, all right. So, what's up, James?
If you're treating the trading job 9 to 5, does he get an hourly rate? What's his hourly rate?
$2 a day.
Well,
that's
it. Not too high, considering. Yeah. What did Hoag say? We got Hoag coming in here.
Delesh has been on this hot for 70 days. He's not eligible for a payout, though.
Not yet, JD. Yeah. We're on the streak to 100. We'll see if we can get there. But JD, talking about the NASDAQ here, you did perhaps, you called it. We obviously didn't get the 10 quarters. You can see us making a run. And I think James making a run towards VWAP. I got VWAP at 20,449. That'd be a full move right there, JD.
Yep. We got Hoag screen up still. Let's take a look where his stop is on this ES trade.
Let's take a peek. And Hoag house account long from 58.92 half. Still in it.
02 half stop. Does that look right? Looks like O2 to me. A little blurry.
All right, James. So no trades just yet. Obviously, it's a bit slow right now.
Yeah, no trades yet. I'm looking at a potential long. Let's just see how far we can get down. Potentially that 470 marker. Oh, I want to see a little bit more downside before we do that.
Okay.
Do you like to trade around VWAP too, James? Do you have that up?
Yeah, I've got VWAP up. I mean, if it gets down there, yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get down to VWAP at this point.
Yeah. What's your showing? Mine's right around 450.
Yeah, I'm at
Same.
446.
Okay. Around the same. James, for whatever reason, I thought you said you do not use VWAP. I mean, did I mishear that?
I don't. It's just for reference, right? So
reference.
Sometimes I'll use VWAP if it coincides with other triggers, right? So if I see the order flow kicking in around VWAP and I like to buy, I'll buy it. But it has to hit some other indicators for me.
What are some other indicators or other triggers that you look to coincide with VWAP?
So yeah, just basically I'm looking for aggressive buyers, aggressive sellers, looking at the footprint charts for order flow. That's what I'm really looking for. Any cumulative delta divergences is what I'm looking for. If RSI is in the momentum under the 50 marker and we're going down, then maybe not buy it, things of that nature. So
Okay.
trying not to use too many indicators, but just having an eye on some things.
Where do you get your footprint charts from?
Getting them from Quantower.
Quantower?
So I've got right here, got a footprint chart right here.
I've always liked the
and
footprint
I'm
charts.
I'm rocking a 3-minute footprint chart. Sometimes I'll switch to a 1-minute on the net queue, but I like the 3-minute because it kind of takes away the noise, right? The 1-minute noise.
Yep.
So a lot of people use the 1-minute or tick charts on the footprints, but I've never had any luck with the tick charts for footprints on NQ. It's like the settings are just wild. It just moves too quick.
Okay. As a couple people in the chat seeing Hoop and Hoag both saying yes, that order at 59.10 still there, offered 900 times. Also, don't forget this morning, so 2700 lot offered at 59.05 right off the open. Did get filled, did go lower. Now we're basically right there. Last trade 59.03, 59.04 now. All right, JD, we are working nothing, correct?
Working nothing. Almost hit your 60s there, James. You got any bids in? What's your plan down here?
I'm thinking about marketing in. Let's see. I'm going to market one in here.
Long one?
Let's do this. Let's go.
Long one. Stop is going to be right below VWAP. I'm going to put my stop at 440.
What price did you get, James?
House count is long one at 469.
469, long one. House account long, +1 NQ from 469. 469. James,
Stop
what
at
price
VWAP.
did you get?
I got 473 and 3/4.
473 and 3/4. Okay. +1 from
Depending on the
473.7.
We're going to VWAP stop 449.
I scaled
20
it one
points.
more.
You're in for 2, James?
I'm in for 2.
All right, average price, James?
472.50.
472.50. James, long 2 from 472.50.
We are still in for 1 only. Give me a second. I think we might see it just a bit lower here. House is scaled in 2, average price 466.
How's it called? +2 NQ from 20,466. +2 from 466. How's it gone?
Stop at 49.
Stop 49. Okay.
Coming for us.
Yeah.
It's going to be up right now.
There it is. And we are stopped. Minus 681 house.
Minus 681 house. Just ran right through that. James, you still in this trade? You still live?
I'm still in.
Cool.
You're still in? I thought we were stopped. Okay.
Right below VWAP. I'm right below VWAP. 438.
Should still be in this trade then.
Get back in.
Yeah, I don't want this to go below VWAP. If it does, it may wick and then wick me out and come back up. But I think we'll see how this reacts here.
Okay. Hoag house account now flat. Plus 931 on that trade. Plus 931 on the trade. House count is net positive. Last trade 20,458.
Yeah, this is not looking good.
We can do is dirty here.
We've got a flip off point of control. Let's see.
Ooh, pull up in the chat. Who likes longs here? Yes, I do. No, I don't. I'm eating lunch right now.
Good pull.
That's what I'm normally doing.
Yeah. Last trade 20,463 just bounced right off that VWAP. That was probably the entry.
Nice trade though, Hoag. Well done.
Yeah. Stalked it, man. Laying in the weeds. Pounced when the time was just right. Oh, time for lunch. Absolutely, you deserved it. Look at the tilt here. 50-50 across the board. Nothing really leaning one way or another. We did see some heavy tilts in the NQ this morning, up to 78% long, I want to say. Market did fall out of bed.
Still pretty flat right now. 51 long, 53. 51 long S&P, 53 long NASDAQ.
All right, James, you're still long from +2 from 472, correct?
Correct.
72 half. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a take profit target at 500 and quarter for one of them, and then the other one I'm going to let it ride to the highs of the day. Let's see.
I like where your head's at. James, you seem like a pretty chill dude. Does anything get you flustered when you're having a going like in September? Were you this chill in September?
No, I slammed my keyboard on my screen. I mean, it was wild. I mean, normally I'm pretty even keel about trading. You take a losing day, it's not a big deal. But September was just brutal. I mean, I was just in a bad space. I had to take a break. I even told my trading community. I have a trading community that I talk to all the time, and I was just like, I got to take a few days off. This is ridiculous.
No, September was tough, especially after once
You
the
gotta
Fed
step
cut
away.
rates.
Yeah.
Once the Fed cut rates, we were just range bound. We were just staring at the same prices for weeks on end, and we were just chasing your own tail. And it's easy to get chopped up. Think we're gonna break out? Nope. Oh, then we get widening megaphone. But yeah, September was just. Let's just say, thank God we're in October.
Yeah, we had a lot of megaphone days. Yeah,
yes, we did.
It was just really weird ranges.
Brutal. Seems like we're back on track again. We're putting in new all-time highs in the Dow. What did I see? 45 some odd new all-time high days in the S&Ps this year, something like that. 48 days this year. We've made new all-time highs in the S&P. It's just wild. Hey JD, we do have some. I know we have some stats.
Oh yeah, we sure do.
If we want to tap into those, we got about 20 minutes left here on Power Players. We got James N in the house. Yeah, we're about 100 subscribers away from 125,000 subscribers. James N is indeed one of those subscribers. So please click like, please click subscribe. I am seeing we got 1,100 offered here in the NQ, or I'm sorry, ES, 1,100 offered at 59.10. So JD, if you're ready.
Oh, that was a good trade. Risk was too tight. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Okay.
Right at the top there, Mr. Coach Dakota.
Yeah, live too, baby.
Live, baby. $20,117 for Dakota. Trading the NASDAQ. Actually, Dakota, Hung, Daniel, and Kaichun all traded in the NASDAQ yesterday. 10,522 for Hung, 10,405 for Daniel, and 6,766 for Kaichun. Faye loves trading that gold. This is her third day on the list trading gold. Having a very nice week. Faye got a nice shout out on the shoulder tap on Monday, I believe. $6,245 trading gold yesterday. Nice job.
Nice job.
I'm going to change up an overlay real quick.
You got it. Are seeing some buyers stepping in here. 20,475 in the NQ. In the ES, 5906 last trade. We got one eye on those 5910s in the ES. We got 1,100 offered. Of those 1,100, we believe that about 900 of those are real. There might be some spread algos in there. Layering on that. Here's a trading strategy question in the new poll. What was the most money you spent replacing things you broke during a trading blowup? Less than $100? Less than, more than $100, more than $500, or more than $1,000? Unfortunately, mine's $1,000.
Yeah, mine was probably more than $1,000. Mine was a bone in my hand, though.
That's right.
It took
man.
six weeks to heal, too.
Yeah, that's a super expensive one. That costs time, too.
Yeah, mine was $1,000. It was a phone.
Yeah.
I don't remember if I ever told the full story about that.
That's aggressive. A bone is aggressive. We got to hear about that.
Yeah, he punched. Would you punch a stud?
Yeah, I punched a wall in my office and I hit an iron stud on the wall, and
do it.
Yeah, it crushed my hand. But the worst part was this happened on a Friday. The following week, a group of us from the group I traded for were going to a trading seminar out in Akron, Ohio. And it was a week long, like trading camp. We go out to this guy's farm. I won't say the name because you probably know who he is. But you spend a week on this guy's farm, and he shows you how he trades, and you just sit there and trade with blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I couldn't get in to see a specialist before I left to go on this trading seminar trip. So they just put me in like a little brace kind of thing. And while I was gone, it took almost 2 weeks before I actually got in to see a real hand doctor, and by then the bone had set. So they actually had to go in and re-break my hand and put me in a cast.
That sucks.
Yeah, it was the worst. It was a horrible 2 months. That taught me a very valuable lesson about getting angry while you're trading.
Hey, JD,
try and keep her cool.
I mean, how did they re-break the hand? I mean, did they put you under? Did they run it over with a car? Did they have a hammer?
Casino
threw a strap of leather in my mouth and held me down. Yeah. No, they shot up with Novocaine, and a guy like seriously just like massaged it for a couple minutes, and then it kind of like you felt it budge. It was real weird.
Okay, well that sounds civil. All right, I was worried. Thank you.
Dude. That sounds
I'm
brutal.
glad you're better.
But you learned. Lesson learned.
Lesson learned. Don't punch walls.
Jimmy C.
Don't get angry at the markets.
Get angry. So shout out to Jimmy C. That order at 59.10 has been pulled. They're toying with us, Jimmy C. Indeed. Hey, we got James.
We got to hold above these 80s.
This is a real nice trade, James. We should still be in this.
Yeah.
Hold above the 80s, yeah. And you're targeting 500s, right, James? 500, 500
Yeah, I'm
quarter?
targeting. Yeah, I've got one order on 500, and I'm gonna keep the other one. I'll keep the other one. See if we can clear the some of the imbalances above.
Reading your bio here, James, and sometimes the bios like to ask, what are your hobbies outside of trading? But here it says, outside of trading, James still finds himself focused on trading. Is this true, James?
I'm addicted. I'm an addict. So like, it doesn't matter what I do. If I get into it, I'll just get fully addicted into that one thing. And it's been trading for, I don't know, years now, about a decade. So I can't stop reading about it. I can't stop watching YouTube videos, TopstepTV, of course. So that's all I do, basically. I mean, I've got three I've got 3 little girls, so I definitely spend time with the family. Shout out to my girls. One's not 9 years old, 7 years old, and 3. So, busy household. But other than that, for fun, it's trading. Some people might be like, what do you mean fun? For me, it's fun.
It's fun.
You can't be trading. I mean,
it's the best.
Yeah.
Question, James. Would you encourage your daughters to get into trading if they wanted to?
I would. My wife wouldn't let them. But I would. I would encourage my daughters, especially one of them. Her name is Lily.
Hi, Lily.
She can see patterns really well.
Oh, damn! She's ahead of the game.
Yeah, so she'll sit with me and she'll be like, "Oh, that looks like it's gonna go up, Daddy." I'm like, "All right, let me hit the buy trigger."
And what's her win percentage like? What's Lily's win percentage like? What's her risk reward ratios? What's her hold time durations for Lily?
Hold time durations, nothing. I mean, it's just like get in and get out. She's a scalper.
Okay, got it. Well, you gotta start somewhere.
See the profit. She wants to see the profit immediately.
Good job. Hey, Lily, see profit, take profit. Can't go broke. I love it.
Right.
All right, we're trying to push higher. James said we want to hold above these 480s. Let's trade 20,485. He about 15 points away from profit target. And right with the 500. I do know Dakota did like those 500s as well. I do believe he closed the trade up there. Great trade by Dakota earlier this morning. Bought 422s and sold 500s 15 times, I believe. Live trading, live account too. Keep an eye on the Dow here. Dow's trying to creep higher. 53,500 last trade.
When I was jumping on this call with you guys, I was thinking about using my stage name.
Oh, what's that?
My stage name is Knife Catcher. That's what I use on Discord and YouTube. So I
You have a strategy to make that name up? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a really good strategy. Catching the falling knife for years and getting burned. So I named myself Knife Catcher to always remind myself not to catch the falling knife.
Don't catch a falling knife. You lose a couple fingers doing that, but yes, we've all been guilty of that. Why do we do that, James?
Mm-hmm.
Is it an ego thing? Like we're going to call the bottom or it can't go lower than the lows? Why do we all do that? Why are we all like, we missed the move. Yeah. We can't get on board. It's almost as if the move's going to run out. Why do we all find ourselves trying to catch the knife?
I think it has something to do with selling lows. People have trouble selling new lows. I know I do. I hate selling new lows.
Yeah.
For me, it's trying to catch the bottom. Like I wanted to be right. I wanted to say, oh, dude, I got the absolute bottom tick, right? And I longed it right then and there. And it's stupidity if you really think about it. Nowadays, I never catch the absolute bottom or I never catch the absolute top. You got to wait for a confirmation. That's how I trade now. Safer like that.
It is. Holly in the chat. Y'all, whose phone is on vibrate is getting annoying. LOL. Did you really laugh out loud, Holly? You didn't really laugh out loud. Anyways, I do not do that. I do not hear a phone vibrating, but I have seen a couple of people say it is vibrating, but we'll try to silence our phones to help out Holly, who's annoyed by vibrating phone. But laughed out loud.
Sorry, Holly.
Laughed out loud.
Sorry, Holly.
Couldn't have been that annoyed because she was laughing out loud. But Holly, we got you. We're going to try to silence our phones here. TopstepTV, getting less than 100 subscribers away from 125,000. I'm going to get annoying about this. Click like, click subscribe. Let's do it.
How about those XFA P&Ls from yesterday?
Let's do it.
Let's see this real.
Yes, please.
First up, Scott K. $16,614 trading the ES and the NQ. He's trading a couple different accounts. He made roughly $30,000 yesterday. Big day for Scott K. He also made a move on the leaderboard. I think he was. Let me double check that leaderboard. Scott K is in third place on the leaderboard right now.
Wow.
All right, then we got Moses Trading the NQ 15,666. Mustafa, whose name we've been hearing quite a bit lately, 14,758. Trading the Nasdaq and the gold, 77.80 out of Nasdaq, 69.78 out of gold. Justin G, 12,432, trading the ES, and then Kevin T, who we mentioned on the leaderboard, was trading in 5 XFAs. Lead account $12,216. Total profit for Kevin T yesterday across 5 XFAs was $60,855. Not bad, Kevin. Not bad. And he's number 25 on the leaderboard now. Moved up.
What'd you say?
Number 25. 25 on the
Oh,
leaderboard.
25.
Moved up 355 spots.
25. It's the number that comes after 24. What's the problem?
It's 25 on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I thought we were going to bleep him out for that one.
I heard 25. No, all right, dope books. Come on, dope book. Come on. Sometimes it's just better off on side. All right, let's get back to these markets. James, can we get to 20,500 in the NASDAQ? He says we got to hold these 80s, right, James? We got to hold these 80s. We got about 7 minutes left here in Power Players. We got to hold these 80s. We still are. Last trade, 43, now 44 trade, James. Let's get it.
Yeah,
Let's pump this.
Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm going to reduce risk a little bit. You see the wick right here that hit the VWAP. I'm going to pull it right there. If it comes back down there, I don't want to see it. So let's just reduce a little bit of risk. So, yeah, really slow action. I'm not used to trading in this hour, but I still like it. If we can hold these levels, I don't want it to see under 470, but I'll still hold it.
Under 470, yep. Let's hold these
I
480s.
do kind of like this. I like the price action this hour. It's been very predictable, I think.
Yeah.
You like the ebbs and flow of this market, this price action, JD?
It's working. We got on the right side of the trade. We just our risk was just way too tight. We missed the first move because we were being stingy with our entry, and we lost on the good trade because we were being stingy on our risk. Other than that, yeah, we called the session pretty well.
We did right to VWAP, man. You called it. You got both you guys right to VWAP, get the bounce, and lo and behold, nice, good, smooth price action. That's part of it. So we always got fast markets, right? That's when the most volume's pumping, but that's also when the market's most volatile as well. Sometimes there's value in trading, during the lunchtime trade or trading slow markets with Dakota. You can see how these markets move a little bit more predictably, like JD was saying. So there is a lot of value, just because that's when all the quote unquote action is in the first hour, 2 hours of trading. For those that are new or those that need to hit the reset, like James had to hit the reset after September, start back slow, get back on the horse, 1 foot in front of the other. So, this is a good time where you can learn, see some good price action. You see some orders come in here on the ladder in the S&Ps. Again, we're working at 59.10, so those seem to be gone.
Yeah, I'll tell you from my perspective and the years that I've been trading, there's really two important things from a general perspective is, you want to always be able to take a break just in case. I mean, you got to sometimes reset your mind if you're having a bad string of trading days or what have you. Don't just trade the trade, right? There are days when I go not even making a trade because I don't like the price action. It's not conducive to my trading. So that's one. Second is trading communities, right? Trading buddy. You guys always mention trading buddies. So I watch TopstepTV, try to get someone else in my ear. I have a trading community. Shout out to the LPR trading group. Guys over there, we hang out, we give each other ideas. Guys like, if you don't mind, guys like Dave, Carlos, Archie, Hollywood, and Darty. Those are my guys and others.
Nice.
And they help out a lot. Like, you bounce ideas off of other traders and see what they think too. Plus, 100%. This crap can get boring if you do it by yourself.
And lonely.
It is boring, yeah. Lonely.
And lonely.
It can get boring. Yeah.
Yes, it can. Drive yourself mad. Just it's you and the screens and no one around. You can get thoughts in your head. You can find a trade just to stay unbored. You'll just take a trade just to not be bored. So yes, trading buddies are clutch. Trading communities are clutch. TopstepTV, essentially why we're here for you. Also, JD, I see pinned to the top of the chat. Get your questions in for group coaching. Do we need some
Group
questions?
coaching with Hoag today, 12:30 Central Time. Form is pinned to the chat. Drop your questions.
Okay, cool. I do see a 500
So
lot
we got
here
a
at
few
59
already.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we should be. Let's see what happens here. Might be cutting it. Let's go. Come on, get back up there.
Do the right thing. Do it for James one time. James, if you don't mind, we don't do this with everybody, but when we've kind of like your vibe and think you like to have a little fun with us here, my man Eddie's going to come in. I don't know if you've seen Power Players before, but we do like to ask a fun question every now and then. So, Eddie, jump on in. Let's give James the knife catcher a whirl. See how he does here.
Hello, knife catcher. This is Mad Dog. I got questions. I got 1 to 24 questions here. Give me a number. I'm going to ask you a question, and if you can give us a nice short answer, that'd be great.
You want me to pick the number?
Yes, sir. Yeah, 1 to 24.
7.
Number 7. If you can master any skill instantly besides trading, what would it be?
Ooh, besides trading, James. Don't say look in the future.
I know
Don't say
you're a
look
nut
into the
with
future.
trading. Trading.
Don't say look into the future, James. There's others.
Master skill.
Yeah. Besides, man, we stumped him, Eddie. When you said no trading, I think we stumped him.
Yeah, he was going right for that. I could see him reaching.
Yeah, he was. 100%.
Hold on.
Look at him. He's short circuiting. He's short circuiting. We took away his trading. What's he going to do?
I would say. I would say. Hold on.
Look at
Carpentry.
Carpentry. That's a really cool answer, man.
That was a really good answer, actually.
I like working with my hands. Yeah, I would like working with my hands, and if you can build something, that would be cool.
Cool.
Very cool.
Great answer.
James, you
Thanks,
saved
James.
yourself. Yeah, nice save there, James. Look at you. I thought
Very good. Very good.
we had you stumped there. Hey, all right, keep an eye on this the Dow. That was about 14 points from high a day. Last trade, 43,531 now, about 10 points off highs. Let's see if the Dow can do the heavy lifting here for NQ and the ES. NQ certainly lagging behind ES, taking a peek above. Last trade 59.08, 59.09 now trades on the ES. But Dow is seeing some buyers. Boy, oil, tight range today, about 90-cent range. Last trade, $70.23. Gold found some buyers again. VWAP at 2,700. Peaked out at 2,712. Pulled all the way back to 2,700. Boom. Played off VWAP. Last trade, 2,707. James, as we conclude Power Players, how do you manage this trade going forward? Will you sit there in front of the screen? Will you set your stop and walk away? How do you manage it from here?
I mean, I've got 2 contracts here. What I like to see is the first target get hit, and then once that gets hit, I'll have my second target here at this liquidity zone here, and then I'll walk away. I'll go take a break and then just come back and see what happens at that point.
I like that. Awesome. Well, it was an absolute pleasure having you on, getting to know you. I think we'll have more James on here. James, will you please keep us posted on this trade in the chat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, coming up next, we got Jack and Ben with shoulder tap. Then we got more of this guy, JD, and Hoag for group coach, and then more JD. Boy, more JD. Who can't ask for more of that?
I said 25. I'm scrolling through the chat. I said 25, you squeakers. 25.
I set you up on that one. Thank you, JD. Thank you, James. We got shoulder tap coming next with Jack and Ben. Let's go.
Hey, everybody. Hope the trading day is treating you well. I'm Jack, joined by risk manager Ben. This is Shoulder Tap. Lately, Ben, I feel like we have been doing a lot of tapping versus doing a lot of raising up. So I'm going to try and keep a mindset of positivity today, and you are the right man to talk to. Ben, don't ruin my role. What's going on today?
I am the eternal optimist of the risk team. So I will definitely bring the sunshine. It's been a pretty good day. We've had some really impressive trading from our live traders, and excited to cover that with you. The number of live traders we have in our program continues to grow. I think a lot of the coaching and programmatic things that we've put forward have really paid dividends across this year. So more traders getting called up to live, and our live traders kind of knocking it out of the park. Of course, there are several who swung for the fences and struck out today. We'll talk about them as well, but got some really interesting trading cards to talk about. So before we jump in there, we'll talk about the live trader P&Ls. Just a quick rundown. The house account down 1,600 at the moment in aggregate. Dakota down $990. Nick for a Tick took the daily loss limit on the day. The shining star for the day being Alexandros, up $40,000. We'll talk about him again shortly. Andy up $2,000. Chung and Michael both up thousands of dollars this morning. Ended up taking the daily loss limit. So hate to see that, but definitely is going to happen when you have a large pool of traders. Huang Ming up 7,400. D up 3,500. Dryden up 4,300. Shiftan currently up almost 15 grand. Darcy up 1,500. Balkaran up 6,100. And Hector up $4,500. And Faye also up 4,400. Really impressed with the trading that Faye has been putting on lately. Not sure if Mick spoke about her on the trading card that he featured recently, at least in watching her trading. I know she's, it seems as though she's grappled with it's almost like an invisible ceiling sometimes, it feels like, with an account balance, a particular level that you can't seem to breach every time you get to, oftentimes I see it at about the $25,000 mark. And for Faye, that has been a wall that she's been, banging against for some time now. She seems to be poking through it, has larger than $30,000 in account balance currently with today's trading. So good on you, Faye. Glad you're having a breakthrough there and continue trading well. We got lots to talk about, Jack. Anything you've seen or we've talked about thus far you want to touch on?
Not this far. We can get to the cards. I'm checking on the news. I see some people mentioning crude is going wild. Got to pull that up real quick. Oh, yeah. Good old drop in crude right there. Have to see if there's any news there across the wire, but we'll keep you posted. With that, Ben, why don't we get to our cards, see what's up?
Let's do it. That $70 battleground in crude has been interesting. We'll see if the Bulls or Bears win out. Let's bring up the trading card for Alexandros, the man of the hour. Alexandros is somewhat of a storied trader in our program. For those who were watching TopstepTV this time last year, you were hearing a lot about Alexandros, who has had a previous live account with us, ultimately lost that live account much earlier in the year. Has gone through quite the journey throughout the years, taken some payouts, has also recently acquired a live account, bringing us to current day, made $40,000 in this account. You'll see some of the numbers and statistics on this card. Don't read too much into those. They're only based on 5 trading days worth of data. The noteworthy piece here is today's trading performance and the journey that Alexandros has gone on to reach this point within our program. Had a phone call with, he actually spoke with Brett, one of our other risk managers, as well as myself today. And I was really, really happy with the way that call went. Anytime someone in our program is up tens of thousands of dollars, they get a phone call from the risk team. Sometimes they answer, sometimes we have to follow up via email, but make that outbound call and say, what is our exit plan, right? What are we not willing to lose at this point? We want to see you ratchet up that stop loss in the account and make sure that you're walking away with $20, $30, $40,000 because you've profited that much and you've earned it, and we want you to keep it. And so, casual question: what's the exit plan? What are you doing the rest of the day trading wise? And Alexandros had completed trading and was actually in the middle of something when Brett called, so we followed back up. I chatted with him, and his answer to that question was, I'm done trading for the day, and I plan to go enjoy myself a glass of wine in classic French fashion. So that was really awesome to hear from him. He sounded happy about it, obviously so, but not overjoyed, not reckless. He proceeded to share quite a bit of detail with me about his opinion of Topstep, his opinion of his time in our program, and where he views himself. Based on all of that, Jack, I really believe that he is a much better trader today than he was at this time a year ago. A little bit less than a year ago is when he was in the live account. But he's matured a lot, particularly emotionally. And he talked about how previously being up $40,000, he would be looking for 80 potentially, right? That's kind of the next goal. And we know that is a dragon you can chase forever and ultimately ends in ruin. We talk about that every single day, every week that we're on this broadcast. So it was really great to hear him, truly happy and satisfied with his trading and with where he ended on the day, not eager to go back to it, and that he's going to lock up the full $40,000 of trading profits. So really can't speak enough about his development. I had some phone calls with him during his last stint in the live account that I was reflecting on, and he's truly a different trader, more mature, battle tested, battle wounded, certainly, and I think it's a great testament to what development looks like for traders and the opportunity that prop firms present when that development meets the opportunity on an intraday basis like today. So Alexandros had in this account for the prior 3 days hit the daily loss limit of $3,000. That remains a concern no matter what trader you are, no matter how good you are. If you're a coach, if you're someone who is a TV personality, if you're an influencer, if you're just Joe Schmo, that daily loss limit can bite you if you let it. So got to continue to monitor that. The worst thing that could happen here would be several days in a row of daily loss limit streak afterwards. But frankly, based on the conversation we had and where Alexandros is currently, I don't think that's I think that's less likely than it might be for other traders, and that's again a testament to his personal growth and abilities in this account. So only area of concern, Jack, before I send it to you, this is Alexandros is a surgeon, so presumably making very good money, does not really need the money, which is always a very advantageous place to be in as a trader. Trading is hard enough. If you need the money, it's very unlikely you're going to make any. But he's in a good spot and happy with where he's at. That being said, he said he was a bit reluctant to take a payout, at least a large one. And we ended our call basically with me imploring him to pay himself along the way in this journey. He wants to build the account balance up, be in this account for a long period of time, and take very significant payouts, which I have confidence he can do. He's someone who's already taken $243,000 in payouts in our program since starting in 2022. That's fantastic. But ultimately, the balance in the account means nothing unless you're paying yourself along the way, because just as easily as it comes, it can go. And Alexandros has experienced that previously. So just a word of caution, even if it's $5,000, $10,000 along the way, make sure you're taking payouts as you stack up what has become a $140,000 account balance. So we're excited. It's really cool to see a live trader knocking it out of the park. Ultimately, that's the pinnacle of trading, is trading someone else's money in live markets, and they've entrusted you to do so, and you can profit based on without risking your own capital. So we're impressed with Alexandros and excited about the future. Jack, what do you have to say about this trading card?
I got a couple things. First, I was monitoring the news too, as far as the oil wiggle there. Probably some news. It was confirmed that the Hamas leader is dead, at least according to Israel. Interesting that it would move that much, given that I know that there was a lot of rumors and evidence that hadn't been confirmed that this was the case over the past 24 hours. So trying to do our journalism, we didn't report that, but not exactly surprising that it would sell off and then come back, because some of this news has been out, but take that for what it is. Let's get back to Alexandros, because a lot of awesome stuff here. First off, as a surgeon, don't pull a Michael Burry and fall asleep in the operating room or whatever he did when he was trading and doing surgery at the same time. Second, it's going to be hard to... Has he decided where he's going to hang it up today?
He said that he is outright done trading entirely, so he's locking in the full $40,000 in profit. Yeah.
That's awesome. And really, to evaluate this card, we need some more days of data. The card obviously looks completely different. Now it's that 40K day. He's clearly someone who is going for some pretty big swings. So, we'll need 10 or more days to see kind of where that's going. What I find super interesting is, I think I've talked a story before about when we had a trading clerk who was a former fighter pilot, right? I'd be interested what kind of surgeon Alexandros is, because it can go one of two ways. We hired this individual because we thought, they're a fighter pilot. They laugh at danger. This won't phase them. They'll be badass. They'll have a very good understanding of risk. But in reality, at least in this case, the person was incredibly risk averse. As in, you're a fighter pilot, you are checking to make sure everything is right because there's a life on the line, and things have to be certain, right? And that's something you can't do in trading, where everything is embracing uncertainty, and you can't be as risk adverse as you could if your life was on the line. And similar with surgeons, when you're doing surgery, like, it can go one of two ways. Either you're very risk adverse because someone's life is on the line, or you just feel the risk of money differently because the stakes are lower relative to if you're slicing into someone's neck, per se. So I would love to talk to Alexandros myself to hear about kind of like how he looks at risk and how his careers affect that. But yeah,
everybody's their own unique cocktail of circumstances, and that's part of what makes my job really interesting and fascinating. Jack, I know you get to talk to traders every single day on TV, and the good news is Alex will be joining us on TV, I believe, at the beginning of next week. So have a chance to talk to him about surgery, how he views money, trading strategy, everything under the sun. Very good dude, professional, and like I said, more than anything, the takeaway here for me is he's grown as a trader in the last year. Lots of traders don't grow, don't develop, don't try to get better, don't learn from their mistakes in a meaningful way. I feel really confident that Alexandros has done that, and happy that he's part of our program. So unless you have anything else, we can move on to our next trade card.
No, we can. And as we transition, I'll just say it's obviously not going to shock you what the most common previous profession or strong hobby was before entering trading. It was professional poker. Those obviously have a lot in common. Or sports betting.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we got next here?
Let's move on to Balkaran. Balkaran has been a pretty regular feature for us since moving into the live accounts, and has been in a live account earlier this year. I consider Balkaran a really good trader. He has recently hit a cold streak in the live account, and that's worth noting. And we're going to talk about the statistics. We've got a pretty good data set here. Been in the account for 44 trading days. You can learn a lot about someone's behaviors across that period of time. Trades the equities primarily, and has a pretty middle of the road win percentage, 43% winning days and 50% winning trades. He's not risking a lot per trade, averaging one lot per trade. And Important of note, and part of the reason that he's featured today, if you caught his name earlier in our live trader update, it's up $6,500 today at last check. I believe still in a position, so that number may have changed since the start of this broadcast, but at last check was up a cool $6,500. And we love seeing that, to have kind of that shake off the cold streak in a day like that after having hit, DLL, I believe it was 4 days in a row. Pulling ourselves out, part of doing that is locking it in. I know that there's a very common affliction amongst traders trying to, make back the recent losses in one fell swoop. If you've lost $3,000 4 days in a row, you want to make $12,000 in one day to get yourself back to where you were ahead of time. I think that's a very natural inclination, particularly for newer traders. So don't let that bug bite you, Balkaron. Make sure you're locking in significant profits. You're up thousands of dollars today. Make sure you walk home with some of that and continue moving forward. Balkaron has shown over his period of trading with Topstep that he is, in the marathon, he's treating it more like a marathon than like a sprint. But of course, everyone has hot streaks and cold streaks along the way. So when you're on a cold streak, you just have to find a way to, reel yourself out of that hole and get back onto a positive track. $35,000 in payouts is what's listed here. That was in a single payout. So Balkaron took one payout on October 11th. So that's a big old chunk of change that Balkaron paid himself out of the live account. We've called it winning the account before. That puts you in a really pretty position to continue trading once you've locked in, profits from and paid yourself on those profits from the live trading that you have been executing. So love seeing that. Cold streak sometimes happens after a payout as well. But I'm encouraged by what we've seen today. I also love the fact that his best winning day is multiples of the worst day. He's put up almost $11,500 on the best winning day in this account. And the average winning day is $4,200 compared to what is an average daily loss limit or just underneath the daily loss limit on average. So again, leaning into that daily loss limit can spell disaster over time. But, if you are hitting, it's all math. If you're hitting multiples of that daily loss limit and your win rates are, near 50%, 40-50%, then you're going to be able to, sustain those periods of drawdown. So that's what we're looking for. This is more of a traditional shoulder tap. Hey, you were on a losing streak. You're up big today. Make sure you take home that money. So Balkaron, if you're listening, love what you're doing. Make sure you lock in profits on the day. And Jack may have some additional words or insights for you as well.
I do have some additional things here. For those of you that haven't been watching Topstep TV, and this goes way before Topstep TV, Balkaron is a straight up legend. All right. And actually, I missed because I was more familiar because the name just pops out more in my head. Alexandros, too, is a legend. Both of these people have traded with us for quite a long time, and both have done very, very well. So it's one of these things as far as a shoulder tap. This is a level of data that we have on them where I'm like, congratulations, do your thing. But, I have to be careful about, I don't know who we have like the permission from, but let's just say that like both of these guys are very, very high on the list of like the most payouts, the most like of all time, right? I'll look into it if we can dive into that more for them, but these guys are both have just absolutely killed it career wise here. I didn't realize one of them was a surgeon too. It makes me feel like a real sack of shit. You know what I'm saying, Ben?
Yeah, the Alexandros, the surgeon, has taken $240,000 in prop firm payouts over the last 2 years. It feels a little belittling at times. Yeah, he's but he's a good dude. He's, happy he's drinking a glass of wine. Couldn't be happier for him. And, particularly that he is in, speaking about Alex, just backtracking for a moment, he was very complimentary of the program we have. He called us the real deal. And, both he and Balkaran have been really engaged and lucrative traders within our firm. So good that we got to feature him, sing some praises for him today. And Balkaran, make sure you're, locking in those profits now that we're officially bringing ourselves out of the cold streak, as long as you lock in those profits for today. So that's what I brought to the table today, Jack.
That's awesome, Ben. And I know Balker, he's been pretty good at locking in those profits, shall we say, along the way. So keep doing what you're doing. Glad to see you succeeding. Glad to hear that they're nice to their risk managers. That's good feeling. Good feeling all around. All right, Ben. Well, thanks for today. We're going to take a quick break right now. When we're back, we're going to do a little group coaching with JD and Hoag. And then JD, this is the afternoon of JD. He's on the box right now. He's going to be on air for Trade with Topstep with Coach J, Deanna, and Grace S. And then I'll be joining Power Hour with Andre, Francis Green, and Hoag. So got a great show planned today. Hope everything's going great with you guys. We'll be back right after this break.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It's that time of day where we take your questions, that's right, you from the chat, and we answer them live here on TopstepTV. There is currently a form pinned to the top of the chat where you can ask your question for either myself, JD, I'm behind the curtain, by the way, or John Hoagland, John the Goat Hoagland, who you are staring at right now. Hoag, nice trade today in the house count. Well done. Excellent execution. Excellent exit.
We're doing a lot of talking, so I just.
I think we lost you there, Hoag.
Did I
you okay?
lose you, JD?
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Yeah.
Sorry, you broke up there for a second.
My internet has been really kind of strange lately. Seems a little bit more today, but sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. You know, I got hail by my house yesterday. It hailed in the city of
Really?
Chicago. And I thought for sure, like, something was going to get knocked out here, but it never did. Held on strong all day long.
No rest for you, JD.
No rest. Not today,
No rest.
not tomorrow. All right. Well, we've got your questions. We've got some good ones. Want to talk through some of these questions, Hoag? You ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
All right. So the first two questions we got were from Andrew and Michael. They kind of tie into each other, but we'll take them one at a time real quick. We'll go Andrew first because he submitted first, and then we'll follow up with Michael. Andrew says, hey, Hoag, great trade this morning. Continuing with my theme of discovering right-sizing my positions, is there a point to where a trade idea is good enough to add a position? For example, if you preemptively enter a failed downside auction and then confirm it at 10 a.m. Central Time and see continuation, what would be your reason to add or not to add? Follow-up question from Michael. I hear you talk about upside and downside auctions. Can you go over this in more detail with what you are looking for and how you would or would not take a trade on this? It just so happens that Hoag's trade during fast markets this morning was based off of a failed downside auction. So we're going to talk through that a bit. We'll answer Andrew's question about sizing up when you put on a trade in a failed auction and just putting the failed downside auction trade on in general. You saw it in real time this morning. We're going to talk through it right now. Take it away, Hoag.
Thanks, JD. So the failed downside auction, just to sort of define it, if it's definable, is when price leaves the initial balance and comes back inside the initial balance relatively quickly. So we took that trade, I think, at 92.5. So the market looked below the initial balance and came back inside. And I preemptively, with about 20 minutes to wait for confirmation that it was going to be a failed downside auction, for a couple of reasons. We looked into and rejected value from yesterday. So that's why I kind of felt like it was a good idea, or, you know, at least a reasonable idea to preempt the failed downside auction. It ended up playing out, and it wasn't all that much risk. I think our maximum risk that we had in that trade was about $600, $600 or $700, if I remember right. I'm not exactly sure. It was just a 2-lot. Andrew, I love this question because sometimes if I'm going to add to a failed downside auction after confirmation, price is going to be way far away from risk when that happens. Now, if we look at this on a 30-minute chart, so here is our failed downside auction. And let me make this bigger so we can all see this. This would be good. So on the 30-minute chart, the bottom of the initial balance was right here. It was 58.91 1/4. The market looked below it, traded right to settlement, which happens quite a bit. That's why I like to populate settlement on my charts. It's why it's one of the Topstep chart levels, the Topstep levels. And so it traded right to it, and it came back inside the initial balance. 92.5 right there is where we took the trade. All right. So where does where does price go after it comes back inside the initial balance? Well, we were in at 92.5. By the time the next bar opens, we're up at 59.03. We're 10 handles away from it. That is probably not something that I would look to try and add into because the risk is so tremendous on the add ends. But if the market comes up into the initial balance, confirms, and gives me an opportunity to look for another execution, as long as it's not too far from risk, I can sometimes add into that situation. Another thing that was kind of anti-adding to that trade was the fact that the opening range remains the absolute high of the day. We're more in seller control than we are in buyer control. So we were looking for reasonable profit targets, at least on one of them. We took one off when it got back to VWAP, and then we were looking for the market to come all the way back up into the opening range. A failed downside auction will maybe, and we don't know what's going to happen today, sometimes we'll trade all the way to and maybe even sometimes through the high of the initial balance. We were looking for a pretty lofty profit target. I think it was up around 59.1975. I think is where I landed that offer. We didn't get it, obviously, but we did trail the stop. We got taken out of the stop when it went back down through VWAP, and it really hasn't moved ever since. So as far as adding, it depends on how far the price has moved away from the initial balance low. If I'm going to think about adding to a failed downside auction, okay. So, and then kind of moving into Michael's question, I hope that helps, Andrew, and thank you for being here with us. Very active in the chat. Love that. Wonderful. So, the failed downside auction. Okay, so we know that that's when price exits the initial balance and then comes back inside the initial balance. If we were if this was inside the value area, the initial balance extreme is inside the balance of the value area after opening away from value, coming back inside it. If the rejection is inside value, or if the initial balance low is inside value, it might be something I would think about demanding a really good trade location on the trade. Volume value high was right around here. It was right around 58.90 or 58.91. Is the Topstep level on it? Well, the initial balance was traded right to it and left. Came back to it, looked inside value, and left again. So this was probably one of my favorite opportunities to take a failed downside auction, is when it rejects value from the previous day, which was another reason I was pretty lofty in my potential profit target for this one. But hey, it was a good trade nonetheless. Made a little bit of money. Fantastic. Whatever. But it's, I'm trying to think of a time when I probably wouldn't take a failed auction in either direction. One thing that I want to mention to everybody, Michael and Andrew and everybody, the size of the initial balance might have some bearing on whether I'm going to take it or not. A wide initial balance requires much more energy to trade outside of and continue. A narrow initial balance, like this one, the market didn't take that much energy to extend outside of the initial balance. And we see this one kept running. This is a much larger initial balance. This one looked below, rejected, and off to the races we went. So the size of the initial balance is one consideration for thinking about taking a failed upside or downside auction. Think of it like this. If it's a very wide initial balance, it's like trying to knock over a pyramid. the base of the pyramid is very wide. It takes a whole lot of energy to knock over a pyramid. A narrow initial balance is like the base of a lamp. It's going to be a lot easier to knock over that lamp because of the smallness of the base. It's kind of how I explain wide versus narrow initial balances. You know, this was a relatively large initial balance for what we're seeing here. This is a narrow initial balance. The market drove outside of it. Narrow initial balance. The market drove outside of it. Wide initial balance took a whole lot of energy to try and continue to push this market higher. This is what kills me on these days, is when the point of control ends up being near the initial balance, high or low. These days have a tendency to chop me up. So this is one that I would have maybe taken on the first try, but as soon as it started continuing to extend each 30-minute bar higher and higher, I'm done taking it. And then, you know, we did see, I think, some delta divergence on the highs up here that we could have kind of seen that we were going to try and push and put a new high in. So that was another opportunity for us. But great questions. Hopefully that's clear and going to be helpful for you. Thanks, GD. And thanks, Andrew and Michael.
Excellent answer, Hoag. Just checking on the chat for a second. I see Lucky Cat says, Hoag, I thought you'd get a kick out of this. Every fourth day I lose. What is that all about? I don't trade the same days, so it's not because of a certain day. I've tried taking breaks and everything. And all I could think about was your old dad wisdom line, you know? All my problems will be solved if I only traded 3 days a week. Well, why don't you do that? Because I don't know which 3 days to trade.
Yep.
Did I get that right? Did I butcher that?
No, that's right. Well, why don't you just work 3 days, Dad? Well, because I don't know which are the 2 bad days to take off. It's true. I mean, it's, you know, there may be something to that. You know, when you have 3 winning days in a row, I think you might actually be putting pressure on yourself to have that 4th winning day. I know I've had some really bad days after nice long winning streaks. You know, maybe you're making money every day for 2 weeks, and you start to put that pressure on yourself. I got to keep the streak going. It's taking your focus away from looking for the next good trade, and all you're thinking about is keeping the streak going. And I've had, you know, on that day, you have your first losing trade early. You're down money, and all you can think about is, man, I got to keep the streak going. So you just end up chopping yourself to ribbons, and I've had some horrible days after that. So what I did was I decided, when I started to feel the pressure of keeping a winning streak going, I broke the streak myself. I took a day off. Streak over. Come in the next day. No pressure to keep the streak going. I broke it yesterday. I didn't lose any money. I didn't trade. But the streak is over, and now I can go back to focusing on finding the next good trade.
Lucky Cat, I see you still active in the chat. I hope you were listening, pal. All right, let's move on to the next question. Next comes Shay. Shay says, I'm having trouble finding consistency, and I'm currently on a week-plus losing streak. We just mentioned this, Shay, but we'll talk about it a little more. Would I be better moving up in time frame, 30-minute or 1 hour? I like trading EMAs, 13, 15, and 200 period moving averages. Well, if you're trading time charts, we will always preach about taking the top-down approach in your analysis before you go get into the markets in the morning. Start looking at those. Look at a chart for those higher time frame, a chart of those higher time frames, and work your way down to the chart that you like to trade. You'll get a whole different perspective looking at a week or a day or a 4 hour or a 1 hour chart than you will looking at a 1 minute or 3 minute chart. But Hoag, what's your take on breaking a losing streak and expanding your view of the market?
Well, I mean, I personally like the idea. I mean, I'm a market profile trader, and most of the time I'll be looking at a 30-minute chart. Shay, I don't know what kind of time frame chart you're looking at or what kind of setups you're finding. But if those setups are reliable and you've proven that over time, moving to a higher time frame chart and looking for those same types of setups, you're going to see less of them, but they're probably going to be worth more because of the longer time frame. Shay, I don't see that there's any reason why you shouldn't try it on a practice account and just see how it makes you feel. See how it changes potentially your performance looking at a longer time frame chart. If you're used to looking at a 5-minute chart or and what JD said. I mean, you always got to go top down. I mean, I start Sundays with monthly and weekly charts just to see if there's any longer time frame levels that I really want to kind of keep in mind and mark. Then I go down to the daily, then I go down to the 4-hour, then I go down to the 30-minute chart. Because they all tell you a slightly different story about the context of the market. If I'm looking at a daily chart in the context of the market is a strong up move, I might be looking on a 30-minute chart that's showing me a strong downside move, but that strong downside move on the 30-minute chart is part of an auction process that is part of the bigger picture. So these are things that you're gonna want to consider these things. Shay, I don't see that there's any reason why you shouldn't try it. If you've been trading for a while, you have some relatively specific ideas as for setups that you would take on a shorter time frame. Look for them on a longer time frame. You won't be trading as much, but that might actually end up being a good thing for you. I say give it a try on a practice account for give yourself 30 trades. Give yourself 30 trades on that longer time frame chart and then take a look at your performance. You really want to get like 30 trades because that's going to be statistically significant. That's always very difficult for me to say. Statistically significant. And I said it. So I don't see why not. Give it a try. And come back and let us know how your performance was, after 30 trades. And don't hurry to take 30 trades. Take 30 in your strategy, in your process trades, and see how the performance is.
I couldn't agree with more with that, Hoag. 30 trades is a great sample size, so give it a shot, Jay. Keep us apprised of your progress. Check back in after those 30 trades. Let us know how you're doing. All right, we got time for another one. Nico wants to know, Hoag, since we're talking about, this ties into the first two questions we had from Andrew and Michael. I struggle identifying take profit levels. I also struggle with decision making when I'm 30-40% away from my take profit level, and the trade looks like it might be reversing. What are some things I should work on to get more comfortable here? Well, obviously, patience comes with experience, right? And Hoag's got a 10% rule, which we've heard about quite a bit, but I'll let you take it away, Hoag. We got your charts up.
All right. So you're in a winning trade. It's going your way. You're halfway, maybe a little more than halfway to your profit target, and you experience a pullback. That makes everybody nervous. Nobody likes the pullbacks, but as we joke with Dakota, you can't fear the pullback. So what I want you to do, Nico, is keep trading the way you trade. Anytime you get nervous and you get out of a trade early, watch what happens after you get out of the trade. Be accountable for it. If you notice that, most of those trades that you get out early actually eventually hit the profit target, that's information you can use. That is data you can use. If you find that, the market only gets to those profit targets 10 or 20% of the time, then, maybe you're being a little bit green-eyed. In other words, you get dollar signs in your eyes and when you're getting into these trades. and everybody, I think, really loves it when they sell the high tick when they're long, or they buy the low tick when they're short. It doesn't happen. If it does, it's just luck. So take a look and look at your past history and looking into your future history. Be accountable for it. If it gets to 30 to 40% away from the trade, and 8 times out of 10 it comes back and hits your stop, well, there's your answer. You're maybe being a little bit unreasonable with your potential profit targets. For example, the trade we took in the house account today. All right, so we had a failed downside auction. Quite often, a failed downside auction will reach the other extreme of the initial balance, which is all the way up here. So I put my target up here. We had profit in it. We had to stop in profit. Maybe it was a little bit too tight, because I'm thinking by the end of the day, there is a probability that the market could trade back to the high of the initial balance. Well, if I didn't move the stop as close as I did, we'd probably still be in this, and then we would have the opportunity to continue this push to the upside. But sitting in this trade and waiting for the profit target probably would have worn me out. The market either scares you out or wears you out. This probably would have worn me out. And being more reasonable with the profit target would have provided a better opportunity to take the trade and then look for the next opportunity. When we got up into all this congestion up here, right up around 59.14, 59.13, 59.12, we couldn't get through all this congestion. That was a sign. That was something that said, okay, well, even if maybe eventually by the end of the day we do reach the eventual profit target on that trade, maybe there's an opportunity to try and catch a pullback, maybe back down to VWAP to get back long again, and eventually see the market rotate all the way back to the high. Look at the Dow. I mean, here's the failed downside auction in the Dow. It didn't even fill the session gap from yesterday. Missed it by 2 ticks. Rotated all the way back up, all the way through the upper extreme of the initial balance. So the Dow actually performed what I was looking for the S&Ps to do. Well, maybe we should have traded the Dow, but that is a probability when you have a failed auction in either direction, that the market could actually rotate to the other extreme of the initial balance. Hope that helps.
I'm sure it does. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the answer, Hoag. All right, a couple more quick ones. Sam says, use the Topstep levels on Topstep X, but there is no levels for Platinum. Can we get Topstep levels on Platinum when you have time, Hoag? Well, we get these requests all the time for more levels for more markets. I will tell you this, it is a very manual process. We put these levels together by hand, and we have to add them to Topstep X platform by hand, pointing and clicking and typing. So it does take a bit of time getting these levels set up in the morning. I know it's something that everybody is curious. Everybody wants the market they trade to have the daily levels on Topstep X. So we will have those conversations, and we'll try to get as many different markets as we possibly can for you guys. Hope that helps you out, Sam. Johnny H says, Hoag, if I buy a Hoag t-shirt, can I get the team to sign it? Well, of course we'll sign it for you, Johnny, but never wear another man's name on your back. That's a simple rule. Be your own man, Johnny. All right, Hoag. Can you give a quick overview of why your Topstep data levels are significant to you? How you might apply some of them to a trade? We've been talking about this quite a bit all day long today. Value area highs, value area lows, points of control. It all ties into the analysis that you gave earlier on the trades that you took, right?
Yeah. Most of them are, readily available to everybody. I mean, yesterday's high, yesterday's low, last week's high, last week's low, settlement. It's, the value area high, value area low that are a little bit more difficult, I think, for everybody to have. But, many of them are very simple, and just areas of reference or inflection. A daily high is where the market traded to the previous day. Maybe that'll hold as resistance. These are a lot of them are very simple, but I've found them useful over the years, just to know where they are and just to be aware of when price approaches them, that there could be an opportunity. And the weekly kickoff levels, those are calculated. I calculate those on the weekend, and those are kind of longer time frame inflection levels. D always laughs at me. Inflection levels. But those are longer term levels. Those are not specific to any extreme or a high or a low or a weekly high or a weekly low or even a monthly high or a monthly low. Those are levels that I calculate with the probability that longer time frame traders will look to adjust inventories in and around those areas. Sometimes sometimes they're fantastic. Sometimes they become magnetic. Nothing works the same way every time. And when you do get the right answers, the market is going to change the questions. Everybody have a great day. Thanks for joining us, and trade well.
Stick around, folks. We got more tradertainment heading your way. Up next, we've got Trade with Topstep. We've got Deanna, star of the London Open. She's going to be with us. I see her in the green room right now. Our new favorite trader, Grace S., will be here. And Coach J, head coach of the Lunatics. And me. So, we're going to have a good time. Stick around. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back. Welcome back, friends and traders. It is Trade with Topstep time. We've got Deanna Angelo, star of the London Open, and our very own Coach Jay, head coach of the Lunatics and the Topstep VIP experience. We're working in the background with Grace, our trader who's supposed to be here with us right now. We're working on some technical difficulties at the moment. Grace should be joining us in just a few seconds, though. We apologize for the delay. But D, Jay, what's going on today? I know we were just chit-chatting in the green room about a couple of trades, and what do you say we dive into those? Jay, you had we got Deanna's charts up right now. Let's start with Deanna then.
Yeah, so I did most of my trading during London today. So I took a long copper, did go a little bit into drawdown, so I kind of adjusted my positioning to kind of just get a better average price, and then it went straight to VWAP. I took it just under VWAP, but that was good enough for me. I also did a couple of crude oil trades. Those worked out nicely, and then here you can see my gold trades as well. So first trade, it was I think it was a short, and then I took it into the all-time highs after about 9 a.m. Central. I'm just trying to get my time zones right. And then just held it just past all-time highs, and that was my profit target. I think I was in chat when that happened, so I was screaming, "Gold, all-time highs!" Excuse my voice. I'm battling a cold, so I probably sound like Yoda right now. So bear with me. But yeah, you must unlearn what you have learned. So yeah. And those are pretty much my trades. I think I'm done for the day, but yeah, let's see what else is around. Jay, you had a nice VWAP trade idea.
Yeah,
Yeah, Jay
great,
Jay was looking at the Dow a little while ago. Let's hear about it. Tell us everything.
So as far as trading goes, I told everyone I lost an XFA the other day, but passed the combine today, so I should be back in an XFA tomorrow for fast markets. But trading in my personal account after being done with the Topstep accounts, looking for a short in the Dow, and I got short 43,536. Only problem especially for my trading, being a momentum trader, I got short about an hour and a half ago. And if you look at the Dow chart, it stayed at pretty much the same prices for an hour and a half. Got impatient, cut the trade for a scratch, so I'm not going to complain about not taking a loss. But the idea for the trade was a reversion back to VWAP. And if you look at the Dow chart, that's pretty much exactly where I bounced. And we were talking about a potential topic, location versus timing in your trading, and which one, if you had to pick one, ideally, right, we get both, right? We get the location and the timing exactly right. But if you had to pick one, which one's more important to you?
See, I have a thing called the concept called time of day is a level. So what that means is that if a level gets reached outside of the time when I would expect that sort of price behavior to happen, I won't take it, and then I will wait. But if if I'm sat in a trade at the right time of day and still not doing anything, I also have a breaking point. And whilst I can be very, very patient in my trades, there is a point where if it's just not moving for like 90 minutes, I would just be like, I'm out of here, man. I'm not really interested, because it means that it's either the wrong idea completely, or there's just no volume. And then I will typically try to find why that is. It's not always obvious. However, most of the times I do try to match the time of day with the level. And if the level is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, I will jump out. But it's one of those things, it's kind of worse knowing that you had a good trade idea that went straight to target, but you're not in on it. I think that's, for me, it's worse than actually losing a trade outright. What about you, Jay?
Yeah, I would agree with you. If I had to pick one, I'd pick timing, and I really like that D, time of day is a level. Being a momentum trader, we talk about it all the time, actually, for this segment where, this is usually a lower volume time. And if I'm realizing where I took that trade, it was, during the lowest volume of the day. So knowing that going into the trade, maybe it's one I just wait for and wait until we get, get that higher volume. What happens though, and I think if you give preference to timing over location, a lot of times you'll get the risk to reward is not as great, right? Because you might have to wait for that confirmation that the market is actually moving, and then get your opportunities from there.
So we have Grace in the background. I don't think anybody in the audience can hear Grace right now, though. But we'll just
I
keep
don't
going.
think so. All right.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Grace has been muted in video, so nobody on YouTube is hearing that. All right.
Right.
I know it
Yeah.
looks
Okay.
It probably looks confusing to a lot of people watching right now, but let's move on. Yeah. Time
But,
versus
looking for. Yeah, go ahead,
continue,
JD.
Jake. Go ahead. Yeah. No, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
just looking for opportunities where right now is good timing because volume just increased. I don't know if there was news or something that came out right around 1 Central, but the volatility definitely picked up. So this is, momentum time. Is there an opportunity to take advantage of this momentum? I do see the ES bouncing at VWAP as well. So
So if
looking
you
for
look at a
potential.
30-minute chart, we do have every time today that we got sort of two, because we went up from London, touched VWAP, went higher. Went a little bit over VWAP, we went higher. And it keeps happening. So, is this the time of day to basically say that this is not going to change? I don't know, but I mean, I wouldn't mind longs today. I know we have a neutral day type, so this would technically be a middle of the range sort of thing. But YM's like the VWAP bounces, loves it. So this would be something to maybe consider. We have some consolidation on a 5-minute chart right at VWAP.
Yep.
Let's look
Yeah,
at a
and I don't.
100-tick chart. Okay.
Are you thinking about putting a trade on, Jay? That's the question.
So I'm locked out of my my Topstep accounts because I did pass that combine.
Okay. Gotcha.
If I took it, I would take it in my personal account because I am still trading, especially if the markets are active. I'm just not sharing that screen, so I'll put it on this Topstep account as well if I take it.
Indeed, you said you locked out.
We can just. Yeah, I do like it. I'm not locked out, so we could take like an MYM, but I am sitting on $610 profits, and that to me that's like, it's a decent enough day. So I don't necessarily want that completely, but I can pop in a micro. That would be pretty cheap, just to kind of talk out through the trade structure and stuff.
For sure. I just pulled up a house account also, so we can put on a trade if we see something pop up. I'm looking at the NASDAQ right now. I see momentum continuing to the downside a little bit. We just passed through, what was that level? Yesterday's high, 398, moving down to yesterday's value area high at 361. So selling pressure coming in. Volume has picked up in the last half hour.
Yeah.
I could see the selling pressure continuing for a little while.
Yeah. Same, JD. Are you looking at any downside levels as potential targets? Maybe 300?
Settlement at 350, 349, call it. And then below that,
I'm looking at 300 if it goes.
Yeah. We have yesterday's volume point of control. Pardon me. Yesterday's volume point of control at 305. But I also like 325 area. Is a decent
Right,
target.
so I'm trying to micro in YM just a little long to test the hypothesis.
Okay.
Very, very
What's
small
the price?
risk. Like it's peanuts. So I got in at 43,478.
Just one micro?
Yeah, just one micro. We can talk out the trade structure and stuff. But I don't really want to, because usually with the equities I like to trade for the last half an hour. Oh, we have someone.
What do we got?
Someone's here. I hear the doorbell. It's our new favorite
There she
trader.
is.
What's up, Grace? How are you? You made it.
I'm finally here. I made it. So great to see all of you.
What's going on,
Do I
Grace?
sound better now? Is my gain down?
Oh,
I
yes.
have a button. Oh, good.
Perfect.
Yes, you sound great. Yeah.
Very
Awesome.
happy you figured it out.
It took me a while. This is my second time, and I was better at the first one. So, anyway, thanks for your patience.
Oh, no worries.
No problem
So what's
at
going
all.
on today, Grace? You've been in the markets? Are you trading? You got a position on right now?
I had a really, really good day today. Let me just see if I can. How do I get out of this screen? Let's see. Can you see that? And I made there. Get back to the. How do I get out of this screen so I could go back to where the trading is? Yeah.
Right now, Grace, I have your email, so I'm not going to put this on the stream quite yet. So if you want to minimize your
It's a good
email
producer
or
right
your
there.
inbox, I will.
Oh,
I'll keep an eye on things, and then
Oh.
yeah.
We will not share your personal information, Grace.
Okay, I'm closing my mail, I guess. Quit mail. Huh. That's weird. Is that all better now?
Looks like so. What I would do is I'll just close out of that video tab and reopen it and share just your platform, so a specific tab. Because it
Which
closed
one am
down the
I?
stream.
Okay.
So the
So should I get
second
out of
link
the
that
vMix?
No, keep vMix because that's where your webcam and mic are coming in. But do me a favor and just go open up the second link that Tim sent you. It's a longer link. Starts with video.
Video.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then that's the
Okay,
one
and
where
that's
you'll
this
want to
one, the
select
video. Okay, I'm going to
Correct.
do that
Yep.
right now.
You
Okay.
got it. And then just select what specific tab you're looking to share. So if you have Topstep X open on one tab, you'll see that open once you click on share screen with room on the right-hand side.
Oh boy.
We'll get your screens up
Okay, hold on.
momentarily.
Okay. Let's see.
Dee, how is that long looking in the Dow while we're doing this?
So far, it's looking okay. We popped above the thing, but we'll see whether there's momentum here. So for now, it's early
Yeah.
days still.
I'm looking at from a volume perspective, that candle that pretty much when we started this segment, we didn't trade back to 50% of that candle, right? That strong selling that came in. Where in that 3-minute candle, there was negative 120 delta. So there's a big seller, obviously, that came in there that caused that price action. So
would you be
On
looking
the
to take
long-
profits at the 50% of that candle, or
Ye-
how
yeah,
would you
yeah,
manage this? Yeah.
I would be looking to take profits at 50%, especially because 50% lines up with that psych number as well, 43,500, right? So
Yeah.
in order to get above that, we need to see convinced buyers come in. And if let's say I was in multiple contracts, 43,500 would be conservative target, and then ultimate price target would be the high of where that selling came in. So 43,540. But that bounce up to 500 with no buying, we'll see. It's also very interesting, right? Because we're in this low volume time where we had that spike and then volume, of course, died out again. So
Hmm.
let's see what happens here.
Grace, how's it looking on your end? We back up?
I see you, and do I look better?
Yes. No, you were.
Oh, yeah.
You were looking great. Yeah. So it was just the sound that was a little bit weird.
Yeah, but now
Right,
you don't
talk
see
to us,
my
Grace.
email. It's all good.
Hopefully not.
Hi, everybody. Oh my God, I just feel like I'm amongst you beautiful giants. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Tell us about your trading day. What'd you do today?
Okay, so today, oh boy, I'm gonna have to like redo this one too, just so I can like see my best screen. How to this screen? I'll just hold on. Let's see. No, it doesn't let me. Okay, how do I get, I'm so sorry, but how do I get into positions, or how do I get back onto like the main to get rid of this thing here?
Gabe, can you see what screen Grace is sharing at the moment?
Yeah, looks like her layout just got changed up on Topstep X a little bit. Grace, what I would do is I'll go to this little plus button. So go back to the charts in the top left.
Okay.
And then hit the top right, very top right corner. There's a white plus button for adding a different, underneath that.
Oh yeah.
Yep. And then that's where you're going to add a new component. And then you're just going to add a new chart. Add component.
Oh, here I am.
There we go.
Is this better? Okay.
Yep, perfect. And then now that we are good, I'm going to switch to your charts.
Okay.
Right.
So today I did well. This week I did terrible. So I busted out. This is going to be, I'm going to need to come back in 3 times. But today I placed 21 trades or 22 trades. If I look
Is that
at
a lot for you in
today's
a day?
chart, that is a lot for me. And I mean, I have been anywhere from 40 down to I liking to keeping it to 6, but I was motivated in doing more today because the market, and also I did so horribly this week. So if you look at this, I only have, let me look at the last week. So I did terrible. A lot of times when I do terrible, then I can come back and do really well. So it's like I have to prove to myself, oh, look, I can take 22 trades and it's just mindset. And so I had a very bad mindset the couple days, and I had to reset. And then yeah, that's where I'm at, where I'm just really in the, still in the learning phase. And, I busted out of three funded accounts, and now I'm reestablishing being able to just trade really in a healthy way. And that's really, it has its, I look at all of you and it's like, oh my gosh, it has its ups and downs.
It
So
certainly
you're really
does.
big
So
really big into meditation. How
Gotcha.
do you mentally reset when you're resetting accounts like that? If you lose an account, you have to reset a couple combines. How are you mentally
Yeah.
preparing yourself to get back in?
I think I'm going to have to change that, because sometimes I'm able to come right back in and just come on strong, and sometimes I'm not. Most of the time, not. And so I think I'm going to have to, from now on, if I ever need to reset, I'm first going into the practice and going all the way up to the 9,000 in practice. And I can do that. Then I could come back and reset, a combine, which is what I'm doing right now. So in my practice right now, I am more than halfway to the $9,000 because I busted out of this. So I'm more than halfway to 9,000 there. And I'm keeping that account just by itself. And then once I get past the 9,000 in my practice account, then I'll give myself permission to then reset the combine.
I think that's a pretty good
And then
system.
yeah.
So let's talk about the days when you do kind of bust out and you go a bit nuts and stuff. Do you know exact mental triggers that lead you to that? Is there something that happens intraday? Like, is it maybe losing a few trades and then you go off the rails? Like, what exactly happens on those days?
I'm in this process of, if you look at looking at statistics, I'm at now in the total for the statistics, I was down to 80, but now I'm at 90. So for the week, 90, I'm really just attempting to, and I think what I'll be doing is I've looked at what I've done wrong. And I think what it is that I need to be in that flow state. And Hoag helped me. He just pointed out, it's like, when is it impulse or when is it intuition? And looking at that and saying, okay, if it was an impulse, or if it isn't an impulse, to change how much I'm putting into risk, that I'm going to change also. And
what's your risk like right now? Like, what sort of size are you using? Yeah, I see you trade NQ. So what sort of positions are we talking about?
So my favorite way, like in today's trading, my favorite way is to go into it with 10 contracts. I have had it since Topstep has changed. I used to have it at 3,000. I brought it down to 4,000, but now I'm going to bring it up to 2,000 maximum loss, because I've been able to recover from that very nicely. But 4,000 is too much. So I just didn't, sometimes I have to trade tighter. So that's what I'm discovering through my trades on this account with this size, is to only go in when I'm feeling 100% confident in what I see and when I see it. And that requires that flow state. And if I am mistaken, then it'll draw down the $2,000. But because I'm trying to get so close to the 100%, most of my trades are only so many seconds long. And if it's more than 5 minutes, I did it wrong. And so I'm learning that about myself. Here today, 15 trades were like under 15 seconds, 3 trades from 15 to 45 seconds, between 2 and 5 minutes. But if it gets to be more than that, then it's just wrong for me. And I need to go ahead and apply and try out that as a method of just having the confidence and then just bringing it down to the 2,000 for the maximum loss in that particular trade. It sounds pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the intensity of it. I just hear a lot of stuff about dollar amounts. So I'm just wondering how much of the days when it doesn't go right, how much of that is because you're focusing too much on maybe the dollar amount rather than the process. And, there's been talk about impulse, instinct. So talk to me about your setup. So what setups do you actually take? Or is it just like, oh, it's moving, I'm getting in, and then getting out?
No. That's what the only way I can do that. I've had a whole week or even 2 weeks at 100% the whole time with 80 something trades. So it isn't just random, because you can't do that in a random way. Like, oh, I just feel like it. It isn't that way, as we all know. And so I'm not looking at dollars.
What's the process? So when you're looking for a trade structure, so what are you looking for?
So I look at the news, and I also then look at it's really about the movement and the motion and being familiar with looking at the screens basically like a hawk for 4 years. And I used to do the ticks method and following different moving daily averages of 7, 21, 7, 14, 21, and 2. So those moving averages. And that's how I was trained. And it wasn't working for me. And I discovered that for me, I can look out and just zoom from the day, and also looking at all the news events and just having been watching the markets. So I'll go from the day, and then I'll go into the 4 hours. So it's like, oh, okay. Just really looking back and just taking like a zoom out and a zoom in from one day all the way down to 15 seconds. So I can see, okay, it's been moving down lately today. It's showing that in the candle. And so then I look at 4 hours, and it's like, yeah, it's been going back down again. This morning was down, and then it went back up, and then coming back down. It's in a down motion in the last 4, in the last 1 half an hour. It's a brand new half hour, so it's safer to trade right now because it's past 1:30. So it's showing that it's coming back up in the 30. And I'm just zooming out and then zooming in and saying, okay, 15 minutes. At the moment it's up. 5 minutes just barely down, and then I look at the 15 seconds, and I just see, does this make sense to me? And right now it doesn't. So right now I'd be not even anywhere near placing a trade because of what
with that process, Grace. And yeah, I get what you're saying. You started at a higher time frame. You narrow it down. A lot of us do that. I think what Dee is trying to get to is what makes you click the button, especially because of that process, right? You are taking sometimes 22 trades in a day, 20 trades in a day. Do you do that full process every single time, or right before let's say 30 seconds before you click the button, what's happening there that makes you get into it? And then the one thing I'll say is the win rate is amazing. Right, winning 90% of the trades, especially taking 20-something trades in a day, I could never do that. Right, I couldn't even imagine doing that, and I don't even know that I would try to. The problem that
I'm trying to get it up to 95%. So I'm trying to at least get it to 95%. And I'm not focused on the money. I'm focused on the percent. Yeah.
Got you.
Like all I care about is percent.
It's a pure momentum trade. Grace was on trading with us last week, and it's really just feeling.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. Yeah, with the news and stuff and everything.
You're on the right side of the market, and then you pull the trigger.
Got you.
Right.
The
and I'm looking at this. Yeah.
that we can see with the account, and I think what's going to help you, make some progress is because you're focusing on keeping that win rate so high, the eventual time, and I say it all the time, nothing is 100%. We all say it. You're pretty damn close, but the time that it doesn't go your way is blowing the account, right? So planning for whatever that looks like, and just accepting when it happens, you will make amazing progress, right? If you limited that time to $500 when it goes wrong, I don't even think I think we're having a
because
completely
I
different
know
conversation.
it has to be too. Yeah, that's a future more of a. It has to be So I'm still learning. So I wanted to show myself. I went for 2 weeks at 100%, like about 100 trades at about 100%. Like I'm very determined to be that way for my own reasons. It's just my style, what I resonate with, what I have seen in meditation. I'm going for that. And I'm comfortable with a 95% win rate. That makes me feel comfortable, and it helps me want to get sharper and sharper. So it motivates me in all these ways. And so I'm still looking for a better management of my loss. And I first needed to prove to myself I can get close to 100. And I know what I see. And what I need to do even better when I lose the 4,000 wiggle room and go to 2,000 wiggle room, because even when I'm pretty darn sure as to where a trade is going, it'll sometimes easily go down 1,500 and then go back up. And I know I'm talking about dollars, but that's how I watch the screen. And for me, it's all about the win rate. And so it's just allowing the losses, and I'll stay in the 90s. And so I now have confidence for that. I'm just looking to keep adjusting exactly to make sure that I'm in the flow state and merging that with the skill, the flow state, the mental preparation of having the brainwave. So I loved having Brett Steenberger on this week, who talked about the Muse, and I have the Muse. Can you see I don't know if you see the camera.
I have it as well. I have it as well.
Yes, and I've been using Muse for years, and I use it with high school children and put it on their heads and help them with their brainwaves. I've got some brainwave music from NASA that does all 5 brainwave conditioning. So I'll listen to that every day and get into the flow state. And so it's really, they say half of the trading is mindset, the other half is skill set. And so what I'm finding is that my mindset is best when I'm in that flow state. And that is not something I'm able to 100% control. And Brett Steenberger and Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, he was mentioning him too, this university professor from Chicago. Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, he wrote a book called Flow. And it's just to be able to enter that with the skill set and have me be aware, like Hoag was saying, just to having that awareness between intuition and impulse. And I don't do impulse if I'm in the flow state. And that's really tough. I'm asking a very high level of functioning, but we all have to be, and we all know that. I mean, that's the one thing that I appreciate about everybody here is we all know that.
So let me ask you a question. How long have you been trading now?
A total of 4 years.
Okay. And when you look at your performance stats, were you able to sustain like performance, not just high win rate, but actual performance for like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, rather than just 2 weeks?
Actually, no. So I've been more moving towards and teaching myself how to have getting closer to for me, what was more important is to have the percentage, to have the win established, because I know that it's there.
Percentage versus risk reward, because I've seen the stats and the risk reward is very low. And for that, you do need to have high percentage. But here's the thing, Let's take a look at Dakota. Let's take a look at Rafa. Those are some of our best traders. What's their percentage?
Oh, I
It's
know,
like
20
20,
something.
30,
Dakota's in the
35.
20s. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Now, there's a reason for that, because whenever you're looking at a large sample size, 100% hit rate, 95% hit rate is very difficult. And I would actually argue that it's not that realistic to aim for that if you're aiming for longevity in this line of work.
I would
The
agree.
reason being is, as you said, the same thing, you need to be in that flow state. It doesn't allow for any mistakes or wiggle room in psychology, right? And we're not robots, we're humans, right? We will have days when we're a little bit thrown off, and that is when the higher risk reward can absolutely save you. I know certainly for me, whenever I get into a drawdown period, having that higher risk reward is what will keep me from completely derailing my accounts. And trading more, to me, is disastrous rather than helpful, even if I have a higher hit rate. Because that means I'm only taking the tiniest chunks of the move and not actually keeping in mind that the relationship between the accuracy and risk reward has to be in a very fine balance in order for the system, from just a system design point of view, in order for that to work long term. Jay, what are your thoughts on this?
Steve, let's check in on your trade real quick. You still long Dow at the moment?
Yeah,
We're getting a little
still
bit
long, a tiny little down. Yeah, so it's
little bit of a
past that
run-up right now.
43.5. Yeah, can you hear me?
So this, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is right now getting to look like a setup for me. Just, I don't know if that's important or not, but in this context, but I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm also just paying attention. It's been moving up in the 4 hour, the 1 day. Okay. And it's the 4 hours is, even though it's down, it's starting to move up. And I don't know if that's still true or not. It was true a few seconds ago. So there's the 1 hour and then the 30 minutes. And this is what starts making it look like it's in a reversal. And then I see here, it's beginning a possible reversal. I look at the 5 minutes. It has that cup shape there of a reversal. And
it's a
so
consolidation
then
with the resolution to the upside. Yeah, that's it looks good. Yeah.
And so here is where I would potentially look at this and enter for a long. But I have to just wait and see. Like right now, the 15-second is arguing with that. So I'm not sure. But just normally this is when I would pay attention and only intend to stay in a trade for a few seconds. And so this is one of those moments of that I would hope for some perfection, but I'm just waiting right now. So if I go in, I'll tell you. But right now it's not the perfect.
So trading at 10 lots at a crack, what type of profit are you looking for per trade?
Only 4 ticks.
4 ticks? Okay.
Yeah.
So
4 ticks. That's it.
Real quick, in and out.
Yeah. Yeah.
$200, done and done. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, which is
go
why
in.
you can
There
have.
It's done. Okay. Yep.
You took the trade?
I took the trade. It's finished. It took like 2 seconds. Yeah.
Up $200? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that was a perfect setup. So I look for that perfection where I don't even think it's going to touch the 2000, and it didn't. I can spot those and I've seen this. I've done this for 4 years, and I've just been really interested in the 100%, and that's it. So then I can walk away or possibly enter again if it's still the right setup. So,
So
just out of curiosity, what's your
you guys can hear me,
method
right?
for entry? Oh yeah, we hear you.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead,
can
Jay.
hear you now, Jay.
Okay. I want to ask a question. Go ahead, JD.
I was just curious about your entry method. Are you what button are you clicking? Are you clicking the market button, join bid button? Are you clicking on the dome? What's your method for getting into a trade?
The buy 10 market button. So 10 contracts market button.
Okay. Gotcha.
And then I have it in my settings set up for just the $200 marker, which is 4 ticks. Yep.
Okay. Jay,
and right now,
do you use stops? Do you use stops?
What?
Yeah. Do you use stop losses?
Yeah. I need to change that to the 2000 because if I'm not in the flow state, that's what I'm now working on, is getting the flow state together with the keeping an eye on only taking the trades that I'm feeling would only take a few seconds if I have a very strong confidence in that.
Okay. So
Gotcha.
I just want to ask about just right now, when it does go wrong, what does that look like, right? Because there's a lot of confidence to be able to say, hey, I'm going to get a 4-tick move out of this. But when it does go wrong, what does that process look like, right? Because when it goes wrong, if I'm doing the math, 10 contracts, $2,000, that's what, 10, 15 points maybe? I probably did the math wrong, 25 points or something like that. When do you say at that point, this is the wrong read for that momentum, right? Because you're only looking for 4 ticks on the profit side. And I see some people in the chat say it as well. Could it help that if your losses are maybe 3 times the size of what your wins are instead of 20 times, right? Because even if you're 99%,
10 times, yeah,
it's 10 times. Okay, even if your losses are 99%, sorry, if your wins are 99%, that 1% of the time is going to wipe out all of those.
Everything,
if that
yeah.
loss is so big, right? So if you're really confident, to me, go ahead.
So even if the math is still okay. If I lose 2,000, I see, it's like at 99%, I'm at a strong profit. If it's only at 90%, then it's coming out even.
Will you let it hit the full 2,000, or you get out before it gets there? If you see it coming.
I let it hit the full 2,000. I just let it reverse, because I have watched it so many times where as often as more often when I stay in, it will reverse and go the direction. More often it does do that.
So I have another question here. So when you try doing this in live, there are things like slippage, commission fees and stuff, and just taking 4 ticks out of the market whilst you're risking 10 times what the profit is. To me, that's just because I'm involved with like mechanical trading systems. We know how math works over long periods of time and how the stability of the system design has to look like in order to ensure that long-term profitability. It is never in those kind of 4 ticks, taking 4 ticks, risking 10 times that, because when you introduce slippage, even larger sizes, it is not sustainable. So I'm just going to be very, very upfront here. And I think that's a part of your problem. So, you're shooting for 10 times loss and a minute profit. So would you ever consider to perhaps increase a little bit of that profit? So rather than staying in for a few seconds, maybe shoot for 10 ticks rather than 4.
Yes, I would. I have thought of that. And I'd have to.
Does it scare
that's
you?
something.
Is it a fear thing,
What
or is it a?
It's that. I could maybe let it go like 5 ticks, which is a half a point. That's quite a lot. Like even just now, if I would have gone in a few seconds ago, 45 seconds ago to go up, I'd be out already. Like it would already. It's really
I don't know. To me, it
seems.
just sounds like a hell of a lot of work for not that much gained. I always want to do less and make more money rather than do a hell of a lot of work and not have anything. So I've worked very hard on myself to flip that, right? So every time I see somebody who's like kind of a hyper scalper, which is what I would think you are. I mean, that's great if you're a market maker. They would love it. They would be like, yeah, do us 2,000 lots a day. Awesome. Off you go. But in these sort of accounts, and, when you take in slippage, when you take in a whole bunch of other things, I just don't really see that much for longevity, and I see a whole bunch of problems. And I know that our risk managers, if they were looking at somebody trading in the way that you trade, they would be like, oh, I'm not sure we want to put money behind you, because there's so much risk, right? And they're always risk first. So that's why I think there could be, if you're open to that, to maybe try and flip that a little bit to the positive side, even if it's going to mean that you're only going to be, 93% accurate rather than 197. But you would just start to get a little bit more stability from what you're doing, and more reward. This is what we're here for. And I know you had a couple of questions for us that Tim, the producer, kindly sent over. So Grace wanted to know how long did it take me to arrive to making 5 trades a day? What's my minimum if I have one, and what's my maximum if I have one at all? Now, I came from a swing trading background, so quite the opposite to what you're coming from, where I was taking one trade every couple of weeks, and then I held one trade for 2 months very frequently. And I had to work on increasing my daily number of trades, because for a long time I was just doing 1 trade per day. That was it. And then as I started getting better at reading intraday, learning about volume profile, market profile, finding those algorithmic ranges that work really well, introducing some options levels into it and time of day, suddenly I was able to find more opportunities. But I'm a very systematic analytical trader. So I can't be impulsive, but my impulsivity, the way that looks, is if I do 13 trades in a day. To me, that's like overtrading. You're overtraded. And usually it's not on one instrument. I'm very much like Coach Paul, where I will run multiple positions at the same time, but they're all very strong setups. And I can monitor them because I have a fairly systematic way of arriving to a level, what I want to see. So very similar to what you're doing, just on a slightly bigger time frame. And that allows me to stay in trades that will work out and kill the ones that don't. And sometimes, like today, I actually have a lot of them working out. So it's like, I'm probably sitting at about, 70% accuracy today. And that's only because I readjusted my copper trade. But generally, my own accuracy is on the lower side. However, my risk reward is 2.3. And that's like, that's like the normal state for me. That means I can make quite a bit of cash on a small size with very with quite a lot of ticks. So my average take profit is 43 ticks, and my average hold time is about 45 minutes. So all of that makes the stuff that I'm doing a little bit more stable than a lot of other people. And even if I'm in a drawdown, once because it's usually a mental thing. It's, drawdowns are very rarely to do with the market state, right? It's always a trader. So as soon as I kind of sort out what I've been doing wrong, I'm actually able to get out of a drawdown very, very quickly. And, that's something that I strive for. And every time I see someone who's doing so much work, I'm almost like, oh God, but why? So it's like you could have so much, an easier approach and a calmer state, and you will be able to enter that Zen flow. Like with all the stuff that you've been doing, you obviously have a great eye for entering the market, right? When it's moving. So what if we just slow everything down and increase that hold time just a little bit, maybe reduce that risk down to 5 rather than 10. So rather than 2K, try risking 1K and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? You don't like it, but does it work? Did it bring you more money?
Right.
And if yes, well, then in that case, that's a problem with your fear and wanting to be a perfectionist, because I think you're a perfectionist, Grace. Am I correct?
We should get Dee and Grace
I grew
together for
up
some
with a lot
coaching
of.
sessions, right?
I think so.
We are getting
I
a little
just
short
placed
on time
another
for
trade, by the way. I
You got it?
placed
Did it
another
hit?
trade. Yeah, it did. And so it is $4,000 today. But it's when I'm in it and I'm in the flow, it works. But I am listening. Yes, Deanna, I will take a look at the practice, and because I know I could have probably have had a larger profit in this last entry. And I haven't really played with that because I'm comfortable with, just 4 ticks, but maybe to put it up to 8 ticks.
Comfort comfort versus profits. And that's something that we always see in people. They're like, oh, I'm not comfortable doing that. But trading is uncomfortable, right? Trading is something that will totally get you out of the comfort zone. So in a way, we have to look at
it
it from
wasn't
a point
always
of view. It's
comfortable.
like,
I could.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we
I
got to
made
make way for
4,000.
Power Hour. Power Hour is coming up, and
Okay.
we're over time already.
Oh,
Grace, thanks for
damn.
joining
Okay,
us. Steve,
damn.
appreciate it.
That went
It goes
quickly.
by so fast,
Yeah, can we
right?
get Grace back? Can we get Grace back?
Absolutely.
This is like so interesting to
We
me.
love having
Yeah.
Grace here.
Yeah.
Well,
Coach Shay,
thank you,
thanks
and
for
I'll
being here.
give you an update. Bye. Yeah.
Yes.
Appreciate all you guys. Power Hour's coming up next. We've got Andre, Jack, Francis Green, and Hoag coming up. Stick around. Power Hour is up next.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to Power Hour. We are good because we're here with Francis Green. I am Jack, the new Andre, for the next 10 minutes till he gets here, but I'll stick around until the roofers drive me out. Hoag, welcome back to finish off. Francis, how you doing today?
I'm good, thanks. Hope you well. Some nice price action. So yeah, I'm great, thank you.
Have you taken any trades today, or are you coming in here flat?
Yeah, mostly in the London. I've actually locked. So my combines, a few of them were max profit, and then I got my my daily target on my XFAs. So I'm just on practice at the moment because I've done all my business earlier in the day. So good day for me. Good day.
Well, that's great because we can all scope it out and still have Hoag execute something in the house account. If you hear a thudding in the background, by the way, over the past week, Francis, my heat's gone out, my roof went out, and now I have to get that fixed before we all freeze to death. So hopefully it doesn't become too distracting, but let's focus on the markets
Don't
for
hear
now.
a thing.
I love it.
I don't hear a thing, Jack.
Perfect.
I'm going to be getting a new roof in a couple of weeks, too.
It's a lovely thing. So is the roof moving on the S&P, Hoag? What are we looking at here?
I'm not sure what all that pullback was, but here's the 5-minute chart. Just right back to that failed downside auction from earlier, and now it's just kind of hanging around here. Seems like it's almost putting up a bear flag here, so I'm just kind of waiting to see if anything happens here. And of course, Francis, if there's something you see that we would want to take, make sure you let us know.
Yeah, I mean, we have on the ES and NQ, we've just bounced from a lower term time frame Fibonacci. So we've had that breakout on the 5-minute, and then we've come back down and we bounced off a very lower term time frame Fibonacci. And on the ES, you've got probably 30-40 minutes of those 5-minute wicks on the 5-minute term time frame. But it's one of those, whether this is one of those trick, and then it's just going to put in a new low here towards the end of power hour. But that is something that I would look for. Actually, believe that I did take it on the practice. Yeah. So even on the practice on Topstep, this is a trade that I would take. As I said, I've done all my business for the day and locked my accounts. Thank the Lord for the lockout button, because it is a game changer for me.
You're long.
That's yeah. The lockout button is just, it's the best invention I've ever come across. It changes everything. Yeah. I've never known anything like it. So that would be the trade that I would go in. How high this recovers, I'm not sure on the NQ or the ES, but as you can see, there's a 10-20 point move. And someone's
Who could
here.
it be? More roofers? Or
Hello.
is it Andre?
Hello. Do you mind if may I join you, gentlemen?
You may.
Hello,
What I was going to
Francis.
say right before you came in there, one inkling I have of where we're at, I have it marked on my chart. We are coming to options expiration, and we are kind of dancing right around what is equal to the right here. The SPX 5850 number corresponds to about 58.95 in the futures contract we're trading for the ES. And then above, I got the other BFRN marked here at 5,900 in the SPX, which would be about 59.45. So we get closer to tomorrow. I might be looking for it to hang out in those areas. Andre, where have you been?
Oh, I was just on a call with from one professional athlete to another professional athlete, actually. More details to come, but some very exciting stuff in store for Topstep and TopstepTV. We'll tease it a little bit. Uh-oh.
Hey, this is your roving reporter, Eddie, over here. Just looking over the wire here, and regarding that, the eliminating of the Hamas leader, some comments are coming out here over the wire. U.S. is going to try to push the Gaza ceasefire proposal forward. This is coming from the State Department. Also, the State Department says that Israel still has the right to take on the threat Hamas poses, but the U.S. thinks the path forward, not just to continue military operation. So, I mean, this, once again, it can go either way, but things are happening. Let's put it that way. Thank you, Andre.
Oh, thank you for that update, Eddie. All right, gentlemen, what have I missed? Do we have any trades on? Are we looking at any particular price levels? Jack was calling out 58.95s. I do believe we're trading 58.96 right now in the ES. So catch me
No
up to
trades
speed.
at the moment. I will comment we are about 38 subscribers away from 125,000.
Come on,
It
let's
would be
do
nice
this.
if that could happen.
Excellent. Francis, do you subscribe to TopStep TV?
Of course.
Andre, do you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, do you?
I have full disclosure, I
Justin
have 3 or 4
Turner, Dan Trader, Lucky Cat. Well, you're all chatting, so I think you have to be a subscriber to chat.
This is true. I have 3 different accounts that subscribe to TopStep TV. So I'm doing my part around here.
I've got family subscribed. All my friends subscribed.
I pretty much take their phone.
Even my dog. Subscribed.
Say, give me your phone. Let me see that. Let me just do something real quick. Click subscribe.
Big,
but yes,
big influencer.
I'm allowed to say that next Tuesday, best half pipe skier in the world will be joining us 9:30 a.m. Fast Markets next Tuesday, 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Alex Ferreira making his first appearance on Topstep TV. There it is. Welcome him to the
Very
Topstep
nice.
TV family and Topstep TV. But make sure to tune in for that. We'll get to know Alex. A warm welcome. He has been funded with Topstep, so he is on his march to gold in 2026 in Milan for the Winter Olympics. He is he's big time, big time. Like I said, from one professional athlete to another. Francis Green joining us. So yeah, very, very cool.
Nice. There's a lot of athletes.
Nothing but all stars.
Sorry. There's a lot of athletes recently that I've seen. They really like trading, really getting into it. I was speaking to 2 ex-footballers today in the UK at my son's football training about 2 hours ago. And I told them about Topstep and futures, and they're in crypto. So now they're coming over to Topstep. So
wow. Good job,
Tell them to
Francis.
subscribe.
Yes.
I should
How
have
many
made them
subscribers
subscribe
away?
there and then. Yeah.
Absolutely. 38 subscribers away from 125,000.
Andre, I'm not sure you know this, but I was actually a professional athlete as well.
Yes, you were.
Yeah, I was a sponsored skateboarder. They gave me free skateboards, and that's pretty much all they gave me. But
hey, that's professional.
Nice.
Francis, were you Nike or Adidas for your boot, or was it Umbro, or was it Puma?
Oh no,
K-Swiss.
No,
No, bro.
I'm
trying to think of
what do you think I was?
Kappa.
What do you think
you
I
were?
was?
You were Adidas. Would be my guess. No,
Hoag?
Nike.
Any
Nike.
guesses?
Nike.
Nike all the way.
Really?
Nike. When Predators came out in the first Predator,
those were so
in
cool,
1994, which I'm
Yes.
showing my age a little bit. I was 14, and I felt really bad because I got the Adidas Predators. I felt so bad.
Actually, brought those back.
That was my only time. Yeah.
Those are dirty shoe, man.
I'm
Dirty
a,
boots.
I'm a Nike. Nike. You say Nike, don't you?
Yes, we do.
We say Nike.
Very cool. Would you have the Tiempo Premiers? What was those on your feet back then?
The first ones were Tiempos, yeah. With a big tongue. I mean, I'm showing my age now.
Yeah, same here. All right, let's get back into these markets.
I love football boots. I could speak about football boots. All day.
Same. All right, Jack, any levels we're looking for? Hoag, any levels? Francis, any levels in ES?
Yeah, I mean, we are dead at 59.50 in the SPX right now.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had any preference here, it would probably be to, because with those things, if it runs, there'll be resistance from running through it. If there's a lot of, for instance, those 5,900 SPX calls that are above, they don't want to pay those out. I'm sure there's a lot of them, so there might be resistance, but then the hedging starts if they go through and it can gain momentum. So if you have a stop, this is a long-winded way of saying that I could get behind like a long here. But if it starts accelerating through it, just getting out of it. I think we could drift higher.
Okay.
What are we doing? Just
sounds like we're working.
Point and
We're
click.
working a bid here soon.
Yeah.
Well, Hoag, what do you
892
think?
on
You're
the ES. That's
892.
That was nice, but I don't know whether that was the bounce that I would have looked for. The 891, 892.
Okay. 92.
But again, it's finding a little bit of resistance at the 896 at the moment. Yeah. I mean, new lows looks like it, doesn't surprise me.
Far.
Go and take all the stops just below those wicks on the 5 minute.
Okay, last trade 93.5. I've seen a bit of a pop, a bit of a push here in crude and gold. Something to keep an eye on. About 20-cent move to the upside here in crude. Gold, about $3 or $4 to the upside as we speak. Typically, the markets get news before it does hit the wire. Just something to keep an eye on if we do want to take a long in the equities.
NVIDIA did, I believe, hit
Air horn,
all-time
right?
highs today.
Yeah, more air
Very
horn.
close to it. No more air horn.
No more air horn. All right, it's starting to sell off a little bit here. Keep us posted if you see anything on the wire, but it has all the makings of perhaps a headline trade. Not as exaggerated or not as violent as previously seen, but still something to keep an eye on.
Jack, how does that work? I mean, NVIDIA, was up over $1,000 and they split it 10 times. How does that make, this 140 the all-time high?
You just multiply it by 10. Pretty much every stock you look at that's been around for a long time, the ones everyone knows, have split at some point.
Yeah.
Google and the rest. And then they just back adjust. So if you look back, you can see it.
Yeah.
Still
That makes
tempted
sense. You guys multiply it by 10. I should have thought of that. That's why you are who you are, Jack.
I can multiply, yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Also taught GMAT at one point.
I did. And now I'm looking,
All right,
if I liked it at 95s, I really liked it. We can get it 91.5s.
I'm looking down the barrel of a weak low in the NASDAQ here. A poor low, actually. Here's what it looks like. One little TPO sticking out there now. This might be. I just got to get to the. So we have three little TPOs sticking out there. It's not a very strong low. It is excess, but it is very, very weak excess. If we're looking at it tick by tick, you look at it like on 4 tick TPOs, it's a poor low. It makes me a little bit leery to look for longs.
Yeah. It's losing.
14 more subscribers.
14 more. Come on.
There you go.
Click subscribe. I think we'll get there in the next 37 minutes. You'll see the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. Of course, upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV. Also, give us a follow on X. Asking for all these
the question
likes.
is, Andre.
Yes, Francis.
Question is, have we subscribed to my YouTube channel as well? Let's get to 5,000.
Let's do that as well.
Yes, we can do that right now. Everyone go out and click subscribe on Francis's YouTube channel. 5,000 subscribers? Not bad.
I want to get to 5,000. I think we're on 3,800 at the moment. So I'm trying to get to 5,000 before the end of the year.
Not that anyone's counting. Yes, we'll get there. We'll do that today.
MP.
Yep. Keep an eye on this. Keep an eye on this crude. Seeing some headlines coming out. I don't know how recent or verified they are. Something to keep an eye on. Yeah, we're gonna get Francis's channel pinned. Please go give him a subscribe, a like, all that good stuff. This day and age.
Hoag, anything on the Delta showing here at 223 Central?
Good question. Good question on negative 9,900. Congruent with direction.
Mm-hmm.
Not very helpful.
Anything in NQ?
Minus 2,800. Congruent. Not helpful.
All right. Don't be someone who's just said that in the chat. Brendan says this looks dumpy. Yes, it's starting to push lower here. Crude creeping higher. Hands off for the time being. I know, Francis, you're looking at those 91s here in the ES. We're currently at 91, 58.91 in the ES. Q 20,000.
Subscribed, Francis. Subscribed.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Appreciate the love. Appreciate the
love.
Wouldn't it be funny if Francis hit 5K before we hit 125?
That'd be awesome.
It'd be embarrassing.
That would be.
That would be
Badge of honor.
Do a free combine. Free combine, someone. Yeah. There you go.
6 away, folks. 6 away from 125,000. Let's get Francis to 5,000. Let's cross both finish lines today on Power Hour.
Yeah, we're getting some love here. So, Hoag, is there a place to be looking to go short on this, or just not feeling like supporting 500 premium American companies?
Oh, wow.
Well, now that you put it that way, let's buy 10. I mean, if we're trading the S&Ps, the failed downside auction earlier didn't get taken out. I mean, it's still showing support there, but we've been there once, we've been there twice. Third time, I'm not that sure of. And we're right in the middle of this 5-minute range we've been in, both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Now, this is where Francis is long right here, and basically in the NASDAQ right around here, right?
Yeah, this is the level. Yeah, I mean, on the ES is there, but I think the ES, I think they could roll over. Just looking at the lows are not great.
No.
This initially looked good. You kind of slightly, you could just give it an equal low. I think that low popped down by maybe a point or two. Initially, it looked good, but the fact that we didn't get the reaction that you would have wanted from the first hit of the golden pocket on the fib, you got a weak reaction. So with that weak reaction now and the rollover, I can see these lows getting taken out. But it's where would you get into a short? You don't want to short into yesterday's high. For me, that's too risky to short into yesterday's high.
Yeah, and there's not really enough time to truly accept value from yesterday. Here.
If we test that
shout
a
out to
third
Coach
time, it could be interesting to try and do the breakout to the lower side, because then we could be getting far enough away from that SPX level that selling could begat more selling.
And that does happen.
Snowball effect.
Shout out to Coach J. I mean, we're looking at here is a 3-minute chart like Coach J looks at, and the up bars just haven't been bringing the same kind of volume as the down bars.
Yeah, I wouldn't look
He
too
looks at
long
a
here
little
now.
bit deeper, including delta at for each bar.
James, want to jump in? Wow, there it is. There it is. Hey, we did it. We did it. We did it. Who's on the mic? Yeah, there it is. Look at that picture. Look at that.
How thrilled do I look?
Thank you. We did it.
That's a good time right there.
It is. 1,000 subscribers. Everybody. Wow.
You see the paper in the pocket there? Those are all profiles. I got a whole history of profiles in my pocket there.
It's like a whole lot of commissions right there. Racking them up.
Looks like you got a sleep mask on. Very nice.
Okay, well, back to these 90s. Jack, you're talking about perhaps the selling being more selling. If we do break out to the downside here, what price would we have to break in the ES for you to essentially envision something like that happening?
It's interesting to see if we blow through. So it looks like we've tested a couple times the session lows down there. Day session lows around 58.87 or something like that. Is that if we tumble through that, I expect the SPX to want to lunge by tomorrow afternoon to one of those either 58.50, 5900, 5800 would become interesting if we really start getting selling off. So truthfully, I still don't. I'm torn, and that's probably why I shouldn't be in a trade right now.
Okay. No trade's an option. The
Gary
NQ
says
here.
Enough with the SPX.
NQ,
Not enough, if you ask me.
This new candle here. Still seeing some more selling here. Last trade in the NQ, 20,379. Low.
All right, we're testing it.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. This is where Rips comes in and tells us, yes, now go with the momentum.
That's right.
Hammer this thing. And nothing on tilt. 50-50 in the NQ, 50-50 in the ES.
Oh, now they're drilling.
Gonna get that weak low here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Any downside targets, Hoag, that you're looking at, perhaps in the NQ?
5880 is weekly kickoff low.
5880, okay.
Or weekly kickoff high, whatever it is here. Yeah, it's weekly kickoff high.
5880. Oh,
it's been run through a few times, so it's losing its luster.
Okay. 80.
This is so cheap.
I mean,
do we try along here?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, we do. Give me some
long
stops.
2.
All right, what price we get, Hoag?
We are long 58.88 and 3/4. The orders 75.
All right, house account long 2 ES from 5888.75. 5888.75 2 times in the ES.
We're at the low of the balance. Where is our stop on this?
Stop.
On 2 contracts.
That thing. That whole
stops.
Yeah, stops. What's a stop? Where would it be, Hoag?
I've got it just below the low of the session.
Okay.
Because if it loses that, then it's probably going to go for that weekly kickoff high. I think you've got Hoag.
Yeah.
On ES.
That's what I'm thinking.
80s.
Yep.
80. Okay.
So that is your weekly, like you say, one of your levels.
Put it there. Mike Ortiz in the chat says the shorts are shaking in their boots.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that's the case like 90% of the time.
50 and the tilt. Again, we got 9,900 delta in the ES.
Mm-hmm. And it's where did it go?
They must be right over your head, Jack.
New lows.
They are like right
CMHP
over my head right now.
Negative 9,500 now, and then in the Delta and the S&P is negative 4,000 in the NASDAQ.
1,000
We should add a few. I mean, what's our risk on this trade with 2 contracts? And, oh my goodness, they're drilling into my house.
$337.
Yeah, we need to risk more than that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
More.
Going 3 now.
We are as
Another one?
well. Yeah. You know how we're gonna be wrong very quickly. We're gonna know if we're wrong. So
right. Here.
How about we play every time we hear a drill from Jack's mic, we drop another one on.
Staying mostly on
We're long
mute.
4 now. We're
long 4. What price we get, Hoag?
58.99.
58.90, 99 or 89? 89.
58.89. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, good. Yep. How's it going? +4 ES from 58.89 even. Last trade.
Old.
58.90.
Can't see.
Oh. See these markets just fine, Hoag. Nice trade.
Right now the
this
risk is
morning.
750.
Okay.
And we'll just look for a target up around the upper end of this balance area. It's about a 2-to-1 right now where we've got it set.
Run this balance area. Where do you got that at? 96s ish? 97s?
95, 75, 95 in the orders. Just the other extreme of the area of balance we're in.
I like it.
We should have done 125 for marketing reasons.
Not for profiting
I mean,
reasons.
we're still right there. I could buy more.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We got another bid in here. There we go. We're long 5 now.
Yeah, for an even 5.
There we go.
That's a nice size. Take that, chat.
There you go. +5 ES. What price?
89 still.
All right.
Yep.
It's 5 ES 58.
Just under 1,000 in risk.
Watch us just slowly, incrementally size up to the largest position size ever while the market doesn't move. Or just
in slow motion.
You want 5? How about 10?
Yep. Raise you.
It would be 25,000 in risk if we added it up to 125 contracts with the current stop.
There you go.
Insane. What's the daily loss limit?
Hey.
Yeah, I said we could do 250, I guess.
We've been there before.
Mm-hmm.
Straight 88 quarter. Yes, NQ
It's
just
not the greatest reaction, but
no, it's either way.
Who's shorting here? I think if you're short, it could just be one of those quick liquidity and then maybe bounce, but
and then run
short down here. Yeah.
You still haven't checked that week low in the NASDAQ.
Hoag stop.
Minus 9,200 now.
Where's the stop, Hoag?
58.85 quarter.
Okay. Set. All right.
It's a good leisurely trade.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little power hour action.
Yeah.
Yeah, unbelievable. Got to 125.
Oh, yes. Wear you out.
Hoag, in case you were wondering, we have Netflix. We have Netflix earnings after the bell. You guys were watching
we do.
Power Hour yesterday.
We talked about that yesterday, didn't we?
What did we talk about? What did you talk about?
I didn't know what something was involving Netflix.
What do you mean?
Well, I thought Netflix and chill was just, watching something on Netflix.
Yeah, I think it is. What would it be? How do you mean?
I think it should be.
I think that's what it is. Yes. That was amazing. Just playing with you. All right, let's get to 58.87.5 and the stop going to be too tight?
Yeah.
How do you know?
This is probably about as tight as what is the tightest you get on sort of ES
I mean, we
stops?
can move it if we want to.
Might think about NQ pushing lower here.
There's the NQ low.
Yeah, we just took out that poor low in the Nasdaq, which was what I was afraid of. Put in a poor low in the S&Ps.
Not yet.
Needs to react here or it's
Yep.
Or
go.
Yeah.
Or we're in trouble. Yeah.
87's last trade.
I've honestly thought about getting rid of Netflix. I feel like I don't watch anything on it.
Really?
You don't like
I don't either,
Bollywood
really.
movies?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like a bunch of trash.
You don't really watch too much TV.
It's hanging on here.
Besides the 7 hours a day we're on here, Hoag.
Yes, right.
I know.
You know what I tell you? YouTube is my favorite channel.
There you go.
Zipping along, different stuff. You don't have to get involved. See something you
Where did
like,
my stop go?
watch it.
Yeah, what happened there?
I do not know.
We flat or no? We're still in
No.
Okay. Got 9 minutes till MOC. Nothing else on the calendar that I'm seeing in terms of speakers. Got Netflix after the bell. That Delta. Hopefully they're starting to peel it off.
What's the Delta?
Went from minus 9,900 to minus 9,500.
No, S&P is now minus 10,700.
Uh-oh.
That was all those stops.
All right, buyers trying
Back to break even.
Back to the last stand here. Say, all right, it's enough.
We took out that weak low in the Nasdaq. That's back now inside the initial balance. See if this acts like a failed downside auction now.
Shorts.
Everybody get out and push.
Yeah, these shorts got to start covering. Got 18 minutes. These shorts like, one last try the downside. She wrote.
Come on, get back to your happy zone up at 96.
Green, like the Grinch.
You too good for your home? 89 last trade. Dow trying to take a peak higher. Last trade 43,000. 521 in the Dow. Right now, all eyes on the ES. What's it going to take?
Well, that was kind of mean.
I thought we had him there for a second, Hoag.
Yep.
Home ball, yes.
Now
Not
we're
fun. You get it.
Not cooperating here. You're going to be grounded.
Booth says trend is bearish. Yeah.
Pull out to that 40-year chart.
Thank you, Jack. Yes. Bearish. Tuckman says up and to the right. 6 minutes till MOC. Eddie's gonna be all over that.
We took this trade because it was so cheap.
That's right.
It was when we had two on.
It's still. I mean, it is what it is. I'll take the blame for that.
It's still working. No blame.
We got to take at least one contract for each person that's on air.
Well, there's 4 of us, Jack. So
there's more behind the scenes.
And yes,
Turn
there
my
is.
camera on.
There you go. Yes. Now we got 5. Everyone turn your cameras on. We can get this up to 10 lot in no time. If we want. Tilt.
I got to take the Series 3 tomorrow, Andre.
Oh, yeah, man. So you will not get your money back, just in case?
Well, it's not my money per se. It was
Gotcha. Refund.
No, I'm feeling pretty good. I think it'll be okay.
Well, let's test your knowledge.
Oh no! What? Did you know that was coming, Jack? You set us up, Jack. What was that?
Unintentionally.
Yeah, right. All right, let's
I'll
do
tell
this.
you what. I'm 100% certain that I'm not going to be stumped by this.
Something tells me you wrote the question.
Back there writing the questions.
Yeah, I also did write this question that we didn't get to during
all right, get the
Fast
poll up.
Markets this morning.
Let's
Somebody get a poll up?
boys.
See your D.
All righty.
Francis, cannot wait for you to answer this question. Let's do this.
I will not know. I won't have a clue. So let's just.
I'm just messing with you.
Here's some Series 3 knowledge for you, Francis. If we were a brokerage here and we had offices in London, like where you are, or Dubai, you'd all have to pass the Series 3. All right. The formula used to calculate settlement prices. And by the way, the questions I'm asking now are hard. These are, I think, harder than normal ones. All right. The formula used to calculate settlement prices at the end of a business day is A, is set by the clearinghouse with the approval of the CFTC. B, is set by the exchanges where the contracts trade. C, is set by the clearinghouse only. Or D, is set by the clearinghouse with the approval of the exchange.
Settle. Calculate settle.
The answer.
Hold on.
Got it. I've got it. I knew this.
You guys are going to get this wrong. I can feel it.
Right. Yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready for the role in the office.
This is, of course, the questions I'm using right now are from that damn green light test I mentioned, and this is one that I missed.
Please be D. Please be D.
It's gotta be quick. They used to have that at the end of the close on the floor, right, John?
Yep.
So I mean,
then it's
B. I don't know, B.
It's B. It's got to be B. Yeah.
Well,
all
this
over
is
the
why
place.
the green light exam is bullshit. Let's see the answer.
What is it?
It is C.
Oh, get out of here.
Clearinghouse only. The clearinghouse. This is why the green light exam is terrible. But Hoag, I think it has to do with I am going off of what it said on the test. The clearinghouse that holds the margin is who sets the what does it say there? The formula used to calculate settlement prices at the end of the business day.
Well, the clearinghouse doesn't hold margin.
Are there different settlement prices then?
Fraud.
The FCMs hold margin.
Yeah, but they give it the clearinghouse.
Oh boy!
From everything I've read, the Series 3 books, the FCMs can hold a customer account and customer margin, so maybe we deal with them that. But the FCMs can be a clearing member or go through a clearinghouse, but the clearinghouse is who guarantees the trades, and they do that by holding the net margin from the FCMs. So maybe what's happening is, like, for all intents and purposes, this is like a silly thing that you don't run into unless you are in specifically this business. Is like customers don't deal with they deal with the FCMs, not the clearinghouse. Right. I mean, were you ever an FCM, Hoag?
No.
I think it's like only them that deal with the. I don't know. I'm just telling you the green light test is. Let me see. I'm gonna send something to producer that's right from one of the videos. I was hoping the trade would be working out.
Yeah.
Reasoning behind that, I mean, we'd have customers that would be asking us what that settlement was. You know, at the end of the close, what's the settlement? and we'd get it from the pit. I mean,
It's
unless
exchange.
it changed, yeah.
And there were
Francis,
always arguments in the options pits as to where settlement was going to be.
Andre,
They're all
are
trying
you
to
doing
market.
Series 3?
Indeed, I am, Francis. Indeed, I am. My confidence has been shaken the last week and a half since Jack has
mine too.
introduced these
New
new
questions
questions.
like that.
Yeah.
Mine too.
How long do you have to study for this?
Oof. Well, I've been in this industry
Longer
for about
than I
20.
thought.
I've been in this industry for about 20 years, so I'm supposed to know all these answers, Francis, but apparently
Nobody
some work
knows.
to do. No.
I mean, as traders, and we didn't worry about calculating margin. The FCMs did that.
Yes,
Hey,
I
we got
think that's what's missing here.
Hey guys, we got MOC here in 30 seconds.
Yes.
Do you have
Are we
to
staying in this?
You have to have this Series 3 for what do you have to have it for then?
You want to be a
'Cause we're special.
commodity trading advisor.
Yeah. Broker.
Okay.
All right, guys,
10
10
seconds.
seconds. 10 seconds. What are we doing here, fellas?
Jinx.
All right, Eddie, they're on it. Here we go.
Well, we're in it.
Here we are.
We
Staying in knees.
No.
Nope.
Wow.
Good.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Hamana. S&P, 1 billion, 200 million sell side. NASDAQ, 1 billion, 10 million sell side. Dow, 531 million sell side. Mag 7, 383 million sell side. This is big. Huge sell side. Back to you, Andre.
All right. This could change, though, Eddie.
Come on.
It could. I think we've
That
seen
stock too tight.
also U.S. Treasury
It's
Secretary
torturing
Yellen
us.
talked.
Stop might be too tight. And if this does change in the next 4 minutes.
All right.
You want me to move it?
Yes.
Never move stops, Hoag.
Oh.
Tell that to
Let's
Dolby.
not
My
move
hand
it.
won't even let me. My hand won't even let me do that.
Yes.
Oh, we're out.
You get us?
Once again, Yellen's ripping China here on the wire.
Okay.
Don't bounce now.
Coach to
Don't
go.
bounce now.
No trades held into MOC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you don't like that.
Oh, that was so intense there.
Yeah, that was
It really
very
bounced. It looked like it was almost perfect.
Yep. And wah.
Okay. Still, for that heavy of sell side, that's all it did. Like, what is that? It's just running out of gas here, but they're going to keep trying to push this lower. Last trade, 58. 85 quarter, now 85 evens trade. Let's not forget about that huge order this morning, 2,700 lot at 59.05. The offer.
Yeah, there was just no volume on those up bars.
So, Gabe, could you show that image real quick? I think at its root, they ask you, like, everything you've dealt with, Hoag, or any of us, is usually through the CME. So I think we kind of miss out on certain things, okay? Is that, imagine that it's just like, these things are separated. The CME does its own clearing. I just, like, Googled that. They operate as, they have some sort of clearing house built into them. So, like, while we may think of the CME as an exchange, they're setting it as the clearinghouse. That is as much as I can understand here.
It is very confusing, Jack, when they start talking about, okay, the customer places the order, the customer takes the trade clears through the FCM, but the clearinghouse is the opposite of every long and the opposite of every short.
Yeah, it'll make your head hurt. Sorry about this, Francis.
It's weird. Yeah, it makes my head hurt too.
That sounds very, 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 very hard.
Because there's other things when they're talking about the FCMs taking the they're the counterparty to your trade. So apparently the counterparty to your trade is the FCM, which is a counterparty to the trade of the clearing firm. It's just
The clearing
strange.
firm is the ultimate counterparty for every. If you buy or sell a contract, the clearing firm is your ultimate counterparty.
So that's an FCM, right?
FCMs are different. FCMs deal with clearing houses. They can hold customer funds is the big thing, and they execute trades.
So the clearinghouse or clearing firm is the opposite party of your trades.
Yes, and they hold all the margin.
Oh man, just went to the 3-minute opening bar last night at 5 o'clock and bounced. Shout out to Jay.
Jay. All right, cool. 5 minutes left here. Let's see what happens in about 26 seconds. Injection of liquidity.
Not much fluctuation on these MOCs either.
Interesting.
Slightly lower, but still all on the sell side.
Okay. We go 10 seconds, and then we have some hashtag power hour goodies in store. See what happens here in 3 seconds.
Yep, Coach Jay to the tick. Unbelievable. Pretty decent volume on that bar that bounced off of that too, Jay. This is on a 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 3.
Sideways. Well, all right.
All right.
All right, Gabe, if you're ready, jump on in. Hashtag power hour submissions. Gabe, how we looking? Good, bad, indifferent? What grade do you give them? Before you show us, what grade do you give these submissions?
I would give it about a 9 out of 10.
9 out of 10? Oh, man. Get ready. Here we go.
Particularly because of double duty from Lost Trader here. But let me just start off with Carl Hungus. Let's just do it. We got Eddie Warren's magical EIA distillate inventories releasing today. You guys weren't prepared. Hit the market pretty strong. Put them on their asses. So let's give some love to Carl Hungus. Shout out to you, Hungus.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? We have a winner.
We do indeed.
That was a
Then we got Miz, day number 2 on a new 150K combine, $928, and then still grinding away on my 150K XFAs, slowly building a cushion before taking a payout. Now, I'm going to be honest, I hate how Twitter formats images because you can't really, I'd have to go play Photoshop to be able to get all the screenshots included in full. But left picture was combine, right picture was XFA. But lots of trading days logged in that XFA, definitely taking base hits, locking herself out, doing all the right things, losing days, much smaller than her winning days. So keep up the great work there, Miz.
Well done.
And we also have Larry. I want to give a quick shout out to Larry. Took a glance at my trades for my current XFA, and every trade in it has been short. So using that new Topstep X performance dashboard stat that's showing your percentage of longs versus shorts. And the only red day you had was for a long. So looks like you know how to short the market. So keep up the great work there, Larry.
Nice.
And let's get into the business here. We got Lost Trader. If you know, you know. And no, that's not a picture of Trump.
I get okay. Marge is falling for it in that picture.
Yep.
We know you're watching, PW. And we got Lost Trader again, back to back. Dre, as soon as there's a plug, James loves when this happens.
You guys got to understand. You guys, this is where I sneak in my little potty breaks, if you will. So yes, this is where I got to get up and run. But yes, you guys see that, eh? Okay. Sorry, James.
Oh, we see it.
Sorry.
See it. But that's what I got. Couple winners, couple beams. But yeah, I'd say about a 9 out of 10.
Excellent. Lost Trader does not miss.
Good stuff.
All right, fellas, got 80 seconds left here in the Power Hour. Thank you to all the submissions, all the bellers. Again, 125,000 subscribers. My goodness, make sure you stay tuned for At the Buzzer. So Marcus, all this stuff. That's what Eddie's here for. Eddie, I'm not stealing your thunder. I saw him in the green room saying, "What, Dre, just shut up. Got 60 seconds. Take it from here." Hey, guys. That's 125,000 subscribers. Very, very cool. Francis, as always, thank you for joining us. Go give Francis' YouTube channel a subscribe. I'll be sure to do that right after the closing bell here. Get Netflix earnings after the bell. How many subscribers did they add? Did they crack down on more password sharing? Find out.
Gotta do it. I'll rat out my brother.
Yes. Here we go. Yes, 125. Thank you to everyone. 125,000 subscribers. Okay, at this point in the day, I like to bring up the S&P ladder. Watch all this volume, both the bid and ask straight away. Hoag, thoughts on Delta going into the close? Something we can think about going into the open tomorrow.
Oh, well, currently Delta's negative 13,000 in the S&Ps. So it's really kind of barreled into the short side here. Tomorrow, geez, man, it's like a year away. Hang on. Value is going to be higher. Range was higher today. The market is still continuing to try and push to the upside. The question is always, how successfully did it do it today? It did move value higher. We did not reaccept inside value yesterday. You know, I think in multiple time frames, we're still putting in higher highs, higher lows. I think we're looking for a place to buy them tomorrow. We'll see. We had Coach Jay and Dakota on tomorrow, so that'll be fun.
Ooh, excellent on Fridays. As always, Francis, thank you so much. Jack, good luck with the roof. Hoag, as always. But right now, I want to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
All right.
Thank you, Francis.
Appreciate the Francis. Thank you for being with us.
I'm still here.
Your best, Francis.
Yes, Francis.
Appreciate all our guests today on Thursday, the 17th. And, of course, our community for being the team that they are. That's a good conversation. Let's keep that up. Looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be an early breakfast. Not too much meat on the bone, but we do have some minor numbers. We got building permits at 7:30. Housing starts 7:30. Bostic will be speaking at 8:30. Kashkari at 9 o'clock. Scrolling down, we've got Waller at a little after 11 o'clock Central. Bostic at 11:30. And, of course, 12 o'clock, everybody's favorite, the Baker Hughes rig count. Taking a look at tomorrow now. Johnny did mention that we've got some coaches taking a look here on our Friday. Tomorrow's going to be Friday, folks, end of the week. I hope that your week went well. We will be having sort of the coach takeover for Fast Markets. Coach Jay, Coach Dakota, Coach Vince, Coach Paul, Coach Ditka, Coach Lombardi. We got them all coming in here tomorrow for Fast Markets. Also, Peter Tuckman will be with us. And we got Tim B going to be joining us for Power Players. Also, Andre Ben for Shoulder Tap. We've got group coaching and Trade with Topstep. We got Anne-Marie and Vitamin B is going to be with us. I sort of missed her. Haven't seen her in a while. That should be pretty cool. And Power Hour to end the day. Coach Ray going to join us here. And I think they'll be doing the reverse challenge because it looks like the same four clowns that do it every Friday. Andre, Robert, JD, and Coach Ray. So have a little fun here to call the day. Now, my friends, don't forget here, coming up in just a few minutes, here on the YouTube channel, we got, yes, that handsome fellow, Coach Jay, and, of course, the other handsome fellow, Coach Paul, will be doing At the Buzzer, 3:15 here. A little later on this evening, 6 o'clock, Coach Paul and Coach Jay. Coach Ray's going to be doing a 6 o'clock in the Discord. We're also going to be having Coach Vince, my paisan. He's going to be doing it at 7. And don't forget here, today's the last day for slow markets. Coach Dakota at 7:30, back here on the YouTube channel. So anyway, my friends, glad that you were with us here. I hope you learned at least one thing today. Keep it coming, okay? Keep working hard. This doesn't come easy. If you want a career in trading, my goodness, Johnny and myself and a few other of us have been in this business for a very long time. And I'm surprised we're still alive. But anyway, now it's your time. All right. Orders from headquarters. I want you to go relax. I want you to go re-energize. Enjoy yourself now. All right. Your time. Get ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow it might be a little surprising here, but otherwise, stay safe, stay healthy, have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.